Six hours, 12 minutes and 38 seconds left in the 2026 iRacing Daytona 24. It's Jake Sperry and Dara Thacker bringing you all of the coverage to home here on iRacing YouTube, on iRacing Twitch, on iRacing Facebook, and of course with RaceSpotTV's coverage to bring you home Ramiro Augustin Cisneros, then who is going to be on cameras for us all the way home. A Daytona that looks very different from the opening 6 hours worth of action, and one that is going to settle itself down and say, right, let's get ourselves to home with sunshine peeking up over the horizon. It is the day of Drago at the moment at the front as we focus on the number 5 with Nicholas Bowe behind the wheel, looking to prove that Drago are a tour de force to be reckoned with in racing action. Dara, good morning out there as we take a little look at what's happened here to the 129 map performance car down into the West Horseshoe. Oh, it's tried to just shut the door there on the Coanda car that was running through, I believe that would have been not the 08 but rather the 091 of Josh Rogers, and effectively sorry, no, it was the 08 there of Julien Suna.
Yeah, and little moments at this stage of the race is not what you really want. The sun's rising, we've got about 6 hours to go. Normally in a race like this, when you've had such a long nighttime period, that sun rising could say that we've only got a couple of hours left of the race, but still a very big chunk still to go. So little mistakes like that, as the visibility becomes that little bit better, is going to be a little bit more costly. And I think we've got to be wary of some of those moments as that 08 does indeed come into the pit lane.
Yep, so time for them to make their pit stop as they look to try and get themselves home and hosed. But really, this has been a day in which Drago Racing have looked strong pretty much from the drop of the gun with Nicholas Bowe. They've got their teammates behind with the number 2 car, Dries van Longendonk, currently behind the wheel, the Belgian driver. So they're going to be looking at this. But I would say that number 2 Drago car in a big scrap, 2nd, 3rd and 4th split by roughly about 10 seconds out there on road before the pit cycle brought itself in. They had their own issue early on in the race though, Dara, in the fact that that number 2 car took out their 69 GTD effort out there, which is one which they'll look at the debrief after this and go, well, if we win and get 2nd or win 2 categories, we're fine, but what happened there?
Yeah, and these things happen, don't they, in races like this. There's so many cars from the same teams out there on the circuit and in different classes as well that it can be easy to trip over each other, especially when you're almost trying to keep out of each other's way. The extra communication can be that little bit more difficult to manage. But yeah, Drago will have had, I'm sure, a little bit of a conversation about that, and the number 2 will be ploughing on with their work because at this stage now in a far better position to win the class, of course, because that number 69 car is nearly 70 laps down now on their overall class leader. So number 2, I think a little bit closer, Jake. I'm not too sure, but 47 seconds feels a bit closer than 70 laps to me.
Yes, ever so slightly. So I think that they will certainly be very happy with the way that things are going. It is about to get busy for the lead in LMP2 as it's Coanda Esports 3rd and BMW M Team Redline 4th. This is gridandgo.com Esports 003. They've just put Petr Zsuba in behind the wheel after taking over from another Hungarian, Balázs Remenyik, but it is Nathan Olsen who is hunting down at the moment. Effective been up in this race, they've been down in this race. They've run a big team with a number of drivers in that 909 to go to over the course of this one. So they've had Sasha Lehmann, Benjamin Frigerio, and also Adam Dawson in the wheel of this car. Now they will have to, I think, put Adam Dawson back into the car at some point. They are okay at the moment on their fair share, but Andrew Dawson's only done 48 laps over the course of this run, which I think might just be enough, but we'll have to see. Blue Mercure currently down in the lane for the number 8, making their pit stop from 4th position. But this one, with the way that Nathan Olson and previously Daniel Harris was behind the wheel, they are really hunting to give Grid and Go a race here.
Yeah, they are, and it's good to see that at this stage of proceedings, and it is so great to have a better roster. Sorry, not a better roster, a bigger roster in races like this, especially when the drivers are that much better as well, because you can just turn to those extra drivers over the night phase. You know, when you get to the morning, particularly if there's a couple of drivers who may be feeling like they have a little bit extra that they can give, and yes, like you said, there could be drivers that we have to see once again with extra laps required on their races. However, it's good that we have the ability, or teams have that ability, to be able to pick and choose who they can put into the car, particularly when we get to a point in the race where we have 6 hours to go and you're in the fight for the win. Very clearly, that gap well under 2 seconds, and so it's a very good position to find yourself in, and you're going to be more keen about fighting for that race lead than what we're seeing in GTD with 2 teammates at the front of the field.
Yep, so with everybody on a scrap mode now, trying to get themselves home and hosed, we now go down to GTD, where it has been the long game that is prevailing at the moment for Williams F1 Team Gaming, with their 1 and 2 cars, the 1 and the 6 here in this race, nose to tail, and trying to draft themselves away from Drago Racing right now. The number 68, which has been lightning fast, that Lamborghini all run long. So you can see right now it's a very selfless drive at the moment by Williams, but this is a very scary Drago Racing team. Johan Harth out from the remnants of Apex Racing team, moving over to Drago to say, look, this is the team I need to work with. And in fact, you look around, it's that 69 car of Drago that is trying to give the tow. Danny Antunes now has to play mule for Johan Harth to chase down 23 seconds to hunt down to the 2 Williams cars. But critically, they still have their best driver, I think, to put in the final few hours of this race right now, Dara, and that is the F2 driver, Alex Dunn.
You've got someone like Alex in the roster, and you're sitting waiting to get into the car. You can be feeling pretty good about yourself, aren't you, really? But we'll have to see if and when he jumps back into the car in these final 6 hours of the race. Such a big time frame in which we could see him jump in, so you've got to keep a keen eye on that. A little bit of near bump jumping up towards the line for Johan Harth, just to try and give that 69 car a little bit more pace down into the opening corner. But 68, I think, is in a perfect place to be helped by the 69. Save that little bit extra fuel, that'll be the key, really, and maybe pull up towards the 1 and the 6, because if you've got 2 teammates at the front of the field in GTD, you're going to have to use one of your teammates to help you pull yourself up towards that duo. That's exactly what Drago have decided to do at this point in the race.
They absolutely have. So they are now sitting and saying, I can be that one team, that one driver that can be the difference maker out there in a race like this. You will be keeping an eye on this over the remaining 6 hours worth of running. We've had some wonderful teams up and down as we got a car coming down then onto pit lane by the looks of it, and it will be Roman Pascucci then for SDR Sim Racing, the Argentine-based team. They're in the 577, who are your biggest movers up in the field. They're up 23 spots. Sorry, no, that would be the other team that's doing that. So they've just been plugging away, and they find themselves up 12 from where they started in the overall of this one. They come down off the jacks then, so the tyres are done, so they just need fuel before going on their way again. But we've seen some brilliant teams jumping up the order, and there have been some great stories to talk about over the course of this, and I think the biggest one for me is the debut of Blue Mercure.
Yeah, exactly, and we've seen so many different storylines. We always do every single year throughout races like this, where we have, you know, different teams and different drivers jumping into the car. But it's been great to see Blue Mercure in this race, and with all of the different cars that they have in this one as well. Good to see them be able to fight in top split towards that top 10, particularly in that LMP2 category. And yeah, it's fantastic when you get the newer names coming into races like this. We always have the established names at the top, and you can see it with Drago, Coanda, Grid and Go, Williams F1 Team Gaming, teams that we've known about for quite some time in the sim racing world. So it's good to get some newer faces, some newer teams into the fold, because it's kind of what we want for the development in sim racing, isn't it, Jake? That we have more people coming in all the time, and in a way we get some more competitors at the front of the field.
Look, we do have what we know as the establishment. We've got Redline, we've got Coanda, but there are teams year on year that continue to jump in. Grid and Go and Drago are only a few years old each, respectively. So as they have sat and said, look, we want to get to the top, it's taken them a few years to get there. And when it's your first big endurance race, your first big announcement, they don't even have their website up yet at Blue Mercure. They are such a new team. This is exactly what they've wanted to try and prove today. And they've got a car in 4th position in GTD, which is giving them what they want. And then they've got 2 cars running currently sort of towards the back of the LMP2 division, but still giving it a really good go of things right now. But there is a look here at your weather conditions right now. 21 degrees Celsius track temperature at about 8 a.m. in the morning here on what is an in-sim date of January the 24th. Not much wind to speak with. No rain has been scheduled over the course of this race, and there will not be any, we do not believe, until the end. And a look at that Le Mans chicane, which has been a divisive point, but a fair, much more difficult challenge for these drivers. They've had to be a lot tighter within the lines.
Yeah, and how many times do we see moments down at this Le Mans chicane? Throughout the years, it has been a really a focus point, hasn't it, really, for little moments, drivers trying to make aggressive moves, trying to find the extra lapping, particularly if you're in that GTB hypercar class and there's a GTD in the way. You're going to send it down the inside at the Le Mans chicane, you're going to wait. And those decisions, they really have been costly in the past when it has gone wrong, because with such high speeds, it can go very wrong very, very quickly indeed. But it does break up this straight a little bit as we run all the way to turn 1, and it hasn't stopped the racing that we see into turn number 1, has it? The amount of lines you can take through there, the amount of times we see class on class action in towards the opening turn here at Daytona just goes to show that chicane, I think it serves its purpose quite well, and it really makes the drivers think in the middle of their lovely little calm oval section.
Yeah, we're also live on VCO Esports over on Twitch as well. So hello to anyone who's watching over there. If you are watching, of course, out there on YouTube here on iRacing, do give us a little bit of a questions that you've got here as we tick ourselves over with 6 hours and 10 seconds to go in this race. We'll try and answer some questions in the next 2 to 3 hours or so, and make sure that we've got ourselves a lot to run through over towards the end of this race. Focusing on your leader at the moment, and over to the number 3 BMW M Team Redline car. Diogo Pinto currently behind the wheel, really trying to rush on through. Now, they had 2 cars at Team Redline. The number 4 Team Redline car got taken out by the WSR Esports Red LMP2 at about 4 hours into the race, when they were hunting down, trying to chase for the lead. But Diogo Pinto here having a really good chance here of putting a car that on balance of performance, the BMW hybrids have been a little bit behind the 8 ball, but they've got a really good chance of getting a podium out of it. And for those who are asking, no, Max Verstappen isn't in the race this year due to the fact that F1 testing regards have taken him out of the ability to go and race.
Yeah, indeed, that'll cover that off, hopefully, for us for the next 6 hours, for those of you in the chat. But it is good to see that we still have as always, really strong Redline team. Every single year, they come with some of the best drivers in sim racing. Of that, there is absolutely no doubt. And for them, you'd have to say their expectations are to win the race, right? They've had such dominance over so many different events for so many years now that they really will feel as if their expectations are to win, and realistically, a podium isn't going to feel like it's enough, particularly at P4. They're only about 10 seconds in change behind Mitchell de Jong in that Coanda 08 car, so there is that to fight for Diogo Pinto, but they're going to be frustrated, aren't they, of course, after that number 4 was taken out of the race so early on, particularly from the position that they found themselves in. So, I'd be interested to know what the mood is down at Redline at the moment, because, of course, we know how high the standards are at the team, but at the same time they're going well with this number 3, and so I'd be interested to know if they're going to be happy with the P3 in the end. I doubt it, but you never do know.
No, you never do, but they have been fighting hard with what they've been dealt with as a hand, and this was also a case for them that they were up there looking to fight for the race lead with this car just after the 6-hour mark. And then Eduardo Leo, his old team actually, TF10, has just closed its doors, which is a shame. He's a wonderful driver from Italy, is Eduardo. But as far as the team went, Eduardo Leo came out of the pits at about 6 hours and then immediately had to pull the car to a stop just outside the International Horseshoe while he tried to reset his wheel, and that cost them about 20 to 25 seconds out there on track. Without that, they would be a very comfortable second right now.
Yeah, and it's moments like that, you know, obviously they feel significant at the time, but they're not big moments. They're not huge flashpoints, but they are just some of the trials and tribulations of an endurance race like this that really can change a race in a split second, can't they? And so many times we see drivers and teams go for 20, 21, 22 hours into a race, no issues at all, no problems. It's been nice and calm in the top 3. One tiny little thing goes wrong, it can cost you a minute, and it can cost you a couple of really important places, and so that's what they're going to have to come back from in these final 6 hours. But as we've said, it's 6 hours. It's a long time to go in this race, not an insignificant amount of time at all. And when you've got gaps that really, for example, for that P3 are about 10 seconds, that's nothing in the grand scheme of things when we look at how long we've got left in this race. It's going to be a little bit closer to this number 2 Drago car once they make their way out pit lane, but of course the other pit stops are going to have to take place as well. But no driver change yet for this number 2.
Yeah, no driver change, so Dries van Longendonk will stay behind the wheel. And for those who are linguistically inclined, it's a capital V if you come from Belgium. It's a lowercase v if you are from the Netherlands. So that's how you tell where someone's from in that region. You just look at the V in van. That's the way it goes. Nicholas Bow also down in then to make the stop for Drago. 1 lap further on than the number 2 that just pulls away from its box, and we take a little look at a driver's eyes perspective, and this is the perspective you could get if you're driving GTP Hypercar out there in iRacing, and you have the opportunity to do so. That is the view you'll get if you want to race next year in racing action in the iRacing Daytona 24.
Yeah, and this is such a fantastic event, isn't it? Year on year, the amount of drivers and teams that we get, not just, of course, in Split 1, but in all of the splits that we have, just grows and grows and grows, and it really is the biggest sim racing event of the year, isn't it? And it's been great to see over the course of the last 5-6 years how many people have got themselves involved with this race in particular, but of course all of the iRacing special events throughout the year, and it really just goes to show how much this event is loved and how important it really is in the racing world. Oh my word!
Straight out of pits, Nicholas Bow has gone and clattered. I believe it's TC Esports who have gone into the side. It is Betmaster TC Esports and Augustine Tolashi, your race leaders. Suddenly, when you thought it was the category that had it all figured out, the script just changed.
Exactly what I was talking about a minute ago, isn't it? You can go so long in this race without as much of a blip. And all it needs to happen is just that one moment, that one flashpoint that can cost you 2-3 minutes, depending on how long that repair is going to take. It's going to take a little while, it's fair to say. I thought that front right wheel had come off for a moment, but it looks like it's good enough for Nicholas Bow to carry on and get himself back around and back into the pit lane. But he's going to lose a heap of time, not least, of course, to the 2 Drago car, to the Coanda car, to that red line car as well. It's going to depend when he comes out. Just the moment
flag.
Exit the pit lane.
Look, you don't expect it. You should always know that there's a car coming out of the pit. And look, It happens so often here, more often than you think. It would have been unsighted for Betmaster TCE Sports. They just moved across, took their natural line, and the car that was fifth in LMP2 has seen the leader out, and Drago will feel that they have driven 18 perfect hours of racing, and that Ferrari 499P is going to limp on home, and suddenly it falls to the responsibility of the number 2 Drago racing car, Andries van Longendonk, to bring it home for Drago.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Drago's hopes are kind of resting on that number 2. Look at the steering angle on that. Goodness me. As you're coming into the pit lane, going to slow it down. That's an incredible job, actually, from Nicholas Bowe to get it home, to be completely honest with you. Look at that. Full, what, almost 120, 130 degrees of steering up to the right-hand side to keep it going in a straight line. No wonder I thought that front right was slightly damaged. They will come in for the second time in 2 laps in the number 5 car. How long is this stop going to be?
Well, they've got to get required repairs done, so if it's a big hit, I reckon they're going to be at least 10 minutes with it, if not more. So say goodbye to any hopes of winning this one for them. So Dries van Longendonk now will inherit the lead, but here's the key. Mitchell de Jong and that Porsche, that Coanda Esports 08, is only 1.7 seconds back. This race has suddenly ignited.
Mitchell de Jong's eyes have, I'm sure, got a lot wiser in the last minute, of course, because all of a sudden he's gone from being P3 before the pit stop cycle, you know, a minute and 15 seconds off the lead. All of a sudden, Mitchell de Jong in that Coanda car, 1.5 seconds off the lead. They're going to be going on this stint together for quite some time, the 2 and the 8, because de Jong's only been in the car for really a handful of laps. Yeah, he's only had 3 laps on this. Sorry, that's a old timing reading, but it's about 10 laps on this stint compared to Drago's 3. So there's going to be a long time here where they're going to be out of the pit lane with the 2 of them running around together. That red line car now lurking in the distance, 12 seconds behind, and all of a sudden this GTP hypercar glass is wide open.
It is absolutely wide open. There is not much that can be said in terms of how this race has just changed, and what looked like a category where you're going to have 3 cars fighting for second best. You've suddenly got 3 cars fighting for the win. And look, as he comes across, what does Drago do? They're stuck on that line. They cannot cross the line on the right-hand side. They can't hit the brakes because they're not expecting a car on the right to come across that far. And this is what you get. You get tunnel vision following the car in front, and Betmaster TCE Sports would have been just taking their natural line. They're in 5th position out there overall. They're trying to hunt down Matt Performance for 4th in class, and really that tunnel vision has gone and made a huge difference. You know, I would be looking at Drago, they'd be absolutely fuming on the radio and over to TCE Sports with what they've done, and TC would have gone, yeah, that's our fault, we hold our hands up, but this is an endurance race, we just got tunnel vision.
Yeah, and these things happen. I mean, it's really unfortunate because, of course, there is nothing that can be done by that Drago car whatsoever. You know, complete passenger just trying to come out of the pit lane, accelerating. You're never going to expect that car to come right across you. I am surprised, really, that the 42 didn't spot the car coming out of the pit lane. But, hey, like we said, these things happen. I'm sure that that'll be looked at up at race control, but it's not going to change the outcome for the number 5 car, and they are just going to have to suffer with the consequences, aren't they? They're going to have to sit in pit lane until that car is repaired, and at that time already up to 3 minutes, and like you said, it could get a lot higher, so there's no guarantee that they'll be able to come out of the pit lane even before, you know, the likes of the BS competition car that comes through, the likes of even the Movano Rossa. They were about, 6 laps down, which in change is going to be around 9 minutes. So depending on how long the stop is, and it's impossible to tell from this point, we could be looking at them going down to, 6th, 7th, maybe 8th in this race.
In comes gridandgo.com esports from LMP2 to make their scheduled stop here, as they were about 2 seconds clear of effect simulation. So that's going to be for them just a scheduled stop, no driver change, and they've got the shortest run stint in the LMP2s. They're only managing about 24, 25 laps per go as they're running. And also in comes Dulatrar Automotive by Majors Garage and Thomas Ambor then making that stop for the 21. So Ambor also in. A lot of the LMP2s have played the same card on strategy the entire way through. You've needed to win this one on pace.
And we see this so often, don't we? The LMP2s love to stick together. They love a strategy in which they all spot each other in the pit lane, have a nice cup of coffee while they wait for their car to be serviced. So not really too much of a surprise. That 003 Grid and Go car, of course, the leading one of those coming off pit lane now, allowing Effect Simulations to go through and inherit that lead for the time being, at least. Of course, they were the two cars fighting right at the front. And I say fighting, you know, just kind of tracking each other at the front of the field, and have been for quite some time now. So that 003 will be awaiting the pit stop for the 909, and I can't imagine that'll be in too long, Jake.
No, I reckon it'll be about 1 lap difference then from Effect Simulations. They look about at it and say, look, this is where the game's going to be. In comes Nathan Olsen then to make the stop, and so too goes Vicente Aparicio in for Matt Performance. They make their exit from the pit, and they will be off and away again in the 129. Give them credit, two-driver team. It's been Aparicio and, of course, Mr. 13K himself, Aaron Vasquez.
Yeah, and they've been really able to carry their team through the course of this race. And yeah, sometimes you have a couple of drivers that just do all the heavy lifting, don't you? Sometimes it's a group of 4 or 5. But you do get a couple of teams where it's just the duo of drivers, or just a trio, and they really have to do a lot of the heavy lifting themselves. But I guess at a track like Daytona, it does feel quite easy to get into a rhythm here. The oval, in a way, breaks up, but at the same time, it's a track where you get a lot of medium speed corners, medium to low in that infield section, and so you can really get a feel of the car and how it's feeling throughout the stint. And so when you're feeling good, and you can stay in the car for quite some time. The risk, though, is with the fact that you've got that long loop around the oval, it's easier to lose a little bit of concentration.
It's going to be close with effect here. As we take a look at Draga Racing there, the Michelin tyre absolutely going through. This is going to be close here at LMP2, and in fact, Nathan Olsen's just come out in front, but remember, he's going to be on cold tyres at this point of the race. It's going to take a lap or two to get up to speed. Petter Zuber is right behind, but he's going to have to make a pass here. You're never going to get it done here, side by side, going through the kink here left at turn 5. The West Horseshoe down the inside, it's just covered off, but Nathan Olsen knows better, has to open the door up, and there goes Grid and Go back into control of the race in LMP2.
Yep, kind of as we'd expected to see, but it's not by much, is it? They're going to have to get those tyres up to temperature in the 909, but once we get onto the oval, it'll just be the Le Mans chicane before turn 1, so the warm-up's going to be a little bit trickier at this stage, and you could see there was that 7/10 gain just through turn 6 and 7 alone for the 003 Grid and Go car to be able to pull that little bit further in front, and they'll be feeling comfortable at least for the start of this stint, and for the ability of gaining away a touch at this stage. And Zuber, what an experience, headed one at the front of the field.
Yeah, Petter Zuber, a driver who's driven in what used to be the Turn GP iRacing series, which was the predecessor to the iRacing IndyCar series that is currently running right now, or the IndyCar Thrustmaster Pro series now, which is doing a wonderful job. Championship's currently going on at the moment, and they will have running from 16th Street and Georgetown in just a few days' time on Thursday. So that will be a huge moment then in terms of that race, as they will be looking to try and sort their championship efforts out. But for the moment, Petter Zuber and Grid and Go looking to try and build margin. Already got the gap up to 1.4 seconds, but now Nathan Olsen will be feeling more confidence underneath the tyre. Will be getting that temperature up to speed, will now be able to start pushing a little bit more. And to truly feel like you can push, it takes about 3 or 4 laps to get the full 100% confidence underneath the tyres, such is the way that the dynamic tyre models are being put in iRacing. And Dara, in terms of driving the LMP2, it is one of the toughest scenarios out there. Look at a light flash here from the Coanda 08 at the moment, and Mitchell de Jong. He was desperate to get by Benedek Viga and also Matteo Kunze bonanza here because he needs to be on the back of Dries van Langendonk. This is the race overall.
Yeah, and on the LMP2, yes, the tyres take a little bit longer, don't they, to warm up, so they're both in that realm, so it's that kind of risky moment for them both at this stage, and Grid and Go still, you can see with the advantage, gaining that extra few tenths through the infield section, but yeah, you could really see Mitchell de Jong trying to fight his way through there, because he knows that he can't really lose the slipstream to this number 2 car. Once he's in the slipstream as he is now, he can gain, and just manage this gap, really, and keep it exactly where he wants it. If he's lost a couple of seconds, or even just 1 second, to be honest with you, and that gap comes out to 1.5 seconds, he is going to find himself with a lot less gain down these parts of the circuit where that slipstream is so crucial. Gap under 5 tenths, going to be under 4 tenths by the time they cross that start-finish line, and it's a really good position for de Jong to be in, not least because he can manage this gap, but more, he can save a little bit of fuel, which by the end can be really quite key.
It certainly can when you consider that Coanda are in first over Drago Racing, and by about 10 laps or so, it's not just a case of they've got to make this pass, it's they've got to make this pass and they've got to make time on the number 2 Drago Racing car to mitigate in the final hour of this race that last pit stop. This is making all the difference now, and a move here is going to be big. And talk as well about this. What happens if they start holding each other up, unable to get the move done? They start truly battling for it. That is the golden ticket that BMW M-Team Redline are looking for, and I think BMW M-Team Redline in the final stages are going to be looking at Luke McEwen going, he was lightning quick in the opening 6, we might need him here in the final 6.
Yeah, exactly, and that gap it's bubbling, isn't it? It was about 12 seconds up to Drago when the 2 come out of the pit lane. It's just bubbling around that 11.5 for the time being, so a little bit of gain, but it's not significant just at this stage of the race. But we haven't seen them trip over each other just yet. We haven't seen them start to really fight for it down into turn 1, down into the International Horseshoe, maybe even into the Western Horseshoe at this point in the race. But to have 3 teams at the front of the field and 3 really established sim racing teams going at it at the front of the field in the fastest class in the biggest race of the year with only 12 seconds between them, it's exactly what we want to be seeing.
It certainly is, and now as we look at that time, it's 11 minutes now on the stop here for Nicolas Beau, so they'll have to completely reconstruct the front of his car at the moment. All the suspension and cabling would have been damaged out there, so they got to get that back into position. And as far as they have been sitting back and saying, look, this is where we now need to be lining up this run, saying, okay, I want to be at the very highest level, I want to be winning this race. You're looking at what Nicolas Beau can do at this stage, and if that car is fixable, is runnable, and can hold the pace of the leaders, there's one place where that number 5 will need to be out there on track, Dara, and that is directly in front of the 2 giving tow.
It absolutely is. But when will it come out of the pit lane? They've been spots in the box for now 12 minutes. I mean, they're now completely out of contention. There's no doubt about that. It would require something disastrous to happen very quickly for these guys at the front of the field. But as it is, we are seeing these 3 at the front getting themselves away from the rest of the pack. And Nicolas Beau, when he does come out of the pit lane, almost certainly will be helping Van Langendonk in that Drago Racing number 2 car. It's just a matter of when that can happen. Is it going to be in time before we could see a move from Mitchell de Jong in that 08 Coanda? There's no guarantee that that number 5 car will come out of the pit lane before we see a change for the lead. So this could be hurry-up time for Mitchell de Jong.
A lovely slow-mo look at the Le Mans chicane, and the differences then between them on how they attack the curbs. A little bit more conservative there by the 08 and Mitchell de Jong, who is one of the best all-rounders actually in iRacing, and actually anything he puts his mind to, he's seemingly lightning fast with. He is a unicorn out there. He's Anthony Davis-like in terms of what his use is to this Coanda esports team. And right now, as it goes, he's happy to sit behind. He's happy to play the waiting game at this moment. But you don't often get to see endurance races like these with all 3 of the leading gaps under 1.3 seconds with 6 hours to go. It's practically unheard of.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like we've had stoppages to be able to bunch the field back up, right? So the fact that we have these gaps for the leads of each of these classes is completely on pure pace. And it is exactly what we want to be seeing, albeit, yeah, that GTD gap is, I mean, it's nothing, but it is between two teammates. You wouldn't expect them to really go racing apart from maybe in the final 10-15 minutes when they could feel like they have a little bit of safety to do so. But even so, it is great to see them running so close at the front of the field, and then to have Drago and Coanda grid and go and effect simulations at the front of the other two. It is fantastic to see. And yeah, there is traffic, but they're managing it pretty well, and Drago being able to do that in such a way that it's not going to give Coanda that much more of an advantage than they already have, but they may not have enough anyway.
They had to clear Mate Mihalic then from Sesha Esport, but this is going to be where the run's needed. They will clear Nathan Olsen, their second in LMP2, but just not a feeling with 3 cars in front going into turn number 1 out there on track to go and make that move and to have that confidence. Max Vissel then next to clear for Aero Esports. In front of that then, as they just go by, that's Shoma Shintani in the 3rd Williams F1 Team Gaming car there, the Japanese driver making the clearance. Now they'll find Petr Zhuba as they go through. This is what happened to Mate Mihalic and having a big wiggle through the first part, and this was a couple of laps ago, having a spin there at the Le Mans chicane. Those high-rise anti-cut curbs on the inside, they make for scary viewing, and Solpek having the traditional turn 1 spin. Nathan Moore getting caught out.
You can lose it on the entry, you can lose it in the middle, you can lose it on the exit at turn 1, and in the end that 1-1-2 lost it kind of to the start to the middle, in the regular place, but no real damage done. A few seconds lost, but that car is going to be absolutely fine. Same really can be said for that Cheza car that had the moment down at the Le Mans chicane, kept it out of the barrier, and that's so critical. Rejoined the track, looked like it was safe. There was a Williams car coming through, but I think they were off the racing line by the time they were able to get through. That'll be the important factor there to consider. Battle for the lead still going to rage on, though. Not as close as we were last time by, so you wouldn't imagine De Jong is going to be able to make this move work, and maybe he doesn't really want it to work, because again, he is in a good position in terms of the strategy to sit right behind this number 2 Drago car and kind of wait for the right moment to pounce, and it won't be this time by. And Langendonk again looking in his mirrors at turn 1, but can look forwards by the time he gets to the international horseshoe.
Yeah, so they are chasing. Who's in the 909 right now? That is Nathan Olsen, who is currently piloting around the American driver, hunting the Hungarian Petr Zhuba in LMP2. As it currently stands, as it is 0.3 of a second, but while it is 0.2 in the front of GTD, it is worth noting that Drago have cut the gap down to about 18.5 seconds here. So their strategy, they've got to probably take about 4 seconds an hour, so that's 4 seconds a stint out to try and win this race, but it's got to be more than that because they are down 10 laps on Williams F1 Team Gaming on fuel, so they're probably going to need to get by at a rate of 8 seconds a stint to try and win this race.
Yeah, they are, and that's the real maths that they're going to have to be working out at this point in time, and it becomes clearer the later on you get into a race like this, and you're consistently thinking about how you have to change the strategy, what you have to be doing on the fuel, and I'm sure these two will try and match themselves all the way to the end so that they do not leave each other's sides, because this is working at the moment for the 68 car. They are gaining slowly but surely up towards those 2 Williams F1 Team Gaming cars, and Daniel Antunes is MVP of this team for the time being, because he is doing the heavy lifting at the moment and dragging that 68 car, which is the one in contention, up into the realm of possibility in which they could be fighting for the race win in about 5 hours time or so. Interesting to note on the 2 Dragos in GTB Hypercar, that 5 car is about exactly half a lap behind that number 2 car. They are running at almost diametrically opposite sides of the circuit right now, and it doesn't appear that that 5 is slowing down just yet.
Not yet, but they can't make a difference just yet, because at 5.5 hours to go, it's a bit different than an hour to go. So they'll probably look to try and short fill them at some point and get them back on stint when they need to. So that they are 8 laps down now in this race, still running, but 7th position overall. Back to Mitchell de Jong, opening up onto the oval banking. 31 degrees of back. Look, that is a perfect example of how how much that's going to move on over. Mitchell de Jong's got a lot of banking to deal with, and you just got to make sure that you get the clearance. You run by every driver that you need. They've just gone by the blue Mercure car of Maxence Godinho and the Falcon Sim Racing Team blue car there of Damon Woods, which is running in 7th place at the moment here in this one. And now you really get that chance to attack. And you get this wonderful slingshot at Daytona coming off before, and that's why slipstream is so prevalent, because you get this massive super speedway bump heading along the tri-oval.
Yeah, you do, and it's not going to help out de Jong this time by as they come off of that banking over the apron and on towards turn number 1. It felt like a little bit of a slide, but that's just kind of how these cars feel, isn't it? You really feel like you're on the limit on what that rear end can cope with. Mitchell de Jong, such an experienced driver, managing it beautifully for Coanda right behind that 2 car. The 69 is in that GTD class. Of course, that's the car that was pulling along the 68, and of course we're not seeing the 68 in just yet. Will be interesting to see when we do see that contender Drago car come into the box. But again, we're at that stage of the race, like you said a minute ago, where they are just trying to align themselves on the strategy if they're going to be giving out the teammates support. And yeah, that's when you're trying to calculate how it's easiest to run to the end while still sticking together, right?
Yeah, and so if you're trying to stick together and you're trying to win this race on fuel calculation, you've got to work out, is it best to attack now, build the gap, or is it best to just sit back, try and play the strategy and save a little bit more? These are all the calculations that are going through the heads of all the drivers and all the team. Whoa, that's a wiggle from Mitchell de Jong coming over there through the section there. And that's the sort of level you're having to push right now to stay with the car in front. De Jong gets a wiggle, and he will take a big deep breath heading towards turn number 1, because that could have been the Coanda race over just there.
Yeah, easily could, and it just shows again how easily these things can just go kaput for you. It's such a long race with so many banana peels that you have to avoid and try not to slip over. And yeah, very, very lucky there to avoid any kind of incident. Busy down at that international horseshoe, isn't it? Lots of GTDs to try and negotiate your way through, one of which I believe is that 68 Drago car. Whoa, outside line to the dog leg. Goodness me, that was brave. But the 2 just about going to make it work, and de Jong going to follow suit in exactly the same manner. But you can just see the ambition of de Jong here to make sure that that 2 does not get out of reach.
Yeah, needs it, and the battle is starting to heat up as well in LMP2 as the Effect Simulations 909 of Nathan Olsen starts to hunt down Petter Zuber. There's your leader for gridandgo.com esports 003. They've always got numbers of Grid and Go. They put 5 teams in this one today, and only one has really had the chance to hold the weight as they've gone through. 004 is down a lap by comparison with Sven Haase behind the wheel, but all their eggs are currently in the 003 basket.
They really are, and they have to really hope that this is going to be the one to bring them home for a race win. Of course, after such success, particularly last year for Grid and Go, they'll be hoping to replicate a little bit of that this time by. That 909 really is starting to turn up the pressure, though, as they gain all the way through the Le Mans chicane. A little bit of traffic to negotiate, but easily done. By the time we get onto the banking once again, you can fly by. Yeah, exactly. You can fly by at that kind of pace, and you're never going to really be worried about not lapping a GTD in that kind of scenario. But you then have to worry about that 909 towards turn 1, because it is gaining.
And will it want to make the move? That's the next question that needs to be asked. And is going to just stay right behind, lift. Oh no, he's going to go actually to the outside, trying to make that move. Had a little think about it, but the road run, middle of the road almost there by Petter Zuber is enough to cover off at the moment. Johan Harth in at Drago GTD, then making their pit stop with Jesse Jones in the number 20 as well. That's Dirt Esports by SX, which is doing a really good job. Michael Kaibach in as well, the 92 Stint 1 Motorsports car, and then Danny Antunes also in then for the 69. But they've been down on the lane for 4 minutes. So what has happened there for that 69 car?
Yeah, clearly when I said they came in, it wasn't for the schedule stop that I thought it was. Looks like they are off the jacks, though, and are coming back out of the pit lane. Oh, I wonder if they've timed this so that they could stay in the pit lane and just wait for that 68 to come in. They've come out of the pit lane at exactly the same time. I'm almost certain that's what they've done. They've just held themselves and waited until that 68 has been ready to make it stop, and now they're going to be on the same stint, and they can do that all the way to the end now.
Yeah, that would be very clever if they have done, because I didn't see anything that's happened as we take an onboard perspective with Danny Antunes here. With Nathan Olsen looking to try and chase down. Yet there was nothing wrong with what they were doing. They were just trying to get their stint back online then with each other. But look at the charge now needed here by Nathan Olsen. Will he now decide to go and make that move for the race lead? Closes up right behind 298 kilometers an hour. For me, he's lifting, and this is very clear that Effect don't want to push the boat out at the moment. They've got a lap, and they could get more than a lap if they just sit behind and wait. They could get 2 laps extra of fuel, maybe even 3 or 4 by the end of this race.
Yeah, again, how crucial is that going to be, particularly at this stage of the race when you're looking at those fuel numbers oh so carefully? Grid and Go, of course, pitted that lap, that extra lap earlier than Effect Simulations, so in a way, the 909 already has that slight advantage at this point in the race as they allow through that GTP hypercar traffic, but the ability to maybe gain that extra time is so critical here, and it's going to be key to see if they can stay exactly where they are. That Delatraz car, the number 21, is further back, 21 seconds, just kind of on the fringes of something to worry about, far enough away that you're not going to be worrying about them just by sitting behind the car in front. So nice to see that Effect Simulations are kind of gaming this one out here, and even if they just kind of work out what the best strategy is to do right now, they have the ability to sit in behind, and the only, there is no downside to sitting and waiting. Even if they're considering making the move right now, they can only be the upside of gaining that fuel back.
Right, there's a positive here for Delatraz Automotive. They're catching. The rate in which they're catching, 0.02 of a second on that last lap. They're catching.
They are catching, but again, it's a question of whether that is significant enough. Of course, they had that GTD traffic last time by to have to get through. That definitely would have come into, well, it was an important factor, wasn't it? So I can't imagine they're going to be overly worried right now about the position that they're finding themselves in. But at the same time, like you say, you have to be wary of it. And they're just kind of on the fringe of where you'd be concerned about that 22 seconds or so, 21 seconds it is now. So, yeah, interesting to see how this is going to develop. But, we've got 3 cars at the front in GTP Hypercar now. We've got maybe 3 in LMP2, and it looks like we're going to have 3 in GTD, all fighting for the win, all in the last 5 hours of this race.
BMW M Team Redline down on pit lane. Diogo Pinto now exits the box, 41.3 second stop. That is pretty much in line with what we've seen from them. So that is a pretty comfortable stop, all things said and told. It is a game of fuel save now, as nobody really wants to show their hand at the moment in this race, with your top 2 in each category right now split by just a couple of seconds. And just a lap later, Mitchell de Jong hits the lane for Coanda Esports, making their stop in the 499 Ferrari and giving each other the opportunity. Now, it has been pretty important to say in terms of the GTP hypercar field that Ferrari has been the best choice. So Dara, why?
Well, I mean, it's just that car that I think is giving the most performance across this circuit. Of course, every circuit has its own characteristics, isn't it? When we go to lots of endurance races, you think of the Nordschleife, you think of Spa, you think here. Very, very different circuits in terms of how you want to set up the car. The Ferrari clearly is the best car here at Daytona, planted enough in some of those higher speed corners, but giving enough power down these really crucial straights to be able to give the teams that little bit of extra confidence, and particularly on the fuel, to make sure that they feel like they are not going to be slurping too much of that fuel by having their foot to the floor. So yeah, I mean, the ability for the teams to go away and make their decision is fantastic, and on iRacing there are so many options, aren't there, to be able to choose from, which is an absolutely fantastic ability to have. But clearly that Ferrari, so many of the teams are going.
Yeah, they felt like it's the best option. They took over half of the field here up in top split. Most drivers then, if they didn't choose this, went to BMW. Of course, we've got the 2 BMW M Team cars, so they're contractually bound to run that BMW out there, or at least one if you team Redline. Burasud deciding to go, or BS Plus as they are known, to the BMW. But you got teams like Movano as well who make interesting decisions because they're out there in the Acura.
They are indeed, and it just goes to show there are choices, and clearly that Acura was what they decided to go with. I guess, you know, different rosters, different groups of drivers can just have that difference of opinion, and I guess it depends on what you've driven before and what feels right to you underneath at a track like this. You have to feel comfortable. I think that's the key here. You have to feel comfortable in whatever car that you're going to be in, and you know, when you're trying to find a consensus, maybe you have to go for a car that doesn't necessarily peak every driver's wants and needs, but just kind of is a good balance across that group of guys. So I do think that Acura clearly could be a compromise pick, could be the best pick for them. But it's always interesting to talk to the teams and drivers afterwards, find out exactly why they went for the cars that they did, and you often get, you know, various reasons, whether, you know, a couple of drivers had that as their number one absolute favourite, whether you had them all as the, yeah, that'll do. Some drivers love, for example, the Ferrari. Some drivers will love the Ferrari, some will hate it underneath them. So there's that big difference in opinion, and finding that consensus within a team is part of the challenge of an endurance race like this.
Yeah, and you've got to find a balance as well, setup-wise, in your team. And that's often something that goes completely by the radar when you say, oh, this team's really quick, this team's really good. It might not be that you've got the 2, 3, 4, 5 best drivers out there on pure pace, but if you've got the 5 drivers that can get the most out of a setup, they can go miles.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what you want, isn't it, really, when you get into, you know, the rhythm and stints like this, that you want to be able to be just confident in the ability to view in the car and get into that rhythm of just being able to pound the lap times out, particularly when you're either trying to chase down a gap, when you're trying to build a gap, and if it's bubbling around that, you know, 5-6 second region, even if it's the GTD Drago gap where they're trying to gain that, what was it, 22 seconds or so when we jumped on the Cool Jake, and it's now under that 20-second margin. It will be when the Williams cars come in. You need to be in that rhythm, and the consistency of the car is so critical for that.
Yeah, so that's going to be hot on the heels. But here's the next question. At what point does Williams F1 Team Gaming, if they do find themselves in a winning position out there, at what point is it gloves off, we'll fight for the win?
I can't imagine they're going to be fighting for it before that half hour to go mark, realistically. I mean, it's not a comfortable margin, is it, to Drago, and that is coming down. You can't start throwing time away, particularly at this stage in fighting between yourselves, because yeah, goodness me, if you're Williams, A, you want to be seeing that happening behind you, and B, you don't want to be tripping over each other and putting yourself in a position where you've got 2 cars fighting for the win. And all of a sudden, maybe if there's a little bit of contact, again, we saw it with Drago. Yes, it was different car classes, but still 2 Drago cars coming together earlier on in the race. You cannot afford to have that happen in the position that you find yourselves in. 5 hours to go. You're through the night. The sun's risen. You are leading the race. You're working together. There is realistically no reason why you should be allowing this to slip from underneath you. And so, yeah, Williams are going to be worried. And about moments like that is not what you want to be seeing.
Damon Woods there, piloting the Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue 44 AMG Mercedes, finding out how close can I get to the back of Matteo Kunze without tagging the rear of that Porsche in front. That would have been a very scary moment for Matteo in the cockpit there. And Damon Woods, who is running about 3 to 4 laps down at the moment on this team, will officially be 3 laps down as he crosses behind. We'll be looking at this going, well, I'm only 25 seconds, 30 seconds behind Florian Durkop, then at Winward Esport by Sensit Haptics. So that's the chase that's on. And in the pits currently is the BMW M Team Burasud Plus competition car of Danny Alves Lorenzo, who is making that stop, the 89, then looking to get things sorted. Currently 1 lap down. And when you talk about being 1 lap down at this stage of the race, it sounds like you're a mile away, but in reality, they're probably only about 0.2 of a second a lap on average slower than the leaders.
Oh, if that, realistic. I mean, we've got 700 laps. The time to go around one lap is about 92 seconds. So you're looking at maybe even just, you know, 10.5, if that, per lap aggregated over the course of the race. And that includes any kind of moment that you've had, any kind of big collision, any kind of spin, difficulties in the pit lane. You know, it just shows how close it can be. And that kind of cements the point of what we're talking about with these leading gaps being so close and so unexpected at this stage of an endurance race. Normally when we get up in the morning, and maybe, you know, if you're at home, you've gone to bed, you've not watched the race for 12 hours, so you've got up to watch the final few hours, you get those gaps at the lead or just generally around the track that are just that much bigger, and you feel like the race is that much more over. But here in this race, with 5 hours to go, it's as competitive as can be. Drago, Guarda, red line, 12 seconds at the front of the field. I mean, you aggregate that, we are talking... We're into the, you know, the thousandths of a second per lap. I mean, it really has been an even race between so many of these teams, and it shows there aren't really one or two teams at the moment in sim racing that are pulling away from the rest, and we have a very level playing field, which is why each and every of these top level events on iRacing are so exciting.
They absolutely are. And for those who are just joining us here with 5 hours, 18 minutes and 40 seconds to go, dramatic changes at the front of GTP Hypercar as the number 5 Drago racing car found calamity coming out of the pit with the number 42 Betmaster TC Esports LMP2, which forced them into pit lane with mechanical black flag damage, and they dropped them 8 laps down and out of contention for the win. They were in the lead by 45 seconds at the time, and that has led a 3-car battle. Here's another replay of what happened just as we came to live. Across came TC Esports, bang! Nicholas Bowe, we can confirm, was fuming after this incident.
Yeah, and I'm not too surprised by that fact, to be honest with you. Jake, I think anybody would have been absolutely beside themselves on that one, and that 5-car, yeah, I mean, from such a good position, completely out of their hands, it has come undone, and they are going to be playing second fiddle, really, to that number 2 you'd expect later on into this race, but we'll have to wait and see if they will find each other on the circuit still on opposite sides for the time being. Langendonk still going through, though, and of course he's leading the race in that 2-car, as he was beforehand, obviously. However, we saw De Jong come into the pit lane 4 laps ago, Hindu come into the pit lane 5 laps ago. It has been a little bit longer now for that 2-car to be out on the circuit, and of course that's going to help them towards the end of the race. However long you can go in the stint, it's going to help you. You're going to have to put less fuel into the car the later on that you go, and so they're in a strong position right now. Coanda has to be the ones to make a difference.
They certainly do. Both the Williams F1 Team Gaming cars then jump down into the pit, so they are in on strategy call right now, needing to make that stop work. And again, they've got about a 10-lap advantage when it comes to the fuel and tyres. So they will be saying, look, we're quite happy with the way that this is going. There are no driver changes in at the moment. The Hungarian of Benedek Vida stays in at Williams F1 Team Gaming. The Italian Matteo Cunza then is going to get the clearance then, and the second of the Williams F1 Team Gaming cars. Vida re-inherits the race lead as he drops it for a moment, but now the question being, what's that gap going to be to Drago as they leave the pits? Drago and Johan Hart did a 43.7 on that last go around, and I'm just looking at that stop gap, and if that's going to be back at 25, 23 seconds here, this is going to be a very long, hard slog to go and get them back. And just as they leave the pits, a gap that was down at one point under 18 seconds is back up again at about 22 as they leave pit lane. So Drago, it seems every time they come out of the pits, they lose those 3 seconds as you've got to get the tyres into window, but then they gather that pace back. So I think it's a lot more even than we thought it had been between those teams, and Williams here are playing a very lovely strategy. This is so reminiscent of what happened at the 24 Hour of Spa last year in iRacing, where Team Redline had 2 cars, 1 and 2, and they pushed each other around the track right up until the very last moment.
And that's exactly what they're going to be trying to do right now, isn't it? It's realistically a competition at this stage in GTD between the teamwork of Williams F1 Team Gaming and the teamwork of Drago Racing in that GTD class. Top two, and then I guess third, and then the car, of course, out of contention, but still technically in pace contention, yes, but not in contention for the win. It's just going to help that 68 to try and get a little bit further up to the front of the field. And you're right, that gap just eking out again. And how demoralising is that for Drago? Because they really felt like, and we felt up here, that they had a little bit of extra pace and they were working together really well. But that just hasn't materialised in the way that I think they were going to be hoping it was going to work out for them. And just that extra 2-3 seconds is so damaging. And if that keeps repeating itself, it's going to be really, really difficult for them to try and gain back all of that time when you have to then consider they're losing extra time through the pit stop cycle. So, yeah, difficult moments for Drago, but they're still going to be plugging away. 5 hours to go, a long time. And we saw what happened in a moment in the GTP class with the number 5 Drago car can happen in the GTD class for the Williams team if they're not careful.
It can happen to anyone and everyone if you're not too careful. Petter Zuber then half a second the gap to Nathan Olsen. As it currently stands, it is a stable gap that they are working with at the moment, and so Zuber is just holding that firm, I would say, steady hand at this stage, not doing anything too untoward, not being in too much panic at the moment. They've cleared the Drago cars. They will have to worry behind though, because the BMW M Team Redline car, Diogo Pinto, will be about to go through soon. But if they've got the pace correct, the only place they'll probably have to worry about that car is going to be at the Le Mans chicane. But I think with how close it's closing in, they're probably going to get that cleared before. Maybe one of them will be cleared before.
Yeah, and they're just going to be trying to game that out in their mind right now as they work their way now down in towards that Le Mans chicane. And it's all about just trying to psych out what's going to go on in the next couple of laps, isn't it? Game of chess, as these endurance races always are. But it can be tricky to absolutely nail those moments. There's the Team Redline coming through on one. Can it come through on the other into towards the Le Mans chicane? No. And again, it goes back to that conversation we were having earlier about how much are you able to push into a corner like the Le Mans chicane. Because of the fact that it is so fast, because of the fact it is so treacherous. But in the end, that 3 will come through on the high side, through what is normally turns 3 and 4 on the oval loop here at Daytona, and go on its merry way.
Yeah, comfortably gets the clearance on those drivers and then decides, right, that's going to be easily done in that front. So Petter Zuber allowed to resume here with Nathan Olsen, who will feel that it's not their prerogative out there at the moment to overextend and attack and make this life difficult for Petter Zuber. I think it's the responsibility of Petter Zuber to build the gap and keep that final stop at bay, as finally the 2 of Dries van Langendonk comes into the pit stop and now says, right, what's the gap now between me and Coanda? Because this is probably going to be about 3 seconds coming out of the lane, closed by Coanda on cold tyres.
Yeah, that's the real key here. What is the gap going to be? What's the difference really going to tell us? And it's so difficult to say. Of course, Drago were running on lower fuel, weren't they? In those last few laps down we saw for Coanda. So theoretically, that car's going to be a little bit nippier in the corners, maybe a little bit faster. However, that may not be exactly how it's worked out. And exactly as you said it, they have to warm up the tyres when they come out of pit lane. That gap already halved. We're not seeing the 2 move down pit lane just yet. Of course, they are a long way down that pit lane, so it won't be a long run out. And once they do make their way off the box, which is exactly what they've done now, and they're already coming through the left-hander of turn number 1, of course, still under that time constraint, as you will be all the way through, but that gap looks healthy. Looks like it's going to be probably about 4 seconds by the time they come out. You could be right with 3, actually, Jake.
It's going to be roughly about 5.5 as they come out. So that was well done by Drago. But remember, it does take a few laps to get the tyres into the window. So Mitchell de Jong in that Ferrari is going to be really trying to hunt on down. Of course, you got the Porsche 963 being run by Josh Rogers as well. They're currently in 4th position. Oh, that's wide. That's wide at the West Horseshoe by Dries van Langendonk. And that's what you got to worry about. Cold tyres, marbles on the outside. It's cost them half their gap already.
And that can be the risk about being so locked into how you're racing. You know, you can feel the car really well, but that's on the warm tyres. That's on the race car you were just racing. This now with cold tyres, very different race car, can feel exceptionally different underfoot when you're trying to apply that throttle, trying to apply that brake, and clearly you could see the brake, whatever he applied was not enough. That rear decided to lock and he had to run it wide to avoid spinning around. So Langendonk just with a little moment, but that will really snap him into focus, you'd think. But it gives Mitchell de Jong that extra incentive, that extra hope to try and push after this race lead. And you'd imagine these two are going to be right bunched up together again shortly.
Well, Mitchell de Jong knows he needs to be on that level, and in fact, the way that they're running at the moment, they are pulling away from Diogo Pinto. That gap was 11 seconds when we joined you, with 6.25 hours to go, an hour's worth of driving there or thereabouts. That gap now up to 14. So BMW M Team Redline, they need to do something to stem the bleeding here. Gap down now under 2 seconds. And for the moment here at the front of GTP Hypercar, de Jong giving a real sense of we want to hunt and we want to find that gap. But it is Drago who are the ones who will be looking around, maybe a little bit more scared now with what they do. Grid and Go come in for their stop from the race lead.
They do indeed, and we talked about how they were a little bit off strategy with that 909 FX Simulations car. I'm really interested in this window, not really to see this stop from Peter Zuber and Grid and Go. When does FX Simulations come in? Can they have eked out that stint one extra lap? They sat behind and they were able to save an extra bit of fuel. Was that enough to give them one more lap? And by the time we get round one more time, that'll be telling whether we see the FX Simulations car come down pit lane or whether we see them stay out for just one extra lap. But yes, Telkala now getting into the car, Jesse Telkala I should say, for that Grid and Go team, and that 003 is going to have a fresh face, and I mean Telkala is going to be thrown right into it if he's going to be in the lead by tenths of a second.
Well, Jesse Telkala is someone who took the start of this race, so has had a nice nap, hasn't had the car available for very long out there, and so is now going to need to just get into that rhythm. What will be about 9 o'clock in the morning coming up towards, or near about 10 o'clock finish time, and we'll be certainly hoping to charge. And once again, it's going to come out just behind the likes of the Grid and Go 004. James Boomy and the car in front there will have to be cleared, so that's going to be the next charge to try and work out where am I going to get my clearance, where am I going to get myself up to speed, how am I going to manage it. A driver change over at Dulatra Automotive as well. Corentin Miru will get in then at the number 21, as also Maxime Briand in at Blue Mercure. Nathan Moore also in at Solpex. So more in LMP2 making those stops. But there is Miru, who will be now tasked with the job of giving chase to these drivers in front. Dulatra, we say this, they are always the marquee LMP2 team out there. I don't know a team that does LMP2 as consistently, as effectively, as good as what this team does.
Yeah, and consistently over the course of the last years as well is exactly why we're not surprised to see them inside the top 3 now with that number 21 car. So, yeah, performing really well once again, and just showing why they are, not the biggest team on the iRacing circuit, but one of the most consistent and one of the most dangerous and potent teams that you absolutely have to keep your eye on all the way through races like this. That 909 FX Simulations car has gone around again, and is extending that stint as long as they possibly can, and it's going to be a couple of laps now for them to have the advantage over the 003 Grid and Go entry. I expect they come in this time by, got a little bit of GTD traffic to deal with, but yeah, interesting to see that happen in real time. It just goes to show why it can be so useful to sit in behind and just save a little bit of fuel.
It does. It gives you an extra lap, and, all those extra 1 laps, or what's the difference 1 lap's going to make? It's not going to do very much for my race. You add it up, if you get 1 lap through the entirety of this race in LMP2, that's a stop and a half that you save over the course of this race, and that would be a big difference maker. On for 8th as well here in your LMP2 division, because Patrick Heinrich here has only got about 0.6 of a second to Ethan Bernard of Blue Mercure's number 33, as now Effect are in the pits, and so too is Joshua Rogers over from Porsche Coanda, the 091, which is down there and making that stop. And Porsche currently streaming their view of Josh Rogers' race at the moment over on their Twitch right now, and we see so many amazing places where great racing comes to life, and that is another way that we've seen it. We've seen it quite a bit over the course of the stints, over the course of today, because so many different splits. We've had over 100 splits worth of Daytona 24s that have been going on, and critically with that as well, all the different communities and streamers that we've seen around this race.
Yeah, and it's grown, isn't it, over the years, and there's so many different drivers that take part, and of course all their following, and you know, everybody who gets involved, all of you guys watching at home on the iRacing esports network, whether on Twitch, YouTube, or anywhere else. You know, you guys know there's so many big names in this race. It's why you're tuning in, right? You want to be watching some great quality racing, and you know, we get good and even better drivers every single year. Big names, of course. We've had Max Verstappen in years gone by. Of course, as you said, not here this year due to
we've got a car off
commitments. We do.
Ethan Bernard. We were just looking at Ethan Bernard. He's gone off at the West Horseshoe and into the barriers. He's lost it on his own, and that a mistake that you don't want to make. He's gone side into the tyres, which will mean that he'll be okay and able to continue, but a little moment there in LMP2.
Yeah, and again, so easy to do on the circuit. You could just about see it in the background of the shot before. There he is again, that Blue Mercure car. It's going to hit the rear end. That's not going to look pretty. That rear left may have to take some repairs. He'll be lucky to get away with it if he has. Let's have a look at that steering. The steering looks absolutely fine to me, actually. So maybe he has got away with it somewhat in that number 33 car. But yeah, as I was saying before, you know, we've had such great names in the past. We've got Alex Dunn, for example, current Formula 2 driver, who's been in the car in this race as well, and so many big names in the community jumping in, not just in this split, but in other splits as well, all the way down. I think we're nearing 100 splits, aren't we, this year, which is absolutely fantastic to see. And there, 100 races simultaneously going on, with everybody getting involved, is exactly what you want to be growing these big events on iRacing.
Yeah, it's not just about the drivers here at the top who are racing in Split 1 and are racing in GTP Hypercar and GTD for a spot courtesy of ECO, as there goes through Team Redline on Yeset Elkala from Grid and Go. It is also the fact out there, and you could say GTD as well, racing for a spot in the IMSA Esports Global Championship for 2026. It's also the fact that there is the prize and prestige of saying, I am a winner of the Daytona 24 Hours. Now, it almost has the college football vibe of it. Okay, what, you know, if you say you won the college football playoffs in Division 3, for example, at a Division 3 school, did you still win the college football playoffs? Answer's yes, but it's still got that sense of it. I won the college football playoffs. I won the Daytona 24 Hours.
Yeah, and exactly, and because the way that the splits work, I think is the real key to the point here, is that they are balanced out. You know, you're going to have the best drivers in the top split. It's all based on iRating, of course. You're going to have the best drivers at the top. You're going to have each of the different splits based on drivers' iRating. So it's going to be a competitive race wherever you are, and that's the point. You're going to be putting yourself into a race where you can win whichever race you're going to be in, because you deserve to be in that split, and the drivers around you are very much at a similar level to you. So yeah, the drivers around you really I think depend on whether you feel like you can really claim to have won the race. You may not have won top split, but you have to be at some of the top teams to be able to win top split. Anybody can go into a Daytona 24 race and win that race. There's the chance for anybody to do so. You're not going to find yourself with a big disparity to teams and drivers around you, and I think that's what makes this race so special. And you do get so many drivers and teams that are proud and really focus on this race and spend, you know, a couple of weeks before this practicing, getting their eye and getting themselves ready, because wherever you're going to be, you're going to feel like you're going to be able to win the race. And if you do, it is such a prestigious accolade to have, particularly in top split as well. Year on year, with the growth of this event, it means that top split gets that little bit better every single year, and what you need to have in terms of iRating to qualify for this top split increases, and so the prestige of the win, particularly here, gets that little bit better every year, I think.
I remember the conversation with Jimmy Broadbent and Josh Chin all the way back. Is that those sorts of drivers used to consistently be in these top split races, and they were 3.5 to 5K drivers, and this was about a decade ago. Because so many people have jumped up onto iRacing, the way that iRacing's strength of field system works is basically a chess elo every time you go around. So the more that you race, the more elo you basically put up at risk, and the higher strength of field drivers that you go and look at, the more difficult it's going to be. I remember a time when 10K was almost unobtainable, and only Ty Majeski farming the short course ovals could find a way to get it. Now we've got guys like Aaron Vasquez, who is a multi-disciplined, over 11,500 K I-rating driver, which is nuts to try and think about in the context of just how high the level has now gone here in sim racing.
Yeah, it really has, and it is great that it has just increased year on year. And how many storylines have we got now at this point of drivers from the sim racing world jumping over into real life racing? You know, we see it time and time again now. It's not an exception to the rule anymore. It's becoming more of the rule for the drivers right at the top end, and I think particularly of all of the wonderful things that Seb Jobe has done over the last year or so, testing at the Red Bull ring with the old F1 car. You know, it's just one of the elements of what fantastic things can be done now, particularly when you've been given the support by teams and drivers around you, and so many different chances for drivers to get themselves involved. As you mentioned, this is a special event. There are series in which these drivers can qualify for through this race, as we talked about the IMSA Global Esports Challenge, one of them among many. You know, there are so many different opportunities and chances for drivers and teams to get themselves towards the front, to really make a name for themselves, to move forward in this world of sim racing. And moving forward in the world of sim racing now, as you kind of touched on, doesn't just mean sim racing. It can also mean getting yourself into the world of real life racing as well. And in a world that is somewhat, very much so, expensive, when you look at karting, when you look at junior Formula Series, this is a great way to try and open the door.
It absolutely is. We see it time and again that the best in the world in many different forms want to make themselves known in racing action. We've got it right on the precipice, so let's listen to the sounds and the sights here around this Daytona International Speedway as we will take you iRacing full throttle. 4 hours, 53 minutes and 36 seconds. Jake Sperry and Dara Thacker taking you through the final stages of racing action in top split coverage of iRacing's Daytona 24, powered by VCO. All three categories right now are split by less than a second and a half at the front of their fields, with races that are each in their own right. If you just had one of these battles heading towards the end of the race, you'd say it would be a great endurance. Right now, we're being treated to an iRacing classic for the ages.
Yeah, we really are, and it's great to see these kinds of battles right at the front of each of the fields, and you can see all of them going either way. Maybe the GTD a little bit less, and we'll kind of have to put a hold on that for the time being, put a pin onto it. But even so, with those two Williams cars running at the front, they've got that Drago car gaining on them, and since coming out of the pit lane, that 68 has gained some 7 seconds on the leading duo, so there's definitely a chance that they can make this one work for themselves. Drago will get through, or the two will get through into turn 1, as will the 08 Coanda inside line at turn 1, getting through on those two LMP2s. Exactly what you need to do. The traffic negotiation has been excellent in the last hour and a half from these guys.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. We just had a call out actually from our YouTube saying, give us the GTD fight. And I think we should oblige what the GTD fight looks like at the moment. It's between the two Williams F1 team gaming cars out there as we focus on the GTP hypercar lead at the moment. So it's Benedek Vida and Matteo Kunze who are there. But it's not just a fight of 2, it's a fight of 3, because at 16 seconds back, Drago Racing are still a threat. So that's what it looks like here at the front of your field for those who are asking. And that gap actually now down to about 13 seconds. Now the margin out there between those drivers. So we're seeing difference makers happening as we go through the international horseshoe and drive on for the exit. And I tell you what, it's a little bit unfair when you see those Williams cars out there, because they've got hidden Duracell batteries there on the sides of their spoilers there, which is giving them a little bit more electrical charge.
Interesting to see how much that's going to help them. Maybe that could be an appeal that's launched at the end of the race. Who knows? Maybe something can be said about that by race control. I wonder if that was cleared before we got into the car. But that'll help them run around a little bit faster. They'll be hopping around at the front of the field, that's for sure, as they are doing for the time being. But yeah, I think Drago are going to feel a little bit aggrieved if they realise they've not got that kind of battery power. But they've not got the battery power, and neither do Coanda and GTP Hypercar, and they're both pretty even at the front of the field. And I mean, De Jong, he's just sitting there, isn't he? He's just waiting, probably having a wonderful time. Wouldn't look like it, I'm sure. Probably looking steely-faced and determined, as all of these guys probably are right now. But he'll be feeling pretty calm about the situation. Drago are going to be the ones, I think, being maybe a little bit flappy about what's going on right now. They are in a difficult position. Of course, they don't have that advantage of that slipstream. They don't have the ability to save a bit of fuel, and you don't really know what Coanda are going to do, and they feel like the slightly faster car right now. So if you're Drago, you're looking behind wondering what's happening, but at the time being it's manageable, so why would you worry too much?
And they've also got the looming threat in the distance of BMW M Team Redline then in third, as out of the pits comes Marcus Hamilton. Then for Movano Rossa, has been a very dependable general over at Movano for the last decade now in sim racing. He is a wonderful sim racer when he puts his mind to it. And while it has been some elements of trouble for him over, I wouldn't say he's as good as what he was about 6-7 years ago. He's still so dependable as Marcus Hamilton. That Movano Rossa team are the champion team out there in the IMSA Endurance Series, so they are threats every time they go and race.
Yeah, exactly, and there's threats up and down this field, aren't there? With such quality in every single car and every single team. Of course, there's been such. Well, the level has been incredible, hasn't it? Really, is the point I'm trying to make here. It has just improved year on year, and Movano Rossa in that 75 car, they've kind of quietly gone about what they're doing down in P6, but yeah, they're a long way down, and they're not going to be really in any kind of contention for a top 5 unless, of course, we see a big crash, which is more than possible. But they're going to be having a good time, realistically. A top 6 in top split of the iRacing Daytona 24. And you were talking about a little while ago, you know, whichever race you're in, if you can say that you've won the race, you can say that you've won the race. Of course you can. And that kind of goes for every position in this event, because it is that so important in the sim racing calendar that wherever you finish really can feel like a medalled position, right?
It can do, and you've got to also remember as well, Dara, as they set and look to try and make this happen, this is the first real test of 2026. You come out of the woodworks of 2025. You've had the likes of the IMSA Esports Global Challenge. You've had, you know, a chance to have a break. But this is a new year and a new chance and a new opportunity. If you want to start your season right, you get a result here at this race. And then you don't have to worry for the rest of the year, because you know you got Daytona in the back pocket. You got that result.
Exactly. And I think it's a great way to start off the year with something so important, really. Of course, there's important events all the way through the year. Naturally, it goes without saying. But to have this kind of event, you know, off the back of the Christmas break, a lot of series will break for Christmas and New Year. You will get a little bit of a lull. People will go home to their families, of course, spend a little bit more time away from the sim rig. To get back in and prepare for the Daytona 24, it sets you up for the year, doesn't it? And it really sets you up to have, you know, whether a good or maybe a little bit more tumultuous year. And I think this race really does decide how a lot of people view the year in sim racing by the end of January. And so if you're Drago, if you're Coanda, if you're Grid and Go, if you're Williams F1 Team Gaming, you're going to be feeling pretty good about yourselves at this stage of the race. But that's only going to hold if you finish in these positions. If something goes wrong towards the end of the race, you're going to be feeling a lot worse coming out of it than if something happened in the first couple of hours, which took you out of contention.
Yeah, if you have something that happens in the first couple of hours, I think you can understand, look, that's just the nature of the beast. If it happens with a couple hours to go, I think you panic a lot more, heavy over the curb there by Mitchell de Jong as you go. But Coanda, really a team that has been stalwarts of sim racing for the last 15 years. They started off as My 3ID, of course, a very good friend of ours out there, of course, Hugo Luis, has been absolutely wonderful in terms of the run. And actually, sorry, I'm going to jump in, because Grid and Go have just had a moment at the International Horseshoe, and that has dropped them the lead of LMP2. They have gone into the side of Adam Isaacson at Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, the Porsche, then, as they've gone through. And suddenly, LMP2 has a different feel to it.
Yeah, and we now have the Effect Simulations car with a little bit of an advantage over that 003. And all of a sudden, Effect Simulation are going to be thinking about getting up the road as quick as they can. They have that extra couple of laps on the offset of the the fuel strategy towards the end of this race, and so they're in a position where they can push on a little bit more right now. They have the advantage now. This is their chance to make this gap count.
Replay then on screen as going through Jesse Telkala. Then I think is going to find out that the Bernard car is not going to jump out of the way. It took a natural line. It's too late. That's too late from Jesse Telkala. You can't go diving that late.
No, you can't. And of course, we know that Telkala just got into the car not too long ago. So he's not really yet got his eye into the rhythm and, you know, the pace of some of these cars around him, and it shows, and it just goes to show how important it is to make sure that you are wary of what's around you. So really big moment then, and for Daniel Harris in that Effect Simulations car, a huge opportunity. 2 seconds into that gap, that 003 out of, you know, meaningful slipstream. Can they pull away now?
Well, that's what they need to do. They've been given the platform now of about 2 seconds, and they've got fuel mileage on their side. So this is perfect for Daniel Harris and Effect Simulations. This is what you build the race for. This is what you try and claw this race back with. And I think they have done an absolutely wonderful job of saying, right, this is our platform. This is how we need to go about and get the result here from this race. They have done everything they need to. It's now Grid and Go's need here to chase this gap back down. To be fair to them, they've kept that gap at about 2 seconds. So Grid and Go aren't out of this one just yet, but it is a setback, and it's one that has more psychological impact than the actual incident itself. Yeah,
and Telkala's been able to gather himself back up very quickly indeed, and yeah, that is the 11 just sliding off. We saw the 33 Blue Mercure, 32 Blue Mercure go off there just a few laps ago, hit into the barrier a little bit harder than that 11 did, but just a couple of little mistakes creeping in, but that won't be too damaging to their race overall. But Telkler able to get himself back in very quickly indeed, and that's so critical. After a mistake like that, it can be easy to overdrive the car in the next lap or two, and he's managed to avoid that, and that gap is just bubbling. 2.3, growing out just a little bit, but still well within the realm between them.
Yeah, certainly is in the right place, and that's the view from Sesha Esports 26. They had to get right up on the binders then to stop anything from going the wrong way then at that point of the race. And I just do want to note as well that Mitchell de Jong's had a bad lap in traffic over the last laps that have gone through. The lap before last, that was done as Diogo Pinto comes into the lane, was a 1:34.7, and so that was about 1.6 seconds slower than needed, and so they've dropped contact with Drago Racing. So critical in the race for GTP Hypercar out there at the moment. In comes Diogo Pinto, driver change, and I'm not shocked to see this. They needed Luke McEwen in the car, and now they've put Boy Wonder in.
Yep, and he'll be in the car towards the end of this race. We'll see how far he goes. 4 hours 40 to get into the car would feel like a long stint to the end of the race, but I guess sun's up. You know, if you're feeling good, if you just got up, if you're Luke McEwen, would have gone away for some hours, would have got himself some sleep and some rest at the very least, and is now back in the car. How quickly can he get up to speed? Well, wouldn't think it'll take him too long, will it? So he will be in that car, and he'll be the one to chase down the Drago car and the Coanda car. Van Langendonk has been in that car for some time at the 2 Drago crew, so I'll be interested to see if he stays in there much longer. Mitchell de Jong, I think this is only his
No one else is in sim for him. He has to. He doesn't have a choice. He is stuck, Dries van Langendonk, until Nicholas Matteo or Michael Romanidis decide to get in sim.
Well, exactly, but you know that could happen at any point. Yeah, you know, we could see them jump in the next minute or so. It'll just depend. I don't think de Jong's going to jump out of the car. He's only been in for 2 stints. If he does, of course, I'll have to eat my words. But let's see. If he jumps out now, it's going to be highly embarrassing for me. But I think it is going to be okay. But yeah, we've seen Langendonk go a little bit longer. And the fact that we haven't got anybody else in sim, to me, thinks that whenever somebody does jump into the car, they'll then go to the end, because we'll be well under that 4-hour mark.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a case of who brings it home. And you talk about team composition over the course of a race. Who would you rather have at the end of the race? Would you rather have a driver that is your fastest driver out there, but there's a chance that you lose the race? Or would you rather have a driver who's an anchor, who's slightly slower, but you know can bring it home?
Depends on the position that you're in, isn't it, really? And I think it depends how the teams are going to be feeling going into this. Whether you're in the lead of the race and you just want consistent laps, you want an anchor. You want to make sure that you have that backup option. If you're going to be chasing the race, if you're going to be chasing down the race lead, as are the number 3 Team Redline car, as are the 68 Drago Racing car and the Hypercar and the GTD classes respectively, you are going to be wanting that little bit extra pace, because what have you got to lose realistically? P3, yeah, I guess you're losing a podium, but it's not like we're counting championship points from this race. You know, you're going after the race win. So, yeah, depending on the position that you're in, I think that decision changes, because if you're Benedict Vida, you want to be that anchor for the Williams team to bring this win home, even with Drago chasing you down now.
I just want to talk GTD for a moment, because that Drago Racing gap under 15 seconds now at the moment, and one of the reasons why they're able to do that is because of the fact that the 69 Drago Racing car is so far out of the way. As we take a look at Tristan Cabrera's Blue Mercure, just about riding the apron there and getting the clearance down underneath on the number 6, and then having to cut up high to get by the other Williams car of Benedek Vida. So just about getting the clearance there. But what is happening here with Drago and the way that they are pulling themselves back into this race, looking at YouTube chat, I'm going to say this right now, this is not cheating. This is not what you would call unfair sportsmanship, what's being done. This is what is expected and required of sim racing teams when you've got a car that's out of contention and could just be running about having a race on their own and just saying, oh, we'll prioritize the finish, why wouldn't you try and make use of a car that has no other purpose except to try and pull another car closer towards that victory? I wouldn't call that cheating, so to speak. That is really good strategy that's out there. And if you haven't seen Daytona 24s of the past and what happened with Danny Juncadella, for example, it is just the same as what happened in the 2025 Rolex.
And it's why you get teams qualify a certain amount of cars. Of course, as we talked about before, the way that you get into this top split is to have however many, the best 56 or however many cars we've had, average iRatings across your rosters. And if you are a team such as Drago, who have the ability to have enough drivers of that level to put yourself into top split, there's nothing wrong with this. They came into it with a chance of winning the race. If they're not going to be able to win the race, then they can help out their teammates. That's just how the race goes. That's just how it works out. And that's why the teams at the top and at the front of the field have 2 or 3 cars. They could just pick 1 car. They could just pick 2 cars if they really wanted to, and just put their absolute best drivers in those cars. But no, they balance it out so that they can get another couple of cars into this top split. We saw it with Grid and Go last year. I think, if memory serves me right, Grid and Go had 5 or 6 cars across the classes in that race because they split around their iRating to make sure that they can qualify enough cars for this race. That's just how it works. Yes, they're a long way down and they're out of contention, so in theory that isn't okay because they're not racing in the same position. But there are no blue flags among the classes that denote that drivers have to get out of the way whether you're teammates or not. So nothing that is going on here is cheating. You could make the argument that it's not sporting, but even then, that's part of the game of an endurance race like this.
Absolutely. And so when you see what's been done with Drago and how they're looking to put their stint together, they are waiting with Danny Antunes and running shorter stops, waiting a little bit longer in the pits. They've got nothing to wait for. Give a couple laps to have a free and clean in-lap from Drago Racing's at number 68 and go out there and attack in the next stage of the cycle. So it is very clever what they are doing here with it. Would you say that they are pushing it to a level? That's up to everyone else to try and discuss more rather than us. But at least what you can say is they are having to do what they can. They wouldn't have to go to this level were it not 2 teammates leaving this field, sister cars 1 and 2, or the 1 and 6 cars out there. Because they're doing such a good job, they have to do everything in their power to chase that down. And that is very tough to stop. 2 cars working in perfect harmony.
Yeah, for Matteo Kunze, I don't know how much tarmac he's actually seen over the last hour. I mean, all he has seen is the rear end of that car in front, realistically, isn't it? He's been running that close behind across the entirety of the lap that I don't know whether they've been able to see the tarmac over the bonnet. It's not a, you're taught when you're in your road car to try and leave enough of a gap when you stop that you can see the tyres of the car in front. I don't think he's got even that much gap, but 200 miles an hour. So he really is pushing on with himself and, of course, his teammate. And Benedek Vida is going to be a very happy man to get this assistance at the moment at the front of the field. But the question is, how long is it going to work for? Because that Drago Racing car is gaining Johan Arth down to 13 seconds. When they came out of pit lane, we talked about how it had extended a few seconds up to about 21, 22. It's down to 13. It really is starting to accelerate in how much it's coming down.
Yeah, so they are making that progress. It is going to take time, but they are trying to mitigate a 10-lap deficit here to Williams, who will be better on their final stop. And we were talking about it. They probably need about 8 seconds a stint. I'm looking at what they've been able to do on this stint from 22 to 13. This is job well done territory here. You've pulled 9 seconds out in this stint, and you've got another 15 minutes before they get through. They're only managing 57 minutes per stop out there, so that's big as we watch Dani Alves Lorenzo leaving for BMW M Team Burusud Plus competition. Good top 5 position for them. That's one you cash in the bank with a team like this one who, in some races, they're up there and they're favourites. In other races, they do have a tendency to go missing sometimes. Top 5, I'd say they've played par for the course.
Yeah, they have. And, you know, as we get towards the end of, well, I say the end of, we're still midway through this 20th hour, you know, you do kind of look at what's around you and how you've been able to adapt in this race so far, and where you've been able to go over the course of the opening 20 hours. What have you been able to do? And therefore, what can you try and aim for in the final 4 hours? What's, you know, the target really at this stage of the race? And it can really focus you in, allow you to maybe change up the strategy a little bit to try and match what other teams are doing, or to try and outwit what they're doing, and at the same time push on in certain parts of the circuit, maybe use a bit more fuel than you're otherwise thinking. It does just change the picture of the race, and the further you go, I think this 20th and then the 21st hour, you really can kind of work out what you're going to do in those final 3 hours. The second you get to that 3 hour point, you have to start making moves. If you don't start then, it's going to feel like a long way back with 2 hours to go, with 1 hour to go, 30 minutes to go, if you're trying to get yourself up the field. So all those different parameters are really interesting to watch at this point in the race. And I think that's why when you wake up in the morning, there's still so much to talk about in an endurance race like this.
I've just seen Johan Huff come out of the pits, and critically, he's actually come out ahead of Daniel Antunes. So I think they've actually misjudged this slightly in terms of how they want to get it sorted, but they'll need to get on the noisy pedal quite quickly, off and going. And Johan, I don't think, has got time to wait at this stage. You also got the 14 down in the lane of Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal. They're 5th in class at the moment, and they have done a really good job over the course of this race. They are very lonely. They're a lap behind 4th place in Blue Mercure. They are a lap ahead of the Williams F1 Team Gaming team. And so, you know, James Boomey, currently piloting for them, he's a driver that's normally an altitude frame. He's actually moved over to Dur Esports for this year, but running with the Falcon Sim Racing team, with his teammates today being Cody Deeth and Gregory Hoverson, the Australian and the Canadian. This is a really lovely driver. The last time we praised him, he ended up spinning coming out of pit lane, so he's done at least that a little bit better. But James, massively fast every time we see him in the WSR Esports World GT Championship.
See him there, I think, to your point, trying to avoid the same mistake. He was really aggressively weaving to try and warm up those tyres, even on the pit exit road. Of course, not going to lose anything by not going over the limiter, but really trying to avoid the same fate of fooling him. There goes one of the Drago GTB hypercars coming through, and James can just try and get onto the banking with a little bit of clean air. We really have thinned out the amount of cars on the circuit, haven't we, from the start of the race? We did begin with 59 on the circuit, and right now we only have 36 left racing, so it is a lot less busy out there, and you do find these little gaps and little pockets of space. And if you're James Boemey and you're getting it onto the circuit, it's exactly where you want to be finding yourself.
Yeah, so as they all push, they're trying to go forward and do what they can. For those who are joining us and wondering what happened over the course of the night into the morning, it was with 6 hours to go that Drago Racing number 5 got into a tangle coming out of the pits with the number 42 Betmaster TC Esports LMP2, and that was the difference maker that caused the end of their race. So Betmaster TC Esports 42, they're now down in 8th, and so too is Drago Racing. We've got another little look at it here. We got it queued up just in case we need to talk about it here. This is the talking point of the race right now, from what looked like a surefire winning position to 8 laps down.
Yep, and that's how quickly it can change. Not the number 5's fault in any way, shape or form. LMP2 just coming across on the, at that time, race leader, coming in towards the International Horseshoe. And now, I'm no expert, but that is not what the front end of that car should look like, and that is not how you should be steering in a straight line, to be completely honest with you. You'd want to get that into the garage as possibly good. Probably wouldn't drive that to the garage if that was your own car, but hey, got it back to the pit lane, and that number 5 is, I mean, it's clearly not a happy team in there. They were in such a good position, and through no fault of their own have been taken out of contention. All they can do now is run home to the end, maybe help out that number 2 if the situation calls for it towards the end of this race, but that's all they can do at this stage. It's so frustrating.
Not being funny, but my sister cracked the back of her suspension on her Citroen C1, and very much it did actually look like that, crabbing to get to the garage.
It can happen. Oh. It can happen. Hey, at least he got to the garage, right? That's the important thing.
Yeah.
And then didn't look like that afterwards, I'd hope.
No, it didn't. She ended up selling it because she didn't have the money to go and repair it fully. Yeah, I think fixed. I think she sold it fixed, which was important. So basically, someone else paid her bill for her, and then she ended up getting a Vauxhall. So she's done all right. She's got an upgrade from a Citroen C1 out there. As we take a look at the Le Mans chicane and how beautiful it is to see everyone now dancing on the line. Now, you used to, at that Le Mans chicane, Dara, just go, oh, I've stepped out of line on entry, I've stepped out of line in the middle, I've stepped out of line on exit. It's okay. I'll take an off track and a slowdown, and I'll be all right. I look at that and I go, oh, I can't make mistakes anymore there.
No, you can't. You can see the line that's rubbered in, can't you, over the course of this race? Of course, it kind of was there at the start anyway, but it really has rubbered in by this point in time. And it is so easy. If you get offline, even on the turning point, if you miss the turning point by a couple of meters, you can find yourself carrying too much speed into that first apex, and then all of a sudden that runs into the second apex, the third apex, and then the exit, which is also crucial towards turn number 1. And it really is, I'd say, the most important corner on the track, just every single lap, because you cannot make that mistake. As you said, it's that run towards turn 1 that's crucial. It's that ability to try and keep the lap time underneath you. And because you have such a long run, you can lose so much time if you make a mistake through there. And if you make a big mistake, it can be deadly. And how many times do we see drivers fall victim to it? So good to see that we've had, well, since we've jumped on the call, about an hour and 40 minutes ago or so, pretty calm time down at the Le Mans chicane. That's not to say that it's going to hold up, but drivers clearly have made sure that they have got that line down to a T.
Yeah, they absolutely have, as pit stop cycle in play and a driver change at Drago number 2. In comes Nicolas Mateo, the Spaniard, to now take control. We'll see now whether Mitchell de Jong will be able to hunt down this gap. They come off the jacks then, which indicates that all 4 Michelin tyres are on the Ferrari 499P of Drago. And so now they'll be looking at, okay, can I make the difference and get that drive that is necessary to jump through? BMW M Team Redline have cut their gap down from 14 to 11 seconds. Off of the lane goes Drago, and Coanda are a little bit further behind than I thought they would be. So we talk about this again, how they're looking at this stint, and they've done really well at Drago with Dries van Langendonk late, because we were talking about a gap that was about 2 seconds. Suddenly they've got a gap that's about 7.
Yeah, when they warm up the tyres, it'll probably be about 4 or 5, but even so, that is a much bigger gap than they had beforehand. We did see Van Langendonk, of course, on his outlap make that mistake down into the Western Horseshoe. We'll see if Nicolas Mateo makes something similar as he gets himself onto the brakes. Does he? No, perfectly done by the Spaniard, and will still hold a commanding advantage, really, in this GTP hypercar class. Not really what Redline want to see. Of course, they've fallen a few seconds further back as well, but 3 cars, about 16 seconds by the time we see this car warmed up. It is still on with 4.5 hours to go at the front.
Oh, it absolutely is, and this is something that we love to see. Grid and Go, by the way, have made their stops. Most teams have made their stops in LMP2. We are just waiting on Daniel Harris to jump in, and in fact, just as I say it, a whisper in the wind, Daniel Harris is now down on pit lane, just the 88 kilometers an hour to transit down here at this Daytona International Speedway. It feels like eternity when you're going down the lane.
Yeah, it really does. 50 miles an hour would feel pretty fast going past people standing right there in your own road car at home, but it is very slow when you consider that cars are coming through at, in excess of 200 miles an hour for some down that start-finish straight. Harris is stopped on the jacks, will stay in the box, and of course, being an Aussie, this is a nice little time to be driving. It's a Sunday evening out there down under, and so usually a nice afternoon leisurely drive in that 909 car from the lead of the race. He should come out in the lead once again ahead of the 003, but he almost has to view it as a leisurely Sunday drive. He can't overdrive this car because the position that they find themselves in demands some nice consistent driving, and also demands some, a calm head behind the steering wheel, quite frankly.
Yeah, and that's what you see from Daniel Harris. He is pretty much a LMP machine when he goes out there and runs, and Effect Simulation's one of the key LMP2 teams out there. Jesse Telkala is only just now making his way to turn 1. So they've got the clearance and they've got the gap by a couple seconds as well. So they've done a really nice job there. Look at it, 4 seconds they've managed to get then as they come out of the pit. So we expect it to be whittled down a little bit as they try and get up to speed. And this is where it's going to get interesting for them. Patrick Heinrich here, it's the Grid and Go Esports 004, LMP2 directly behind. And you'd feel if you're the 004 with nothing to race for, do exactly that. Get the move done, try and hold them up a bit.
And that's really what's important here. And again, it's about getting it out, isn't it? Realistically, that is the key here. It's about trying to work out exactly how this is going to benefit you towards the end of this race. It's not exactly necessarily going to be push, push, push all the way to the finish. Can you use other cars as pawns? Can you try and use another couple of factors, such as your strategy, such as the traffic, to try and benefit you as we get towards the final stages? And you really have to be careful with how you go about it. Little flash of the lights for the 003 to get through on that GTD. And we'll fly through the Le Mans chicane. You could just about see that blue and black 909 go through the frame in front. And that gap, 1.5 seconds. It's not big, but if you grid and go, you want an extra few tenths to try and feel like you're in the slipstream.
You want to feel like you're actually close in this race, and this is where Grid and Go are looking at it and going, yeah, we are close. And also close is Dulatrar, actually, because they were about 21, 22 seconds back, and Corentin Miru has actually closed that gap down to about 16 seconds. So they have done a brilliant job, actually, of hunting this gap down. So I would say brilliantly sorted at this point, as they are thinking we've still got an outside shot of making something happen. We've just got to chase these drivers down. In come your leaders in GTD. Williams again making that stop. Driver changes then are going to be in play. It is the Colombian Matías Orjuela for Williams F1 Gaming Team number 2. At Williams F1 Gaming Team number 1, the ever-consistent Alessandro Bico.
Yep, and Alessandro Bico will be the number 1, or likely that driver leading the race as we get in towards the final few hours of this one. We'll see if he can go all the way to the end, or whether we'll see another driver change in there. But yeah, Bico should be supported by Matías in that number 6 car right behind. But Bico, yeah, will be the one to be just in front. And a double driver change at Williams. Is that going to change too much? We'll have to wait and see. I think it will give an incentive for Drago Johan Arth, who's been in that car for some time, to try and really make use of the rest of this stint, which is going to be somewhat substantial. He's only 6 laps into it, so you'd think at least another half an hour before he comes down pit lane, and then he very well may get out of the car. But this could be a really important time for him, with the rhythm that he's built up, to try and gain that extra bit of time, which they have been doing so well. But you can see again that gap. It's extended out again. It was 22 when they came out last time, down to 13 at one point, back up to some 20 now, and more work to do.
I think Johan Harth needs to see Alex Dunn in that car in the next hour. If they've got any shot of victory, that's what they got to do. Porsche Coanda 091 down into the pits then, and making their stop sorted at this moment in time, running their lonely race at the moment, about a minute behind. And they will change drivers actually over to Alejandro Sanchez, who was for a long time Mr. Apex, but now a member of the Porsche Coanda team, and absolutely brilliantly quick in terms of what he brings to the table. Dana Moore, another driver who has come from the Apex team over to Porsche Coanda, as Apex have seemingly shut their doors with all of their drivers going their separate ways. You got some drivers out there at Blue Mercure, for example. Others have gone to Drago, like Peter Berryman and Johan Harth. There are some great drivers out there who have got a lot to prove. Sanchez off at the marks and away. But from the My3ID days over to where they are now, this team has always had drivers in at the top. And even when they make questionable decisions out there in the motorsport or in the sim racing sphere, they often turn in hindsight to some brilliant ideas out there, and a change for the lead in GTD because Alessandro Bico, for just a moment, is going to drop behind. They're going to put Matthias Ojuela at the front.
Interesting to see if this was the plan from the start. Of course, these two will have been talking before they got into the car. They probably would have been doing a little bit of the a little bit of the strategy with the team coming into this stint. Of course, getting into the car at the same time, and it's going to be a regulation swap. Yeah, Bico goes high, and then Matthias goes to the low side and takes the race lead in the class, and that is as textbook as teammate overtake as you are going to see. Interesting to see how they play this now then, because Alessandro has to stick right on the back of Matthias, but he is doing just that, just about to the low side. That hypercar just trying to come through. Alessandro doesn't really know where to go. None of them know where to go. 3 wide momentarily. And that was all just a bit of a moment. They'll just settle back into it again.
Look, the first rule of being lap traffic is be predictable, and they didn't have much help because Garrett Berry in the Solpec Precision Racing 112 dived down to the inside of them, and that forced them to be unpredictable for Giuseppe Lafaro there in the Movano Rosso number 30 that was trying to get by. So it was a case of, we'll move down. No, we can't do that. We'll move up. No, we can't do that. Well, where do we go? And so sometimes you have to be lenient as GTD, but in a position like that, we got a car diving low, a car diving high. What they had to do in that situation was hold the middle of the road and do not move for anything.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, luckily for them, there was no contact, there was no miscommunication, nobody tripped over each other, so they can go along on their merry way. But yeah, a little bit of a moment, and again goes to show they've not been in the car for quite some time. They have just jumped into the car. It's been a couple of laps, and all of a sudden you have that little bit more miscommunication. It's a little bit more confusing in terms of the strategy. And when you've had you had the two drivers in before in these cars running around together perfectly for hours, for stint upon stint, for hours, and they were working perfectly together. It just takes two new drivers to get in. They have to settle into the car. It sounds silly because what they're doing, almost visibly looks so easy, but it is so difficult to be able to communicate and make sure that you're on the same page at every single moment around a circuit like this. And it's a little bit more easy this time by because they've learned from that mistake, and they can go around with a little bit more confidence this time by.
I think they can. I think they can really start to show now that it's going to take a bit of time. So this is Movano Rosso's view of it. So look, they've come up to try and avoid, and he thinks, right, I can jump down as well. And then suddenly, Giuseppe Lafaro on the banking has to get on the binders and realizes, no, I'm going to have to go up top here because they're running formation up there because they've broken their pact of staying predictable, because they've been upset out there overall by what the Solpec car did going down. Now, we focus here with Nicholas Matteo for the moment, number 2, because at the moment, I'd look around, not at Coanda in that gap of 3.7. That's not the threat right now. The threat's Luke McEwen. He's got the gap down to 14 seconds here. He's closing down a lot quicker than Coanda's closing down Drago.
Yeah, and he is just kind of simmering down in the background. Although having said that, actually, the last time by, Luke McEwen was about 0.3 faster than Coanda and about 0.7 faster than Drago. So it's almost a complete flip, really. Redline fastest, then Coanda, then Drago, which is the opposite of the order that they currently find themselves in. So there is an element of bunching up that we are likely to be seeing over the course of the next few laps. But it's exactly what we kind of want to be seeing. 3 of the fastest drivers going at it. And I mean, for Luke McEwen, that 32.9 is the only driver in the 32s. That was the last time by. This time by, he's slightly slower than Mitchell de Jong in the Coanda car, but they are still both faster than that Drago car. So it does feel like that bunching up is starting to occur. And I mean, how are they going to act if they find themselves on the circuit, those 3 with, 3 hours to go, for example?
Yeah, that's the question that you've got to start asking here. Who's going to be able to do what? Who's going to find the gaps that are needed? And for reference, yes, I'm looking at the Apex Racing team here, chat, and looking around. Daniel Civisciabo's at a new team. Maxence Godinho's moved. Luca Keita's moved. Maxime Brion and Jimmy Antunes have moved. Gail Valero's jumped ship. So yeah, their entire team, there is no more Apex Racing team out there to really race with at the moment. So Daniel Harris, Effect Simulations here, is currently looking behind and seeing that grid and go car of Yesit Elkala, which was a little bit too close for comfort. They did pull the gap down under a second for a moment, but suddenly, I'm going to pull the pin a bit. I need to give myself a little bit more leeway. You effectively pull the parachute and say, look, I need to jump away. And they've managed that, and they've managed it quite nicely, as it's now Fabrizio Belziti in at SDR, the Argentine team.
Yep, and the Argentine in the Argentine car. So the 577 will have Fabrizio in there for at least the next couple of hours, you'd expect. I mean, it's interesting. When you get to this stage of the race with 4 hours to go, depending on who you've kind of got at your disposal, teams can kind of just try and chuck a driver in for the final 4 hours, make sure that they can get to the end. Sometimes they'll split it 2 and 2. You know, if they've got someone waiting in the wings, maybe who just needs that extra bit of rest before they feel like they're comfortable to get into the car, may do so in the final 2 hours. Or at the same time, 4 hours is, you know, range that you could go to the end from. It is, of course, more difficult the longer or the later you get into an endurance race to see drivers do those longer stints, just purely because of that natural fatigue, right? You know, some drivers will have been able to go away and get some sleep. Yeah. Some will have stayed up. Some will have maybe just got a couple of hours rest, but maybe not any proper sleep. So it does depend, and the longer you get into the race, the more difficult it is to really judge a driver's energy levels. But at this stage, anything's really possible, and particularly for these Williams cars. Do they do the rest of the race from 4.5 hours out, or do they do two and two with somebody else coming in soon?
Yeah, that's the question. Jake Sperry and Dara Thacker bringing you the final hours of coverage out there as we take a lovely slow-mo look then at the two Williams cars making their progress on through, and they just about get the drive that is necessary. They're holding the gap at about 18 seconds now to Johan Hart at Drago as the number 5 comes in of Ate Kalpanen. They're the Drago Racing GTP hypercar that is out there and is currently 7 laps adrift from Drago and Coanda and BMW M Team Redline out there at this point. So this is where the race is being forged in GTD, and they have basically taken all comers in terms of this race. You talk about how you had Aero Esport up there at a time, Team Alta were there, Blue Mercure at a moment had 2 cars on the podium at the 6-hour mark. You know, they've staved off the charges of Dur, of Team 75, of SDR. There have been cars that have gone by the wayside like Simify Manatee. They have held all of those cars off, and basically it's turned into a race of I've got to keep 1 car behind us, and then it's Williams all the way, and they've just got to fend off the rampaging Drago.
Difficulty with fending them off, though, of course, is that they're coming in waves, aren't they? It's ebbing and flowing, that gap at the moment, almost tidal, because they're gaining up to the back off, you know, when they're just about to come into the pit lane, likely because they've got that little bit less fuel in the car, and then they're losing time again over the pit stop cycle, because then Williams come out with an increased margin, but then they gain it back again, and then it comes back out. I mean, overall, it does feel like it's coming down. You know, that gap when they come out of the pit lane is decreasing slightly every single time, but then it's so difficult to judge exactly how that's going to play out towards the end. If Williams can shorten their race by having a shorter stint by the end, it doesn't really matter, does it? Because that gap's going to increase by, you know, 10 seconds anyway. So it is tricky to really judge, and Drago really need to get themselves moving if they want to really try and unsettle those guys at the front. But the difficulty now for the 68 is that they've lost the help from the 69 car now, and that 69 is not going to be able to give them the slipstream that they
Although
are
you say that
for.
That
oh no, they are there. They are. I was looking at my timing page, and the 68 was on top, so I presume there was no one in front of it. But there you go. What am I on about?
Yeah, Johan Hart still getting that toe, but obviously they had to give away a couple seconds to make sure that they could get them back into line, almost exactly the same way that Williams' team had to switch their drivers round. So they pretty much sat in that boat and went, this is our game, we're going to have to do it like this at the moment and hope that it's going to pay off for us in the long run. But they've had really good drivers actually in that number 67 car to, the 68 car to put itself in play. They've had Nicolas Rubilar, the Chilean, who's done 188 laps for them. Johan Harth is now heading towards his 270th lap over the course of this race. And then, of course, 220 laps from an F2 driver out there in the form of Alex Dunn, who was a massive talking point over the back end of last year for the contract, or the nice payout, we should say, that he got from Red Bull.
Yeah, exactly. And he won't be too worried about that right now, will he? He'll be thinking about trying to win this race. And you can't really blame him. It's going to be a decent run to the end for him. And of course, he's sorted for F2 into this coming year, so he has that already sorted in his mind. I'm sure he'll be looking forward to this year, but looking forward, I'm sure, more to the end of this race, at least in the next 4 hours or so, and then he can focus his attention onto his Formula 2 efforts for 2026. But so many drivers and teams are going to feel like they have a chance of the win here, which is crazy to say when you're nearly 20 hours complete in a 24-hour race at Daytona. But you've got those top 3 in a hypercar 12 seconds, the top 3 in LMP2 15 seconds, top 3 in GTD 16 seconds. And when do we see this, particularly without full course caution, safety car intervention to bunch the field up? It's very rare that you see so many teams running so close to the front of the field this late on.
No, you are absolutely correct. And when you've got these drivers this close out there, you're almost trying to change the mentality of what you've got. Suddenly, this doesn't become a 24-hour race. We've got Grid and Go in the pits. We've got Tristan Cabrera in for Blue Mercure in LMP2. This doesn't become a race now of sitting down, looking around at everyone and saying, this is a 24-hour race. You sit down, you look at the clock, it's a 4-hour race. We've all done 4-hour races. We've all done 6-hour races. We've all done that style of endurance race, which we call a manageable. Now you just got to convert. These drivers know how to convert.
And that's the point, and that's the key at this kind of stage of the race, because when you go into a 4-hour race, you don't feel like it's an insignificant amount of time. But at the same time, you've got to get a move on from the start. And of course, yes, you're bunched up at the start, and it's a different feel, of course, in the opening hour. But at the end of the opening hour, all of a sudden, you're at that 3-hour mark, and you have to make moves, and you have to make sure that you're in contention all the way through. When you're doing a 24-hour race, that 4-hour, run to the end almost feels insignificant in your brain. Because you've been going for 20 hours, you forget that it is still a 4-hour race. It doesn't feel like the 4-hour race when you shorten when you have an event that is just 4 or 6 hours, but it is still that length of time. That much, craziness and insanity can still happen in the last 4 hours, and there's lots of time for that to occur. So you've got to be on it the entire way through, and finishing at this stage, particularly when you had the sun up a couple of hours ago. In some races, particularly at Le Mans, when the sun rises, you've got 4 hours left. When you've got 7 hours to go when the sun starts to rise, almost psychologically you're thinking that the end of the race is coming sooner than it actually does, and keeping that focus is difficult, but the most important element at this stage.
So the perfect element that you've got out there at this stage is who can close down the gaps that are needed late on, as we watch Movano Rosser and Marcus Hamilton leaving pit lane 5 laps down on the leaders, but in a very good 6th position for racing action in class. So they will say, job well done for today's work that goes through. No Max Verstappen racing, no James Baldwin racing either in this top split, but over on Team Redline stream, Max was over actually on stream for a little moment, just as we were ticking over 4 or 5 hours. He's got F1 testing duties. That's why he won't be able to race for the team. So it relies on Luke McEwen right now to close the gaps down. Give him credit. Gaps down to 11.4. He's got to take about 5 seconds a stint out to give themselves a chance against Drago, and they are doing exactly that.
Doing everything they can do, really, at this stage, and McEwen is doing a great job to try and close that gap, but as is De Jong at Coanda. That gap now under 3 seconds. It was 4.5 at the end of the pit stop cycle. He's now got it down to under 3, but all the while McEwen's gaining towards the back of both of them as well. So there's always that to worry about. One thing they won't be worrying about, though, I've just seen that mentioned in the YouTube chat, is the weather. We aren't expecting any rain towards the end of this race. They can go to the end with this beautifully slick and dry surface under tyre. And Nick McEwen can be safe in the knowledge that he can just push on without having to worry about any changes of strategy. And that does mean that for the strategy, we are seeing teams almost kind of pin themselves in towards the end of this race, work out exactly how they're going to get to the end, and there's not really going to be anything to throw them off that in the last few hours.
No, there certainly isn't, as we go on board with Luke McEwen here in the BMW M-Team Redline hybrid out there at the moment. And now, in terms of a car, what we've seen around, the Ferrari, the 499Ps that he's chasing down, they have no weight penalty, they have no fuel penalty, they just have a power reduction of 1.75%. This BMW M hybrid has a 0.75 power reduction, so they've got an extra percentage of power that they can use that's not been restricted of the engine. But critically, they have limited the fuel tank by 1%, so they can't get as much mileage out of this BMW as they maybe would like to.
Yeah, and that's going to be maybe the difference that they have to, cope with over the course of the remainder of this race. Interesting, actually, to note, if you look at the steering wheel here, for Luke McEwen, it shows you the fastest time that's been set in that car, and it shows you the last time. He's only some 3/10 off that fastest time of that for number 3's race so far into the 32s, and he's running very, very quick lap times here. Nicholas Matteo last time by set a 30, well, last but one set a 32.9. Last time by this time 33.1. Mitchell de Jong just set a 32.9. And Luke McEwen, as he crosses the line, has also set a 32.8. So he's getting even faster as this fuel tank starts to really drain, getting towards the end of their stint. But he is gaining as much as he can. That gap now down under 11 seconds. And, he's looking worryingly fast for the two up front.
I would say this is a concern, and we're going to say it now. This is a 3-car race for the win in GTP. This is a 3-car race in LMP2 and a 3-car race in GTD. You can't ask for much better as a fan of endurance racing. Jesse Telkala has caught the back then of Daniel Harris and will now be thinking, I could save, try and get myself back on stint in the same way as Effect, but I know I'm not going to get back the 2 laps that they've got ahead of me at this moment. So ask yourself the question, are Effect going to be doing what they can at the front to pull away and save that fuel? Can they at the same rate? If they can't, how close can Grid and Go get to the same port of fuel at the final pit stop? They'll have about 6 pit stops left in LMP2.
Yeah, and it's all about that maths and all about the strategy towards the end, and that's why you have engineers at every single one of these teams that are kind of the unsung heroes of so many of these events. They often don't get the credit they deserve because they do so much work behind the scenes to try and give the teams and the drivers the best car, the best situation possible to go and try and win a race as prestigious as this. And they all have been doing all of the calculations. Is there a look? There is a look for the lead to the inside. That 003 Grid and Go using the traffic as well, and will take the lead. What a move, opportunistic at its best.
That's brilliantly done by Telkla, but Daniel Harris isn't done with this. He's going to go to the outside here at the International Horseshoe to try and set up the run to the West Horseshoe now. So Jesse Telkla wasn't going to wait. He wants to move, he wants to get the race lead, and he wants to break away if he can right now from Daniel Harris, who will be in that car for a little bit. So he needs to try and get through. There's a hefty bit of traffic. Here's another look at it. You take the slipstream along the tri-oval, 18 degrees of banking, and into turn 1, straight down the inside. They scared the GT3 car of Sesha Esports straight off to the right-hand side, so there was no way that Lamborghini was going to get anywhere near involved with that run. And you have to be more choice with the moves now at turn 1 because of iRacing's updates to the track limits there.
Yeah, but Telkla did exactly what he needed to do in that situation. It was perfect opportunism because of the fact you had that GTD on the outside line. The eyes for the 909 were focused on where that GTD was going, rather really than the 003 coming up the inside. And the second that there was any kind of overlap, the 909, you could see it was there, wasn't going to come down onto that car, so it was going to give enough room. And Telkula knew that and was able to make them a really, really good job from the fin. And now we'll see if he can pull away. Of course, he made the mistake a little while ago to drop a few seconds away from the, at the time, leading 909 in the LMP2 class. But now, into the lead, not able to pull away just yet. This is going to be a really key 3-4 laps, I think, to see if Telkula can really make this advantage pay.
Well, he's going to have to brake, and that's the key. Effect Simulations have put themselves in this position, not by the fact that they have been needing to be the fastest, but because they've been really good at saving that fuel and giving themselves the platform. Eetu Eskalainen in then at the number 17 in GTD. That is the third of the Williams F1 team gaming cars, then is in for its pit stop. At this moment, 41.2 in the lane for them, as Drago pull the gap now down under 16 seconds in GTD. It's 11 at the front of GTP with Coanda at 3.2 seconds. And we go back in the pack to a couple of Mercedes battling out there. Durr and Winward are going to be out there together on circuit. It's Luca Vunch in at Durr Esports, and over at Winward Esports by Semsic Haptics, they've got Florian Durkop then trying to find the move through. 48 place 20 as they now go on the main straight, getting a little bit of tow here from the 4th place overall GTD, which is Corentin Lassine over at Blue Mercure.
Yeah, just being pulled along for the time being. You know, of course, not on the same lap. Ooh, a little bit of a wiggle there for the Durr Esports car just as they exit turn number 1. Is that going to give a sniff to the 48 into the International Horseshoe? No, and they're just going to sit behind and wait for the time being. You don't want to track it up the inside when the moment doesn't really feel like it's going to suit it. And so probably a little bit smarter to see in this battle for P6 in this GTD class. They are some full minute behind James Bome in the Falcon Sim Racing car for P5, so it is just at the moment a battle between the 20 and the 48 for P6.
Yeah, so this is going to be tough, but that Solpec car is just going to split this up a bit. Here, Garrett Berry making his way by up over on the top side, so he'll get the run. McEwen in the lane, 41.5 seconds on the stop, so we'll need to be out there and aggressive. Maybe only about 1 lap behind Coanda Esports in terms of fuel, so they're going to be looking at, well, what can I manage towards the end of this race? And you're counting back here, just short of about 4 hours to go. They're probably looking at 5 stops from here and 5 full stops.
Yeah, and that's kind of how they're going to have to run it to the end, realistically. And they know that, and that's the point. They can game it out from here and work out how this is going to work as they run to the end in terms of how to hit the fuel numbers, how much can they push, how much are they looking to save to make sure they can get home in a good amount of time. After the pit stop from Redline last time by, and Luke McEwen coming to the box, Mitchell de Jong now has come into pit lane and has got out of the car. Julian Cernan has got back in. He was in there just a few hours ago and will be the driver for Coanda, chasing after Nicolas Matteo once that number 2 Drago car comes in.
Yeah, so Coanda now make that call as, again, yes, you do say correctly, Julian Cernan then making that call. There is the Michelin Pilot Sport car tyre that is being run at this moment. A lovely look at those Brembo brakes, which are there as well. And up to speed and rolling goes the Ferrari 499P Coanda car, normally affiliated with Porsche. That's why they've got the Porsche Coanda effort, which is now Porsche's work sim racing team out there with Coanda's partnership with Porsche. And it is part of Porsche's Academy line of work that that drivers who go through the Porsche Academy have to have some element of involvement with sim racing. And I think that is shown actually with their hypercar team at the moment for this season, and the fact that Lauren Heinrich about 7 or 8 years ago was lightning fast for the Pure Racing team before they merged with Team Redline.
Yeah, it really has been an interesting couple of years, isn't it? Over the course of the development of how these teams have been able to split and form, and it's been interesting to see of late. But Redline now, focused fully themselves after, particularly in this race, after that 4 dropped away by the wayside in the early couple of hours after the incident. That just completely took them out of contention. Now fully focused on that number 3 car. We'll have to see how well it will work for them. That 909. Oh, bit of a moment. Telkler had a bit of a snap in the middle of the corner. That's going to allow the 909 through. And just like that, all the hard work that he did to get himself into the lead has been undone. And just in front, you can see that number 5 Drago car trying to make its way through. Very busy part of the circuit right now.
I don't think that's Telkler's fault there. Alejandro Sanchez dived down the inside. Just as he went to turn in, there was a little bit of worry that Ate Kalpanen was going to be there too. So, yes, Telkler, I think part of it there is, I lost the rear end here on the brakes being wide, but also it's, I can't turn it in the way I'd like to because I got 2, GTP hypercars down there on the inside.
I think it's a combination of the two, actually. It looked like that car was starting to step away from him, which caused the snap. But at the same time, if there wasn't a snap, he probably would have been hit by that number 5 car. So, difficult spot to be in, but it means that Effect Simulations do now have that lead once again. And they have a little bit of an advantage as well, 8 tenths or so. And there was a couple of GTDs in the way there momentarily, but now out of the way, Telkler will not be feeling overly pleased with that, and we'll have to be trying to gain back once again. And you also have to remember that we're going to be seeing that 909 very much aware of what's happened before. Daniel Harris knows that Telkler came down the inside of him at turn number 1 and caught him off guard. He's going to be extra vigilant this time by and future laps.
Yeah, so those laps, if you have a moment, it takes a couple laps to get back that opportunity to say I'm in a window to work. But you've also got to remember, every time you slide the tyre, it's not a case that you can get the tyre back. It's not like the tyre repairs itself. Any time you slide, it's almost like you're playing one of those story-based games out there, like I'm trying to think. Dispatch, I think, is the one that comes to mind, where it's left front tyre will remember this.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I've played Dispatch, to be honest, so that reference is flying so far over my head that it's positively out of sight. But it is difficult, isn't it? You have to really be able to manage and work with the tools that you've got. You can't really... stint to stint is going to change, right? Kind of in the way you were saying, different games, you're going to have different circumstances. You're going to have different sets of skills that you can use at your disposal. And that's kind of what we're going to be seeing towards the end of this race here. Different amounts of fuel, different kind of tyre lives, and also how we want to be driving these cars, and the limit that you can find in them is going to be different team to team, car to car, and that's going to be really intriguing to see how it's going to play out in the final few hours. And where you want to be on the circuit, I think, is an important place to be as well, because we've seen a lot of drivers wanting to sit behind and wait. We've seen a lot of teams happy to sit in the slipstream and save some fuel, but that 003 Grid and Go guard didn't do it the first time, and it doesn't look like it's going to sit and wait the second time.
No, and so this is going to be a case of I'll dive to the inside, I'll go get that move, and Jesse Telkler once again will push Grid and Go into the race lead. So know what you're playing with right now. Daniel Harris knows that car in front now is quicker, but is error prone. So that's what you're gambling with out there at the moment. It's a case of the difference between, are you fast or are you safe? And so they're playing safe at Effect Simulations. They're playing fast over at the Grid and Go 003. No chance of rain, even though in the next 15 minutes we are expecting more cloud cover to come over the circuit. So that front coming in from the north, we've had a northerly wind the entire way through. It is just starting to whip up a little bit to around 15, 16 kilometers an hour out there on track. So as they go, a northerly wind around here creates an absolutely massive tailwind into turn number 1 and a tailwind as you go into the West Horseshoe. That's why they've been the most difficult corners on circuit today.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen time and time again just the loss of confidence on the brakes, which can easily be caused by that wind, has been really quite significant for a few drivers and teams to this point. And of course, you know, that wind, it does change direction, and it can change how you feel in the car. You know, we were talking about earlier, different cars have different advantages and different disadvantages, particularly with how planted they can feel. The second you pick that wind up, you want a car that feels more planted. You don't necessarily want that car that you can maybe run on the ragged edge a little bit more, maybe get a little bit of performance, because all of a sudden that ragged edge becomes thinner and you can find yourself losing time by trying to find it, rather than gaining time by, you know, having the skill set to be able to find it yourself. So yeah, wind can be a really big factor, and we have seen it a couple of times, but for the time being, drivers managing it down into that western horseshoe, but particularly when you come out of the pit lane, can be so difficult. Mix of that wind, mix of that heavier fuel load, and of course those cold tyres, all not making it an easy corner to have to manage.
3 hours, 49 minutes and 23 seconds remaining here in the iRacing Daytona 24 here on the iRacing Esports Network, and with us at RaceSpotTV. Your leader currently is Drago Racing, but they're due a pit stop in a moment. Let's listen to the sound and sight as we get closer to the end of this race, as we go iRacing full throttle. 3 hours, 37 minutes and 53 seconds on the clock. Jake Sperry and Darragh Thacker, and it has just all changed in LMP2. First, Grid and Go 003. They ran wide coming on their outlap. So this was the first issue that they found. This was West Horseshoe. So what's back there? That's Daniel Alves Lorenzo there for the wonderful Burosud Plus competition, BMW M Team Burosud Plus competition. So they would make the move down the inside, and Grid and Go would run a little bit wide here, and this would open up the door for effect simulations. But if you're looking on the timing tower, effect are nowhere. You can see cold tires in the marbles, just about avoid, as we've just had a change for overall race lead, as through goes Julian Sunern on Nicholas Mateo. Kawanda now lead with 3:37 on the clock. But the key is effect simulations, and what has happened is Sunern takes the point because the rear of their car is in pit and completely demolished. A look here on replay as we see this. West Horseshoe again is going to strike, so goes through the corner, a spin going through this section, no way of holding it, the air taken off the nose, and that's why they're out.
Yeah, and wide at the dogleg can be so costly down into the Western Horseshoe, and we've seen it then. You can see those tyres, they are not rolling in the way that they should be. Tied back to pit lane, we are, well, they're not in contention. They're out of contention. It's the 909. It's so disappointing for them. We have had all three classes now change lead, not in terms of like difference on pit cycle, change lead on strategy in the last 30 minutes or so. It's been an incredibly close race all the way up to this point. 3.5 hours to go, and Kawanda do have that lead, and this is important for them to hold the lead now, because we've had Luke McEwen coming back at both Kawanda and Drago in that red line car of late, but Julian Sunern is putting his foot down once again. Nicholas Mateo a little bit slower the last couple laps, a little bit further off the pace. That Kawanda car's been pretty snappy down the inside. Opportunistic again, incredibly well done.
Yeah, Julian Sunern knows that Kawanda do have to make a move now here with 3.5 hours left in this race. They've got to make some progress. They've got to clear the likes of Drago, because if they didn't clear Drago, the worry's not Drago. The worry is what Redline can do.
Exactly, and that's the point. Redline is such a potent force at this stage, particularly, well, you know, in this race and in any really race on the iRacing platform, that you have to be wary of what they're able to do into the final few hours of the race. We've seen time and time again how 2 or 3 Redline cars can get out front and just pull away and solidify the race, and let's be real, not been the most exciting of endurance races when Redline have been able to get up in front, because they know how to close. That's the key here. We talked about it before we went on that little break to listen into what was going on the circuit. Redline know exactly how to close, and in a race like this with 3.5 hours to go, those skills are so crucial, and when you're only 11 seconds off the lead, you're well within range of closing that gap, making moves, and possibly coming away with the, well, you know, the biggest single sim race win of the year.
Yeah, this is your benchmark setter, and this is what you've got to go. And look at that, flashing on the lights. I need to get by the Blue Mercure LMP2 to get by and say, I'm on a move. I've got to get by cars. I've got to catch up that group in front. That was Ethan Bernard that Luke McEwen has just made the clearance on. And so the chase very much towards Sunern, and as well to Nicholas Mateo, and what they have to do. Now, critically with Daniel Harris and what happened there was no contact. And even if you want to call it what it was out there, that's not what happened. There was way too much clearance there for that to ever be the call that went through. That's just what happens when you go through the corner, a car in front of you puts wake in, and you loop the car around in a scenario at that kink here. It's so easy to do when you're on cold tires as well. You've got to remember that fact as well. You can't just throw up the card and say it's this, it's not.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many factors. Again, those cold tyres can be so costly, and we've seen it again and again and again. Those moments that we saw before, really for the 003, is what cost them a lot of that performance through the dogleg, and even for effect simulation, of course. I don't think those tyres would have been helping too much as they slid into the tyre barrier and slid themselves out of contention. All of a sudden, though, in LMP2, that brings Delatraz back into the number 21 car. You know, some 11 seconds away from the lead, but, you know, again, well within range. And, you know, for Miller right now, in that car, you've been given the chance at P2. You're now only 11 seconds behind P1. And Grid and Go are now racing you. They're looking behind and trying to work out what you're going to do, rather than looking at effect simulation. So now they're kind of in the frame for Grid and Go, and they are starting to close. This could be a really interesting phase of the race for LMP2.
This is a big moment in LMP2 because this might just supercharge up Dullatra to go and chase this down. Suddenly there is gap for Jesse Telkler, and Telkler's not been perfect on this run through. He's had to fight hard, has made small mistakes here and there, and Dullatra can note that and try and hunt that down. Corentin Miru is currently the one who has been given the task to hunt that down on that last lap. Took 800ths out of the gap then from Grid and Go. So 800ths is not much. Still got 3.5 hours to chase down a gap of 10 seconds. 300ths or 800ths, that will still do a job at this moment, and it will still put pressure on. And you say, yeah, they're fairly even as far as this point goes. Now, I'm looking at the time when Williams F1 Team Gaming, those two cars jump down into the lane, because at the moment they'll be staring down the barrel of about half a pit stop by the end of this race, which will put them in a case of needing maybe 5 to 10 seconds less fuel than necessary. We'll take another little look here as we go back to where we need to be. Look at that, the entire engine casing being shown there, that V8 that is there in that Dallara P217 shown more than anything else there at that scenario. And they didn't go in with much force. They probably only hit the barriers at about 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, and again, goes to show it doesn't take much to really undo a race. Of course, it was just that snap, wasn't it? With the, as you said, the dirty air washing over the front end of the car, and with the cold tyres as well. Very, very difficult to hold. Well, to keep a hold of the car. Quite frankly, it's so tricky when you're on cold tyres as it is, and then the second that you get a big wash of dirty air, it's almost impossible to do so, and really unfortunate for that 909. And even with the grass and the brakes applied, it wasn't able to stop. Did slow very, very, very slow, didn't it? You felt like it may have had a chance at stopping, but hit the barriers very hard indeed. And yeah, that spells the end of that race. Luckily enough, though, no one can steal any engine data. All the LMPs have got the same one.
Yeah, so it's nothing you can really jump on ahead, and there's talks with what's been happening with Cosworth and the wonderful Pi toolbox that we've been talking about over the course of this race, and just how incredible of a system it has been, which is very similar to what we see from what Formula One has used over the years, likes of IndyCar, IMSA. They've all used this sort of data to try and give themselves as much of a chance as they can, as we follow the lead gap of about 0.7 of a second right now between Coanda and Drago. Now, passing is one thing for Coanda. They realise, though, that Drago's got the fuel numbers, so not only have they got to pass, they've got to build margin.
Yeah, and that's the real key here. And that's so tricky, isn't it? I mean, at Daytona, you've got such long straights, where if you're just in the slipstream, if you're just enough in the slipstream by the time you get out of the infield loop, you're going to be able to gain that time, or at least a part of it, back as you work your way around the oval. So to gain out of that slipstream and to gain away from the car behind is oh so difficult, because realistically you've got what? Turn 1, the International Horseshoe, the Western Horseshoe, and then Turn 6. That's it. That's quite literally it in terms of where you can gain or lose time compared to cars around you. And if you can't gain out of the slipstream through that alone, that car behind is going to gain back into the Le Mans chicane. May lose a little bit out of the Le Mans chicane, but then we'll gain back in again towards Turn 1. So, yes, you can be the much faster car, and you can take the lead, and you can show that you're the faster car by putting in the better lap times, but you can then also drag that car along with you as they just benefit from your slipstream.
Yeah, slipstream is going to be so important. It's going to be one of the key catchphrases if you're playing some form of commentary bingo with us here with RaceSpotTV and, of course, with iRacing. Slipstream is tantamount to the way this race is going to play. For those wondering why we've got one red line car out of the race, it was the Ferrari 499 red line car, the number 4. It was being piloted by Sam Keitel at the time when they ran into a massive accident from one of the LMP2s. It was the WSR Esports Red LMP2 that they came together with that completely took the Team Redline number 4 out of the race. Nothing they could do to avoid it. That one through the kink towards the West Horseshoe, which has been the trouble spot all race long. 0.8 of a second now. We talk about a rubber band in slipstream terms out there. The moment you go outside of 1.5 seconds, Dara, the rubber band snaps and you're on your own.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the key. And so that is exactly what Coanda are trying to do. Look at that, just about a second. Drago really flirting with it now, and Nicholas Matteo knows he has to stay within the realm here. Luke McEwen has gained time, particularly on Nicholas Matteo in the last stint or so, to the point where he really is going to be in the frame if Drago lose that slipstream. But Nicholas Matteo just about keeping himself within that second margin of Julian Sonnen. And of course, we talk about the second. Of course, we've not got DRSs. We've had in F1 before, of course, obviously. But it does feel like that 1 second, that 1.5 second mark is really, as you said, where that rubber band snaps. And when you can really find yourself losing time exponentially, that slipstream becomes that much less effective at a certain distance. And so, yeah, that's the second. The moment that gap goes over a second, you start to worry for Drago. But Matteo's doing just about enough to stay within the realm of that Coanda slipstream.
They're doing just enough. Had a bit of help from the lap traffic there on that lap to stay within range, but 33.1 from Nicholas Matteo, he is having to increase, and if Sunen's bad lap is a 33.1 at the moment in the 08 Ferrari 499, I think that's telling you that Julien is one of, if not the fastest driver on that team at this moment in time. I'm looking around. Mitchell de Jong actually with the fastest lap of a 132.5. He did that just before coming in and serving Sunen a couple of stints ago. But very comfortably there in the 33s at the moment. Sunen is doing exactly what Coanda want right now, which is give themselves some buffer room, give themselves a chance to attack. In now comes Williams at 25 minutes away from the hour, which I think puts them at about half an hour on that final stint of the race. Biko and Ojuela stay in the car, but watch out who's in Drago right now. They've got Alex Dunn in the car.
Yep, and they've just put themselves into a position, or Alex Dunn is now into a position where he could use that teammate. You can see those two Drago guys working together. Not on the same lap, of course. That's 69, a long way further down after that car was, out of contention some time ago. Daniel Antunes doing an incredible teammate job to pull Alex Dunn along. And, well, you could say it's not done yet, right, Jake? He's close enough to try and have a go at these Williams cars, and they have been closing over time. We've seen that gap be about 22 seconds, 21 seconds as they've come out of the pit lane. Look at that now, already down to 18, and we're not quite crossing the start-finish line with Drago. They are here, and they are ready to try and push these Williams cars all the way to the end.
I reckon they're going to get within 5 seconds here over the course of this run if they continue at this rate. Alex Dunn's a monster when he decides to go out there and race. He took the first 2 ever victories in the FIA F4 Global Esports Championship, which Luke McEwen, by the way, was the inaugural champion of. So he is absolutely quick in sim racing. He is lightning fast out there in the real world as well. He is truly a great driver to keep an eye out on because he does all sorts to try and keep his level up there. And it's a long stop actually there for Tristan Cabrera for Blue Mercure. So I wonder what's happened there with the number 11 out there on this race. It's not like them to have such a long stop.
No, it's not at all. And it's clearly something has befallen that number 11 car, which has cost them even more time than they already had. I mean, Effect Simulations, I think, are they out of the pit lane now? No, they're not out of the pit lane. It's because they are now 12 laps down, still trying to repair that car. But those repairs have been going on for nearly 20 minutes. So, Blue McHugh, I mean, they're not going to be worried about falling out of the top 10 because 11th is, 725 laps down. So, it's not necessarily a big concern right now for that to be overcome in the last little while. Yeah, let's see what happened to the 091.
They're okay by the looks of things. That would have been scary for them as they went through now into the chicane. do they pilot through without any troubles? Yes, so a little bit of a blip on the radar for Porsche Coanda, but they are a lap down, and they will be hoping that Dani Alves Lorenzo isn't too far away from them, as there are the leaders in the category. Now, they are running around in that Porsche 992 GT3R, these two Williams cars, and in terms of the balance of performance for that Porsche, they've loved running it, and they've thought this is going to be the car that everyone's going to be jumping on. 15 kilograms of ballast, 1.5% power reduction, and 2% reduction in the fuel tank. It was basically been a race between them and the Lamborghinis out there for who's got the biggest penalty, because the Lamborghinis have 18 kilograms that are put in on it. Drago running in that Lamborghini number 68, so 18 kilograms out there. Now, I'm going to try and find a comparison for what 18 kilograms is going to be. I would say it's a commercial washing machine that normally takes 18 kilograms as you go through, but also getting a random item. What random item would you compare for that 18 kilograms? You know, it's almost 2 bags of cat litter.
Yeah. I mean, or just 18 bags of sugar, right? I mean, it's not an insignificant amount of weight, but it's not the it's also not the greatest, 18 kilograms. But it will just help offset the any advantages some of the cars will have over the course of the race, and it's exactly why the ballast is put into effect, isn't it? So two Williams cars make their way through turn 1. I thought for a moment there could have been a moment with that GTP hypercar. No, not in the end. But you can see how the traffic is blending through at this stage. But yeah, 18 kilograms. I can't think of what would weigh 18 kilograms.
I'm being reliably informed by AI. It's about the weight of a 5-year-old.
Well, there you go. There you go. Chuck a 5-year-old in a car. There's nothing wrong with that, is there?
No, as long as they've got a booster seat.
Exactly. Oh, but then you've got to factor in the weight of the booster seat then.
Oh, so maybe, no, yeah, you do have to factor in the booster seat.
Maybe a 4-year-old and then the booster seat. I reckon that'd work.
4-year-old on the booster seat. That's what's in the back of Drago at the moment. You've heard it here first. But at least for the moment, they're trying to charge. The 08 here leading this race. They've got the clearance now that they've needed. Now, suddenly, that gap has ballooned to 2.6 seconds. Drago heavily on the back foot now with 3 hours 20 to go.
Yep, and Drago are, well, not in a good place. That's the only way to put it. They've lost that slipstream from Coanda. They've lost the lead of the race, and they've probably lost a bit of confidence as well. Of course, Redline are lurking, and Luke McEwen has been gaining. The gap between Drago and Redline when McEwen got into the car was some 16 or 17 seconds. Now down to just about 9, almost halved in, what, an hour or so? Just not even that, actually. So when you've got 3 hours to go, 3 hours 20 to go, you've got Redline looking at this positively. They can see that, no pun intended, the road to where they're, the road to victory, where they're going to be having to get these moves done. Drago are up first. Coanda, I think Cernan getting into that car is giving them that extra little push. De Jong was doing a very, very good job, but was also being caught by Luke McEwen for some time. Now it feels like the advantage is on Coanda, and if anything, it's just Drago slipping back rather than anybody moving forward.
Yeah, I don't think this is BMW M Team Redline showing world-class pace and going at a rate which everyone else can't match. This is because Drago are struggling, and they are going to be in a realm of hurt right now where this just isn't working out. Whatever Nicolas Matteo wants to get out of the car, he just can't at this moment, and I think it's a really telling phase of this race. You got Delattre at 10 seconds back of gridandgo.com 003 leading in LMP2, and then Drago have pulled the gap down to about 13 seconds now to Williams F1 Team Gaming number 6, which leads out overall. But looking at Delattre Automotive, they've done well. We'll go back up though to the 2 here at Williams F1 Team Gaming, and they've played this game brilliantly. They've done a wonderful job with what they've needed to do. They have mastered the traffic to their advantage. They know that unless Drago are going to pull out all the stops here and pull this one within 5 seconds at this stop, past them with an hour and a half to go, the race is theirs for the taking.
It really is, and I think it's really about whether they trip over each other or whether they can work together effectively. Of course, we had the one out in front for quite some time before we got the driver change. But once we saw those two drivers swap in the cars, we have seen a swap for the lead. The 6 is leading the 1, but they're still going along at a nice rate of knots. Difficulty, though, is last time by those two drivers set a 44.408 and a 44.407. Alex Dunn in that 68 Jagger car, 43.954. He's some half a second quicker at the moment per lap. And that gap now under 13 seconds, and it is closing. It's going to be under 10, you'd think, for the first time in, well, hours, very soon indeed, if Alex Dunn is to keep up that pace. But it also depends on how well the 69 can drag along the 68. It really is now a competition between these two teams on who can, pull off the best teamwork, quite frankly.
It is that sort of game. For those who are just joining us, in comes Coanda to make their stop. This is what happened to Effect Simulation. Through the corner, they lost the back end on their own and then had to go screaming across the circuit to the West Horseshoe. Tyres fully locked up, trying to get it to stop, and then bang, into the wall. That's why Effect Simulations are out of the race. And that from a race leading position with just 4 hours to go here at Daytona. It is what we call a bit of endurance heartbreak, and you normally see at least one of them going towards the end of a race where it just doesn't quite pull off for somebody.
And there's been a few in the last couple of hours, isn't there? At the front of the GTP Hypercar class, we had the leader, the 5, out of contention for an instant it wasn't their fault. We've had the 909 making a slight mistake that has cost them complete contention in this race in the LMP2 class. So much in the GTD in the last couple of hours, but if these two Williams cars trip over each other, that could arguably could be that little bit worse because of the fact that they are teammates, and if they do come together and put themselves out of contention, there's going to be a bit of a debrief down at Williams for them to have to sort out after this race, and it is in the palm of their hands, and it's just whether they can hold on to this. Drago have pushed them and are pushing them, but it is Williams to lose. I mean, Alex Dunn can gain, but you've got two Williams cars to try and make sure that you can get at least one of them in front, and that should be doable, right? That'll be their thinking, and if they can't do that, there's going to be some very annoyed people down at Williams, that's for sure.
That is a very long pit stop from Jere Leitonen right now, who has completed a 681, 681 minute pit stop. We've got that down in on the board, and that is huge for them, and that's the 001. I believe, gridandgo.com esports team car that is back out and away. They are only the 615 laps down.
You say that, but they are only 599 laps down to the car in front. So there's always that, Jake. They're within...
No, technically they're only 20, because they've got to get by 50 forward red and then Team Redline, then Grid and Go 002, and then they're that far behind SCK Racing.
Oh, no, the 001's in front. The 001's 37th overall. Well, on my time page at least. We might be saying something different, but either way, let's put it this way. They're not going to get anything from this race, right? I mean, they're not going to gain any other positions quite physically because there are not enough laps to even gain that amount of time, right? 3 hours 14 to go. We're going to have, in change, 150 laps, give or take, somewhere in that range to go before the end of this one. You're not going to gain 500 laps in 150 laps, and that I can tell you for sure.
Yeah, no, it is very, very telling that they are out there, and quite legitimately, they're in it for the safety rating at this point. The I rating and the safety rating is probably the only thing you can drive left for in that team, as we focus on Luke McEwen now peeling off to pit lane, trying to jam it on the brakes. Hits the marks perfectly. The lights flash for a moment, which indicates that they are on the pit limiter, and then they turn off and look for the 6th to last box out there here as they now move over to the left-hand side, see their crews, hit the marks, and McEwen then in for the stop at BMW M Team Redline, which leaves Drago Racing out there at the moment at the front. But Drago's hope in terms of winning this race is that their fuel numbers are better than their rivals around, so they've got to stay, I would argue, within 13 seconds of the race lead. That will give them a shot of winning this one outright, because we know if you're going to have to take tyres, it takes at least 21 seconds to take tyres. So so long as you are taking fuel that is about 15 seconds less than what you're looking around then for the other teams, you've got a chance to make this happen, go home, win this race.
Yep, and we're into that stage now with 3 hours to go where we are in towards that home stretch mentality. Right, only a few stints, handful of stints left to go, and you can really game it out, and you can really work out who's getting in the car when, if you're doing a driver swap at all. You know, Luke McEwen's not going to get out of the car, at least this time by, that's for sure. Would not be surprised if somebody jumps into that red line car for the final stint, or for the final 2 stints, I should say, giving Luke a little bit of a break. But at the same time, if he's the one that's on the pace, why not leave him in the car that little bit longer? He's come out some 11 seconds behind Julian Cernan from the pit lane. Nicholas Mateo is going to fit right into that gap as well. So this is a really, really intriguing part of the race. Mateo's gone through, of course, and he will go through for another few laps. His stint is much shorter, probably another 7 or 8 laps before we see him come down pit lane. But I guess the help for Drago here is that because they can go longer, they should be a little bit lighter on the pit stops towards the end of the race. They could gain some of that time back on the strategy on the likes of Coanda, and that could put Redline out of contention for that P2, but they have to make sure they're still close to Coanda, and maybe that's why the 08 crew, you know, went for the move so quickly. They knew that they had to get away from Drago because they have that inherent strategy advantage.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much what we're looking at here. They've got to make the pass and gain the time. You can't sit back forever. You know, you got to, at some point, hit the numbers and say, look, it's about how far away can I get, how far away can I go, and that's the difference maker that we are seeing here in the iRacing Daytona 24 with 3 hours and 11 minutes and 11 seconds remaining on the clock here at this point in time. Passing the 2 Drago cars. Now that number 2 Drago car did tangle and cause that number 69 Drago car to be so far down the order. 151 laps adrift. They're about 75 laps off the pace at the moment is the 69 compared to the 68. But right now, they're playing that pool game, and they have got the gap down to now, for the first time, under 10 seconds here in this race. Under 11 seconds. At 10 seconds it was for a moment. So I'm looking around at it. 1:43.7's being done by Drago Racing, and the Williams cars, well, they did a 44 flat, so it's a consistent 0.3 of a second a lap, and that will add up.
Yeah, it's 0.3 is huge, really, when you think about how many laps we've got left. If you've got 150 laps and you're gaining at 0.3 a lap, you're going to be gaining yourself quite a lot of seconds, quite frankly, over the course of the rest of the race. You're looking at 45 seconds. You're looking at about half a lap if you can gain that kind of time throughout the rest of the race. Now, of course, that's not guaranteed, and there's no real example that we can point to say that it is possible to do that over the course of a 3 hour, 10 window towards the end of an endurance race like this. But it just goes to show, when you could be closing 45 seconds, to be able to close a gap of about 11 seconds is going to be daunting for the cars up in front. And you can just see how well these two are working together and have done for some time. Alex Stunt, another driver who probably hasn't seen tarmac in hours, quite frankly, with how close he's running to the back of his sister car. And Drago doing a really good job to try and make this work for them and pull themselves up towards the Williams F1 Team Gaming. I'd be really interested to see as well, if they are able to get to the back of those 2 Williams cars, what happens with the 69 here? Do they join the fight? Do they try and push their nose around? Do they try and pull out and let the 68 race? It'd be interesting to see how they play that.
It very much will, and of course we thank you all for joining us at the moment here with us on coverage. Over 1,000 of you here on iRacing's YouTube channel, and all of you who are on Facebook as well, who are watching too. Just want to say, if you've got any questions that you want to start asking, you're more than welcome to, and we'll try and answer them here over the next couple of hours or so as we bring ourselves towards the end of coverage here and the end of what is a truly brilliant race of action that we have had in all 3 divisions, which still are yet to be decided. And I'll give some credit as well. Map Performance on the podium right now. They've got Aaron Vasquez currently behind the wheel of the 129 LMP2. And this is what we've talked about. A driver of his quality right now, Aaron Vasquez, we got him on screen right now. I hate to make the comparison, but he's very much like Govan Keeney in the sense of he has got all of the skills available to be a world-class driver. He drives with his heart on his sleeve every single time. But there's something about the high turnover of teams he's been with that is a concern. He is a young driver. He is someone who will probably get better as he matures and gets older. But when you leave all the teams, you can't say that every team's the problem.
No, you can't. Yeah, absolutely not. But you can always see where the pace is, and clearly the pace is here, isn't it? And yeah, there may be a high turnover on teams, and that is always a concern. But really, the main thing to worry about for the drivers is where their pace lies. And I guess in a way, you could also say on the flip side to that, you've been in a lot of teams because a lot of teams want your services, right? I mean, yes, you've been and gone, and some teams may want you, then some teams may not want you. But at the same time, teams want your services. No matter where you are, you're still in top split. You're still performing at a really high level. And once again, we're seeing more of the same from what we've seen over the past few years out of him. And there's no surprise there, really, because it has been that consistent pace that we've seen for such a long time, which is fantastic to see. From any drivers, particularly drivers who are at this top end, for a number of years. And there's names in here that in this race up and down the field that we've seen in the Daytona 24 Hours before, not necessarily in the teams that they're currently in now, but they are still performing at the top end. And you could also say that moving around teams is just part of sim racing now, isn't it? You get a lot of turnover with drivers moving around. You have names that are established, like a lot of the Coanda core have been there for quite some time. You can say the same for Redline as well, but outside of that, a lot of the teams do have new faces coming and going, and with that, with that, you could say it's quite nice because you get fresh faces here at teams, and with the evolutions of the teams, they can come into a higher level of competitiveness, midway through one season towards the end of another season. And yeah, it's nice to see that we have that ability to have drivers happy to move around, because all it means is that we get more teams towards the top, and that we don't just have a few teams monopolising the best drivers.
No, I certainly agree. I think a talent like Aaron Vasquez, as we got now Vicente Aparicio behind the wheel, as now in comes Will Murdoch for the BMW M Team Burrosud Plus competition team, number 89, who are 5th position overall at the moment. I think Aaron Vasquez is a driver that just needs someone to give him a cuddle from time to time, just someone to look after him out there in the sim. Just get him in the right frame of mind and just keep him focused on the straight and narrow, because if you can do that with a driver like him, he can go win anything he sets his mind to. He is that character who can just go out there and do it. So it's just worth keeping in mind that he is insanely talented as a driver, a one-track mind, and someone who just wants to win, win, win all day long. On board with Will Murdoch here in the number 89, and trying to really push the level out there at the moment and say, look, this is what we can do at BMW M Team. 2 cars in the top 5, one that's piloted by Redline, the other by Burrosud. But you actually made a really good point there, the fact that Coanda's really established, Redline's really established. Drivers don't often get to go to Redline or Coanda. If you find yourself going to one of those teams, more often than not, you are staying there for a very extended period of time. I look around at the drivers that they've got. Enzo Benito has not left Redline in 15 years. You look around, Diogo Pinto's been there for at least 6. Josh Rogers at Coanda has been there for 6 years. Mitchell de Jong's been at Coanda for forever. Drivers tend to retire out of Coanda and Redline rather than they leave of their own accord.
And that's because they are that good and they are that well established, and you know that when you're at Team Redline or you're at Coanda, you're going to be racing in the top level events. You know that you're going to get a chance to win pretty much everything there is to win in sim racing, and it extends all the way around the world. Events that you can see them globe-trotting for. It is these two teams particularly that go head-to-head. It is these drivers. They know each other inside and out.
Oh, Blue
And they are always at the top of their game. It was a bit of a spin, wasn't it, from the 32. Got a tap around from the car behind.
Aero, wasn't it?
Please. Yeah, well, I think so. Yeah, let's see. In towards the corner. Back 22. GTD's not that much slower into the corners. And that's a perfect example of it. I mean, just pushing the 32 out of the way. That's a little bit rude there.
Yeah, it's Fabrizio Donoso who was behind the wheel, who first came to relevance in sim racing through his wonderful drives that he had back at Richard Arnault's team back in the day. Name slips me at the moment of the team name, French-based team, but Donoso was a wonderful find by them, and he went on to have such brilliant success. He's with a few drivers that he's raced with now for a number of years in competition, like some Max Wissel, Nicolas Longuet, Thomas Ronhard. You know, all those drivers are very quick, very elegant drivers out there as they go and battle, but they find themselves in a position where I think they're a little bit mismatched right now at 4 laps adrift of Williams here, and a couple of issues for them over the course of their race have just put them out of contention, but they were running quite well through the opening 6 hours.
Yeah, they are. They really are. And, well, they were, I should say, past. We're running into the final 6 hours now of this 24-hour. But it just shows ebbs and flows throughout the course of a race. As long as this, you never really can feel safe or confident in the position that you're in, because there is always that risk of falling on your own sword or falling on somebody else's sword that you didn't know was there. Like we saw with the number 5 a couple of hours ago, coming out of the pit lane and just getting completely swiped and out of the way. Well, pushed out of the way, pushed out of contention, quite frankly. You know, it is that case of trying to keep yourself involved at the front of the field, but almost not settling in too far, but then still settling into a rhythm. And that's why these kinds of races are so difficult, because that fine line to run is so narrow to be able to win a race like this, where you've got to be vigilant, but you've also got to be able to relax and race as comfortably as possible. Because if you're overdriving the car, if you're trying to push too hard, you're going to make those mistakes that you can't afford to make. And that is why these events and the winners from these races feel like it's such an achievement. You've not won a championship over the course of 10, 12 weeks that you've worked for months. It's a one-day race once a year, and that's kind of why it's so prestigious, because it is so difficult to win that once you do win it, it's a real sense of achievement.
Couple of questions coming in. One from Ghost1222. What happened to the Blue Mercure 11? How are they 23 laps down? Well, the answer is they pulled it back behind the garage and just said they were done. We didn't see any incident that happened for them, so ultimately that's the day that they have decided that they're going to have to pull the car behind, and that's them done. At the same time of around effect simulations, which is why we didn't see too much of it. The Magic Dodo asks, is Verstappen still in the race? The answer is no. Verstappen was never in the race to begin with, but his Team Redline team still is in 3rd position at the moment and making good progress, at least for the moment. What happened to Alta out there is a very good question, because I came in and whatever that happened between hours 7 or about hour 9 and hour I would say a little bit further on from that, between hours 9 and Matt is really struggling with me, 18, something happened to them, and I'm just trying to look back through the timing logs now to see what has happened. But question for you here, Dara, that has come on through by That's Aurora. Why did most of the drivers in GTP choose Ferrari and some BMW?
Well, we touched on this before, didn't we? A couple of hours ago, but it's worth going back to it, obviously, because it is a very fair question. There is a lot to think about when you go into selecting your car for this race, and it is an open choice, unless you've got a deal with a team, of course. In which case, if you're BMW M Team Redline, I don't think you're going to be picking a Ferrari, right? A lot of these cars will have been selected on the basis of multiple factors. You're looking at driver comfortability, what can be best for this track, and where we can see most of the benefits of the car working on this circuit, right? Some cars are going to be better in a straight line, some are going to be feel more planted, some are going to make you feel like you're running the ragged edge right on the limit of performance. Now, this track has the high-speed corners in terms of the low on chicane, but again, in the infield section, it's a lot of medium to low-speed corners. So you're not necessarily going to want a car that runs on that ragged edge too much. It is very much dominant on those straight-line speeds and those acceleration zones. And so the Ferrari, clearly the choice for a lot of the teams in that regard. And, I mean, there's a lot of choice for the drivers in the GTP hypercar category. But clearly, consensus picks for a lot of these teams, because they have to be consensus picks. You can't have one driver feeling really uncomfortable in the car, will be the Ferrari for that hypercar, as I know you're saying, Norby Kish has that black flag.
He's a 6-time FIA European Truck Racing Champion, is Norbert Kish, but into the pits with a black flag because there is an instant point limit out there here today, and you do not want to hit it as you go on through. It's at 100 incident points, and then you pick one up for every 20 instant points you go after that. So that is a big old hit for Shesha Esports, who've had a tough day at the office in their team, and they hit the instant point limit and have to go around again with that drive-through and back out. Oh, now this is Corentin Miru. This is why the gap's opened up. Oh, they've just dropped it. Oh my goodness, they've just dropped it on their own at turn 1. Grid and Go right now might be in the box seat for LMP2 victory.
Yeah, and it's just going this way, and that at the moment in the LMP2 class. Let's see it one more time. 21 car going in towards the International Horseshoe, getting on the... Well, it was already done by them, wasn't it, obviously? But dropping the car in through turn 1 and then dropping all the time that came with it. It's just not what you need at all. And Grid and Go, seeing the 909 fall by the wayside, which was their main challenger. Now seeing the 21 fall a little bit further away. And it's going to be feeling pretty good for Telkler right now, of course. He did make a couple of mistakes when he got into the car. He had to take the lead at least, I think, at least twice. And then there was, yes, of course it was twice. And then there was that mistake at the International Horseshoe as well. It's not been the easiest run for him. However, they find themselves in the lead. And Grid and Go, as we mentioned, after their success last year in the Daytona 24, they want to replicate a little bit of that today. And it looks like with just under 3 hours to go, that LMP2 class is theirs to lose, right?
It very much is, and it certainly sets itself up now for them to say, look, I've got 18 seconds of a gap, 37 to map performance. So long as we don't do anything silly here, this one's in our back pocket, and it's the only field that you feel that you can say this one, barring a mistake, Grid and Go have got this sorted because they're even on strategy call with Dulatrar as well. They can't make up any time that way in terms of the way that they are going. There is a question out there from Daniel Rocks, and I will pose it to you and I'll say my point as well after. Who's better, Max or Lewis?
I really enjoy watching two of the best drivers in Formula 1 history go racing, and I really enjoy seeing them both rival each other in their own way. Is that a good answer, Jake? Is that what you're looking for?
I think you're going to get splinters for how hard you sat on the fence there. I'm going to put it like this. Who's better, Max or Lewis? I will say Michael Schumacher.
I mean, that's the better answer in terms of getting yourself out of trouble from the 2021 crew, right? I did enjoy the answer in the chat that said Lewis McGlade is better. I did quite enjoy that. That was a clever little answer.
That's a good answer. Lewis McGlade is very good. I know. Yes.
I will say though, I don't think he'd be very good in a Formula 1 car. But and I think he'd openly admit that as well. I think if I put that to him, he would agree with me heavily. I hope so, at least, anyway. But yeah, it's a good answer, and that's a get out of jail free card. So I'm going to use that one, Drake.
Yep, you certainly can out there as far as they go. The Alta question has been answered with a spin in turn 1, which caused them to drop a minute as they were ran into the back by an LMP2. How many Ferraris are there? Well, there were at least 7 of them when we started out there and looked to try and make a push and say, look, there's a really nice battle that has gone on with them, but we have seen a couple of Porsches, a couple of BMWs. The Movano team have run an Acura out there, so that has certainly been a wonderful charge as they are going to do. So that's going to be pretty big as far as that goes. Here's one from Zone Donatelli out there. How are we two very good at commentary? Well, Dara, I'm going to ask it like this. How are you so good at commentary, mate?
Well, I think that's a subjective thing, Jake. I couldn't possibly put any assumptions. It's very kind of course that it's being said in the chat. Thank you. We do appreciate that heavily. But yeah, it's nice to be on races like this, I think, up here in the commentary box, just generally, because we also get a good view of what's happening out on circuit. And again, these drivers, you and I both, Jake, know these drivers very well indeed from many different series. But this does feel different, doesn't it, the Daytona 24? Even from different 24-hour races that these guys will take part in. And so it's nice, I think, for all of us that have been on the broadcast all the way through this race up to this point, right from 21 hours ago now, to see these guys go racing, and because they know each other so well, they know each other's quirks, they know how to you know, needle each other. They know where are the best spots to try and make moves, and it is great to see that development over the course of time for so many of these guys, and it's why we just keep coming back year after year, because even though we do get a lot of the same teams and drivers up towards the front, it feels different every year, and each driver has their own ambition, has their own you know, history of this race to try and benefit themselves and improve on.
Yeah, 23 degrees now, track temperature, 21 degrees air temp at the moment for January. God, it's a scorcher, isn't it? 13-kilometre-hour winds are overcast conditions right now as we move towards the midday. It's 10 past 11 in sim time at this moment. 6 seconds, the gap over the line between Coanda Esports and Drago, and there's a very important point that's just been raised in chat, and I'm very glad that we have been able to pull that out into play. The question is, of course, does the way that these GTP hypercar pit stops, now the way that they've been going, will it mean that Drago need to make one less stop in this race?
Very possibly indeed. Or even if they don't have to make one less stop, their final stop should be, excuse me, that much shorter as we get towards the end of the race, and that could be the key here. Yes, Coanda have got ahead. Yes, Coanda have pulled away a little bit, but I think that real conversation has to be about Drago's final pit stop, and we're only really going to get a sense of it in a couple of hours' time or so, when we can work out how far they can really go on that final stint, because they have just come into the pit lane with, what, 2:54 to go. They're able to do about 25 laps in a stint, which is roughly 38 minutes. Let's go with 40 minutes on that then. So you're looking at another, 4 stints, and then a really shortened final stint, possibly, or 3 stints and a shortened final stint, or maybe just the one less stop than Coanda and Redline, who have to do that extra short pit stop. It's difficult to say from this far out, but they clearly have that advantage. It's just how much of an advantage it's going to be at the end.
Yep, so keep an eye on the clock and when they're making those stops, because it could be the difference maker between yes or no. Arthur Sniper asks, is Coanda Rexy out? Well, you've got to assume that there's a Coanda Rexy in the first place, so the answer is yes, it is out because it never started the race. And then question again from that Aurora, looks like the sky is grey. Is it going to be raining anytime soon? Well, we can look in. We got a lovely window into the next 90 minutes of weather here, and we're in overcast conditions, but I can confirm that about 12:15 we are going to get a bit of sun peeking out behind those clouds. So at least as it stands, it is going to stay dry, and this is the thing, it has stayed dry the entire way in this race, as Alejandro Sanchez has already made his stop and is just leaving pit lane now. It stayed dry in this race, but there are other races out there where it has rained.
Yeah, and when you've got nearly 100 splits up and down, you know, the iRacing network, with so many drivers taking part and so many teams getting involved, you know, you're going to have splits where rain does creep in, particularly in January in Florida. No surprise that a couple of spots of rain would drop onto the surface. And we saw it, I think, was it? Yeah, of course we did. Last year, rain really shook up the race. You know, you had Max Verstappen in that red line car overnight. He made a big error with Red Line in a good position that cost them a lot of time. There was the whole discourse about other teams leading the race, making little mistakes in towards the international horseshoe.
Look at this picture.
Well, yeah, Grid and Go will have
3
that.
3 Grid and Go cars.
Yeah, they'll have that on their socials. They just need the Williams to get out of the way, right? There you go. That one. Right there, just with the Williams out of shot.
There you go.
But yeah, you've got so much that rain throws up. We haven't had that this year, and yet still we've had a really close race in all 3 classes. So we haven't really needed it for the drama.
No, and this is the thing that you look at. We always talk about how the fact that rain is quote-unquote the great equalizer out there in racing, but you can't always bank on it. If every race was a wet race, I know Bernie Eccleston had an idea once upon a time that he'd get every single circuit to be sort of a skid pan wet, and so every race would be a wet race for the entertainment. No, that's not going to be what makes entertainment. The entertainment is what you do in whatever conditions that you get. And right now, in dry conditions, we've probably had the best race in years.
Oh, absolutely. And the fact that we've got, I mean, 3 races going on at the same time, in effect, right, with the 3 different classes, and each one of them is as good as the other, with how close they are at the front of the field. It really is fantastic to see this level of competition right at the top end of sim racing, and this really is the top end of sim racing. It's the best drivers in the biggest sim race of the year, so yeah, incredible to have this kind of equality and this level playing field towards the end of the race. In GTD, you've got Drago Racing fighting Williams. GTP Hypercar, you've got Kawanda fighting Drago, fighting Redline. 3 teams that we've known for years, right? And they've been at the top for years. They've been fighting over this race and other iRacing special events for many occasions. And then in LMP2 Grid and Go, another increasingly big name in the world of sim racing at the front of the field. This is where the best drivers come to play, and we are seeing it in real time. It's not just the best drivers in the sim racing world, you get some of the best drivers in the real racing world too. Alex Dunn, of course, as we've mentioned, Formula 2 driver last year, and of course this year, working with his Drago teammate in the 69 car to try and drag himself up towards the top 2 Williams cars. And that gap now only 8 seconds. Alex Dunn's going to be feeling pretty good, I think, in that car right now.
You'd feel very confident that you pulled that gap, which was about 18 seconds when they came out of the pits, down to 8. He has really helped to push them along, as in comes Ate Kalpanen, in comes Patrick Heinrich for their stops in GTP Hypercar and LMP2. But if you're able to pull that gap back, you're starting to send a message to Matthias Orjuela and Alessandro Bico. Williams are being hunted down by Alex Dunn, and Dunn will be looking at this going, yeah, that's great. I've got to hunt them. I've then got to pass them. And here's the thing. When you've got 2 cars and you're trying to get through, the role of Danny Antunes here on how he gets by those Williams cars is going to be the way that you start looking at what Drago do to get by. Because it's not just the fact that he's lapped traffic, it's the fact that he's pulling Alex Dunn with him.
And that's why it's going to be so intriguing when they get up to the back. Well, I say when. If and when they get up to the back of these 2 Williams cars, how Drago decides to play this. Because a lot of conversation will be had if they use the lap car to try and push a couple of the Williams cars out of the way, because if they get a sporting penalty for that, it's not going to affect the 69, right? So in a way, you can see them maybe trying something with the 69 to help the 68 work its way through, but at the same time, will they just let the 68 race? 69's done the job in dragging Alex Dunn and that 68 crew up to the back of these 2 leaders in the Williams cars. I think it'll be interesting to see. We're still not at that stage yet. You can see them in the background as we just see the Williams shoot through the front of the frame. You could see the 2 cars behind at the back of the frame working their way off the banking on towards the back straight. But it's, yeah, an interesting conversation that I think will be ongoing at Drago right now, and Williams are going to be thinking about it as well, wondering how on earth they're going to manage this towards the end of the race. And yeah, I think one of the key storylines to watch out for in the final 165 minutes of this one.
There's a lot to try and uncover here still out there in this race. Top 2 still not impossible. In the pits, Jonas Rutten then is going to be making that stop for the Falcon Sim Racing Team blue car. It's the second of the Falcon cars who have done a brilliant job in that 44 team today. And yesterday they've had Jonas Rutten, and then they've had the Woods, Damon and Lewis, to go out there and try and get things sorted. So between 2 trees right now is Jonas Rutten, who leaves the pits, and will be looking to get that AMG Mercedes up to speed out there. And we haven't really seen too much difference. There is a sizable difference in terms of the GTD category, where we've seen a lot of different cars being used out there over the course of racing action. But the AMG Mercedes is maybe the left field style pick. It's something of a car that is very good through the gears, but this is a place where you're normally riding top gear.
It is, exactly. And it kind of goes back to what I was talking about in terms of car selection in how you want to run it, because you want that gear ratio to be working out for you towards that top end at a track like this, because of course you want to be getting all of those, all of that power on the main straight. And on the back straight we do 90% of the oval, don't we, here at Daytona, along with that infield loop. So yeah, It's just the interesting factors that go into deciding what to do in a race like this, and you can never be too sure, but you can always be confident in your decisions. It's just a case of coming to the race and wondering whether it in the end was the right decision. Some will of course be loving what they've decided to do, the likes of Grid and Go. I guess they didn't really decide a car, did they, because that is an LMP2. GTDs though, Williams are going to be pretty pleased to be in their machines, because they are doing a splendid job at the front of the field. And yeah, those Porsches serving them very well indeed at the front of the field. It's just a case of whether those Dragos can catch up. Of course, different machines with their different advantages, they'll be coming to a head soon.
I just had a question from a good friend of mine, Mick Claridge. He's an ex-Jazz drummer, and he is lightning fast in the Lotus 49 out here on iRacing. He went, what do you think the difference is here, mate? Better drivers in the Drago Lambos at the moment, or are the Porsches more brick-shaped, slowing them down on the oval sections? Now, you can't deny that the Porsche is a little bit more brick-shaped. It is an iconic design. They haven't changed that design since, I believe, all the way back to the Volkswagen Beetle, when they first decided to create Porsche as part of that Volkswagen group. But it is going to be one of those sections out there which you look at for this car. It is very, very good at riding the bumps, is the Porsche. That's why it's done so well. It's the first time in a long time that we've seen the Porsche 911 GT3R 992 as the viable pick option to go in GTD. So it's very nice to see that a lot of teams and drivers have gravitated to that and want to drive something that is pretty much as usable as possible, as we watch Cody Deeth come into the stop and get things sorted there for the car that is in 5th position. But one of the things that you will also be looking at is the Lamborghini. It does punch through, but I wouldn't have said it was the #1 de facto car to go with, as in comes Drago now to make their stop with Alex Dunn. So they're going to make that call once again. We're going to come in, we're going to make that stop, and we're going to need to get this service all sorted as we then look to get and go. That Lamborghini punches through a little bit better. It's got that Audi engine that allows for that opportunity then to really start working for it. And, ultimately, with the way that balance of performance has gone, it's 18 kilograms versus 15. They are very similar. I think the extra kilograms, in a way, help the Lamborghini, which can be a little bit highly strung in terms of what it does on the rear of the car. So I think that's why the Lamborghini is so good, because the weight penalty almost helps it in a way with consistency and stability out there, as Alex Dunn actually beats off the lane Daniel Antunes then to get the clearance sorted, running as if it's a test session out there at the point, as Williams have just gone by and now have the clearance out there at the front of this field. So that is going to be huge. But, Dara, as you said, you look at that Lamborghini, it does a good job.
Yeah, it does, and you can just see visually that it is sleeker, isn't it? Just by the eye. So I can exactly see the point that was being made before, right? The Porsche is brickier, and it's a little bit more like a block. Down the straights, this Lamborghini looks a little bit more, well, Italian, right? Looks that little bit more polished and fresh. And Tunes, I'm almost confused as to why he managed to come out behind Alex Dunn on pit lane, because, of course, he was sitting in pit lane waiting. Waiting to just make his way through, right? Waiting for Alex Dunn to... Well, I guess in a way, but he was sat there for 4 minutes, wasn't he, Antunes, waiting for Alex Dunn to come in, make his stop so we could come out at the same time. And they seem to have struggled to make that. I'd reckon that's a mistake from Daniel Antunes. I can't imagine that was planned for him to sit and wait for Alex Dunn and then yet come out behind. So a little bit confused as to why that happened, but it doesn't look like they're swapping back. Alex Dunn looks like he's pressing on right now.
Yeah, well, he kind of has to now at this point, because he knows that as far as his pit stop goes, he's got to wait for Williams then, and they're about 20 minutes behind. So that's a third of a tank that basically they've sat in. Loic Rabier into the pits for Movano Rossa, not to be confused with Movano Rosso, which is currently the number 30 car piloted by Samuele Villa. at this point in time. So Rabier then looking to bring the 75 car home and dry at this point in time, and doing what is needed. Comes off the jacks. You can see the purple as well, which is out there very much, or actually you could say it's magenta pink, which is actually quite funny actually, because you can't actually get magenta pink out there because it's two ends of the color spectrum. So what you find with the color pink is that we just create pink out with our eyes, rather than actually having the natural color pink out there in terms of what we do. We just magically create a color for it because we're clever. But at least at the moment, Rabier leaving the pit lane here in 6th position. Very narrow pit exit. Very fortunate that the green commitment cone comes along halfway through. You've got a little chicane to work with. You can't cut through those cut curves, otherwise you're going to get a unsafe pit exit as you transfer back out of the circuit. And critically there for Matthias Orjuela and Alessandro Bico, that Movano Rossa car there, Dara, has just come out ahead of the Williams car, so they don't have that interrupting their flow.
They don't at all, and I think it's good news for the Williams team to be able to be in this position. Of course, they have that slight offset as well in terms of that strategy to Drago, who we have just seen come into the pit lane. It's not a huge offset because these two Williams cars have gone 27 laps on the stint, so expect them in the next lap or two. But it's enough of an offset that will benefit them later on in this race. Pit stop as well for Coanda in that 08 car. The overall race lead. It's going to allow Drago's number 2 through, as you would expect. And Team Redline as well, who haven't yet come into the pit lane. Now, we had seen... oh no, we hadn't. They kind of had gone the longest, of course they had. So they will drop down to P3. We'll wait an extra couple of laps for the red line car to come in. Won't be too long, but it's still another 10 laps or so before we see Draco in. That's the kind of offset we're talking about here.
Yes, so 10 laps of offset might be the big difference maker. Jürgen Frank leaving pit lane for Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. He's been a stalwart at SimRC for the longest time, has Jürgen. Very, very accomplished sim racer that gets behind the wheel. 38.3 on the stop from Julien Suna. Now that is a little shorter than I was expecting. So are they now trying to cut fuel here to get more and more gap? It's possible.
It's very possible indeed. It's not a lot less of a stop, is it? Just a couple of seconds. I thought that LMP2 was going to come across, but it's enough to you know to.
It was that was the same that was the same LMP2 that took out Drago. That's why you were scared.
Subconsciously, I didn't realize it at the time, but clearly it was the flashbacks, because we watched that on board, didn't we? Originally from that number 5 Drago car, we watched it on board in real time. Which is why it was so surprising, wasn't it? Because it just appeared on our screens, didn't it? But you could see it there, that the overlap, it's not a big overlap, and you have to be really careful. Clearly, what did he do this time? By knew exactly what it was doing. There is that number 5 car, Nicholas Bow, lapping now, just almost for the sake of lapping, 8 laps down, hoping, really, that something happens to cars in front. Of course, you don't really want to get into that situation at this stage of the race, but it's where you find yourself now. You kind of just have to hope on the fortune of others to work your way up the field.
That's all you can do, and hope that another car runs into a retirement, and so there'll be an opportunity to get to 6th or even to get to 5th. Out there is probably the hopeful end goal, but they've got 7th down pat. They're 2 laps behind Movano Rossa. They are 3 laps in front of Movano Rosso. So they are currently in a very nice Drago sandwich with Movano bread.
Exactly, and Movano are just kind of lapping around at the moment towards the back of that GTP class, but they are still lapping. That's the important thing. You know, you turn up to this race, everyone with the ambitions of winning, but finishing in itself is a really big achievement, particularly considering that we've had 59 cars start this race, and we currently only have 37 of them lapping on the circuit, and only 35 of them within, 12 laps. Actually, it's even less than that, mind you, sorry, because the Effect Simulations and Blue Mercure have also gone out, so it's more like 33 cars out on the circuit right now, so we really have whittled down the numbers. So finishing this race in itself is, quite literally half of the battle, right?
Well, half the battle, but, 59 over 33, you're talking about at least 45% of the field here, Dara, that is not going to find a finish today.
Exactly, and that's why it's half the battle, right? Because half of them aren't finishing. It's been a really difficult race for a lot of the drivers. A lot of those cars went out in the early couple of hours, of course. A lot of them, mind you. But we've had a little bit, better luck in the last few hours, but still, cars going out. Bleeding McCure, that 11 at 9 and FX Simulations car, falling by the wayside in the end, and will not be finishing this race by the looks of it. So, really unfortunate for both of those cars, but it's just how it goes sometimes, and that is what makes this race so prestigious and so difficult to win.
Certainly is. We've seen you, of course, all you fans all across the world. We've got fans in Tampa and Nashville. We've got fans over in Incheon in South Korea and Alberta, Canada, as well as those who are up on the European continent and trying to make their statements known here in this race with 2.5 hours to go of racing here from this brilliant Daytona International Speedway. Emanuele Olivieri leaving pits for Blue Mercure. On debut, they were up as high as second and third. They had a 1-2 at one point, actually, in GTD. It's just fallen away from them here in their first race. But when you announce yourself a 24-hour race, you announce yourself to all the teams that you have signed drivers like Maxime Briand. You've got people like Emanuele Olivieri. You keep looking down the list of the drivers that they have picked up and they've got on their team as part of a work from one of the Ultimate Cup drivers out there in the world of endurance racing. This is a team that has not come to just, we're just a team and we do it by halves. This is a team that says, we're going to challenge, and we're going to challenge big.
And they have done in its opening, endeavour for them, particularly at the biggest sim race of the year. It's been really interesting to see how they've been able to do in the early stages of their life as a team. Of course, they're not just drivers that we've never heard of before, as you mentioned. They are drivers that we do know, not just from this race but from other races as well, and from big iRacing events over the course of years. But to be able to put a team together, to enter a team into top split of this race, and to be performing in the way that they were, particularly in the early stages, really shows that there is a lot of future, a lot of hope for the future, I should say, for this team. And a lot to look forward to as well. If this is their baseline, what could we see from them moving forward as well? Of course, it hasn't necessarily worked out in the way that they would have, necessarily hoped for, because they would have been hoping for sticking inside that top 5 throughout the race. But even so, we've said, even finishing is an achievement in itself. And we have seen really good moments from them, enough to think that obviously this isn't the last time we're going to be hearing about them, and definitely could be challenges in races to come.
Got a brilliant question here. How good do I have to be to start in iRacing special events? I have B class in sports class and 2K iRacing. Is it enough? Well, I would sit down and tell you this. Anybody with any iRating has the ability to go out and race an iRacing special event. So long as you've got the safety rating license of a D4.0 and above, you meet the requirements and you can go out there and race. You're not going to reach top split with 2K iRating. The average strength of field when I entered yesterday from the teams was 9,000. It was a huge strength of field to get themselves set and ready for it. But you only need that D4.0 or higher safety rating to say you're safe enough to do a 24-hour race. And Dara, this is the key. We've had over 100 splits worth of racing. That's not 100 splits of 9K, 8K, 7K, 6K drivers. It's also the 1K driver, the 800, the 500 that goes out there, and this is their one big race of the year.
Yeah, and I mean, even Zach Sweeney was racing. Those of you who've been around for some time know that Zach Sweeney was racing, which means that he must have been split 250 or something down there towards the bottom. So, I mean, anybody can get involved, especially if you've got, well, only if you've got that safety rating. But again, that is something to aim for. And like we've said before, every single split, you're going to have competitive racing because they are balanced.
Driver changes.
Yes, they are. In that Williams team, which we were talking about before, isn't it? Beckham Dressy and Parker White. We talked about how at 4.5 hours to go, would they change with about 2.5 hours to go? Well, there you go. They have done exactly that. And it'll be Beckham Dressy in the number 1 car trying to get home for that Williams team. And those two will be working together all the way home. And, White and Dressy, do you really want... I don't think there's two better drivers, really, to try and bring you home in a race like this.
Well, you got a former eNASCAR champion in Parker White. You got Beckham Jasiah, who pretty much can qualify himself for anything on any given day. It's a question of how good are they going to be? And they are going to be rolling out in formation here down the pit lane to get themselves up to speed. How much is the margin to Drago? 41 seconds perfect is the stop. And Alex Dunn has got himself again behind Danny Antunes trying to push. And I'm looking at that gap, 16, 15, 14. Again, they lose 6 seconds in the stop every single time. But what they do is they pull about 10 seconds back every single time. So this is where you are talking about what are net losses, net gains. They are going to get to right on the back of this team. 14 seconds. They are going to get right on the back of this Williams team by the end of the next hour.
Yeah, they are, and that's going to be the concern for the Williams team, that they are going to have to start fighting away. Talking about Williams, actually. Baletti, of course, racing for Blue Mercure in that number 8 car into the pit lane, of course. I'm right in saying, aren't I? Formerly of Williams as well. So
yeah.
Even those drivers that aren't at the Williams stable anymore, still doing well in this race, right? Particularly in the GTD class. So been a good day for Williams and their alumni across this 24 hours of Daytona. That's a bit.
That was red line.
Yeah, that's not comfortable.
BMW M-Team red line. Luke McEwen, cold tyres out the pits, having a big wiggle, trying to get up to speed. Jesse Telkala in the pits then, as well as Martial Hubert. Then for Blue Mercure, Corentin Miru hits the lane as well, trying to chase for Dullatra Automotive. But cold tyres on a circuit like this, overcast conditions, not much heat in the track at 24 degrees. As has been said before, I said in the opening hours of this race, myself and David Haynes at Mazzano this year for racing action of the 24-hour E-Series came up with the ratio of the dog walking to egg frying scale, and which is how hot the track is depends on whether you want to walk your dog on it or whether you want to fry an egg on it. We're in dog walking territory.
Yeah, that's for sure. You wouldn't be too scared to, take your socks off at the moment and, walk on this tarmac, because, sometimes it does get far too hot. It's like hot sand, isn't it, really? When you get to a beach and the sun's been baking that sand all day, you don't really want to be walking on that sand without protection on your feet, right? Because the sun's not been up too long, and you can kind of see, not directly, but you can tell from the back there's no shadows. We aren't getting direct sunlight. It's cloudy at the moment. So that track temperature isn't really increasing as much as it otherwise could be. We are still seeing it kind of match the air temperature at the moment. So it's not going to be killing the tyres. It's not going to be, it's also not too low grip that you're going to be worried about the tyres, right? It is kind of that sweet spot at the moment for the drivers. You wouldn't want it to increase too much for the final 2.5 hours. But like you say, it's not too hot, it's not too cold. It's just right.
It's perfect for racing, as Will Murdoch then leaves pit lane, still in 5th place and still doing a very nice job trying to stay close to the 091 Porsche Coanda car at the moment, but they are almost a lap down on them as far as it stands. So they'll have a bit of work to do to get themselves back into play. Augustin Bernier, another really quick driver that's joined Blue Mercure. That, as we said, they don't do anything by half. They've picked up the best French free agents out there on the market. Gail Valero has joined them in terms of the team as well. And they have picked up some really good stables of drivers. I think they're going to immediately challenge. They're immediately in as a tier 2 team out there in sim racing. And they could argue their way to tier 1.5 with the right results.
They absolutely could. And yeah, it's been a really good start, isn't it, for them? And it's great to see that we get this refresh of teams and maybe even a couple of drivers in there as well, moving their way up the order, putting themselves into contention and giving us more people and teams to talk about before we get into these special events. Of course, when we preview these races, we always talk about, the same old teams, the same old names, because they are the best and they are always at the top and they are never to be counted out. But it is always nice to see newer faces, newer names that we can turn to as we get through races like this and get through years such as this. And 2026, when you look at that iRacing Special Events calendar, it looks like it's going to be bigger than ever. And there's so much to look forward to. And for these teams to start the year like this is really fantastic.
Change of driver at the 003. They've just put Elation away in behind the car at the moment, so they'll be looking at making their progress as we take our lovely look here from just beyond the grandstand as they will charge on by with 2 hours 23 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Frank Schlothmann in the pits for SCK Racing. Now they're at the back of the field, 16 laps down at the moment, but I think they've done a very good job. German-based team, Kevin Hayes and Chris Fleischmann have also been the drivers to jump in, but this is what you need. More teams that start coming out of the woodwork. So I haven't seen SCK really making any noise coming into this one, but they've done enough to get themselves up into an event like this, which goes to show you it pays to do your iRacing official races. You can't just sit back and say, look, I'm going to be a league racer only, or I'm only going to do the events that pay me. Yeah, you know, you do need to do sometimes an official race to get your racing up, to say, look, I am this level.
Yeah, and this is such a high level that you really want to feel like you have to prove yourself. Oh, you feel like you do have to prove yourself, and then you really want to be able to achieve that, right? I mean, some of these drivers have been here for so long. Like we say, your drivers, your commanders, your red lines. So many of, I mean, you guys at home, maybe just getting yourselves into sim racing, this may be the first Daytona 24 hours that you've watched. You may be just tuning in for the first time. If you are loving what you're seeing, you want to get into iRacing, you can get yourself to this level. And for drivers in this race, that's happened to them. You know, they've watched these guys go racing in events like this and thought that they wanted to get involved. They've, you know, got themselves a sim rig, they've got themselves racing, and they've realised they're good at it. And they've worked their way into these positions to be racing the drivers that they once saw and, you know, used as inspiration for themselves to go racing. So when you get into races like this and you see that level of competition, and you want to prove yourself for the first time as that 129 gets on the marbles and slides wide, being able to prove yourself against drivers that you've known just for so long, whether you've raced them or not, is such an important feat, I think, in a driver's mentality.
Matt Performance to a third in LMP2, finding out why it's difficult late on in a race like this. Look at the build-up around each and every single corner. Those are what we call marbles. So when you've got a tyre, like the Michelin tyres that are being run on the likes of the GTP hypercars, for example, every time you're going around a corner, you are putting wear into the tyre. And what happens? You wear through the rubber. That discarded rubber flicks off the end of the tyre and is discarded into a little ball known as a marble. It goes out to the edges of the circuit. The longer a race goes, the more tyres you chew through, the more marbles you're going to have. And essentially, we call it marbles because it's like being on marbles as you go through that section. You can't get a consistent contact patch of the tyre, Dara, and effectively, you are just prone for a spin.
Yeah, you are, and they are just those little balls of rubber. You can back up onto your tyre, creates that rough surface onto the tyre, and therefore, as you say, it makes that contact patch that little bit smaller, and so it makes it more difficult to stop, makes it more difficult to turn. It's just that exponential downfall in terms of pace and confidence you can have in your car, and that's why it takes a little while to clean up those tyres and to get back on pace. And getting out into the marbles can be so treacherous. Of course, it's not like in this race we've had full course cautions and safety cars in which we can get the crews out and they can sweep the track or anything. That's just not going to happen. Those marbles are going to stay there, and they are big swathes of, I mean, you can see them visually. You can see almost each individual piece of rubber. You do not want to go offline whether you can help it. And you can see even those two lapping each other, the 129 passing the 48, they're both staying within that generic racing line, that darker patch on the track, because if they go out into those marbles, it's going to hurt you for another couple of laps.
There's been 4 time slots out there, and I can confirm after 3, there were about 85 different splits worth of racing. We were well over 100, I believe, by the time that we got ourselves forward. For those who didn't see what happened to Drago Racing, with about 6 hours to go, they had complete control of number 5, but they found themselves into the wall, courtesy of TC Esports, Betmaster TC Esports, who are 4th actually, at the moment. So I want to give some credit, actually, to Betmaster TCE Sports, not to rain on their parade the entire time and say, oh, they're just the team that took the leaders out. They've actually driven a really nice race, the Argentine-based team. This is what happened just as dawn broke. That was the morning chorus, the screams of Drago Racing number 5.
Yeah, and the screams of those tyres going into that initial tyre barrier. Well, I mean, at least they kept it out of that big barrier at the end of the exit of the International Horseshoe. But that is the most silver of silver. It's pretty much a bronze lining at that point, with the amount of damage that they'd already picked up onto the car. And they're out of contention, down, 8-10 laps down now. And so not really too much to race for them, especially when they were looking at a race win with about 6 hours to go. Gutting, really, when you've worked so hard over the opening 3/4 of the race. But these things happen. And I guess the difficult part of that to grapple with is that they've got to wait 12 months to try again, right?
They do, or they can go and look at the iRacing special events calendar, say I can challenge at Sebring, I can challenge at Bathurst, I can challenge over at Spa, Thruxton, there's the Brick Car 24 at Silverstone that they can go and challenge at. There are ways to go and challenge. Basically back and say, look, I'm the team that you can go and beat. I mean, look even at the marble runoff that's gone on to the top of the 003. It was a nice, pristine blue and yellow car that had itself sorted to start with. That 003 now, it's blue, yellow, and it looks like it's a little bit mucky for elation away.
It does, and I think for Grid and Go right now, the position that they find themselves in, particularly in this LMP2 class, they were at risk. Heavy risk from that 909 that was running really well even just an hour ago. Now they're in a position of complete control. 21 seconds ahead of that 21 Delatraz Automotive by Majors garage car. They have a lot of room to work with. And again, it's so much easier said than done. Just getting to the end is what they need to do. There doesn't need to be any kind of push from Aleix. He doesn't need to overdrive this car at all. Just run it home. 22 seconds with 2 hours 16 to go. You can afford to lose a couple of tenths a lap every single lap to the end of the race because there aren't enough laps to gain back that time. And so they're looking really strong. They're looking in a really good position. And even on the strategy for that 003, they're on the same strategy as that 21 car. Exactly the same pit lap. And it's all getting a lot closer together. That's completely my fault. I'm looking at the wrong column. They've gone 1 lap extra, that Grid and Go car, than the 21. So if anything, they have the advantage on the strategy. So there's not even any concern there. This is in their court, and they just have to get it to the end. It sounds simple, won't be.
It won't be, but they are pulling away at the moment, and so Aleix is doing everything that Grid and Go needs to do. And I did say that Grid and Go were going to win, although I did say that they were going to win GTP Hypercar. I may have just got the wrong category out there when I made my first prediction just before the drop of the green flag. But at least at the moment, I'm looking around at this time to go. Drago are really doing well on their stints here in the number 2. They are really putting Coanda under pressure here to chase this down. 53.5 seconds, the gap at the front of the field. And if there's an extra stop to be had, you've got to clear the speed delta to go through the lane. That's running at 50 miles an hour or 88 clicks as you go by. I would look around at this and say, Coanda, I think, have been outdone on strategy, and it's not often you get to hear that. You don't hear Coanda and Redline have been out-strategized.
No, it's rare, and it's rare because they know exactly what they're doing. They've been doing this for a very long time, and they are the best of the best. They are the best teams in the best sim races, and they know how to perform. They have teams of engineers, they have teams of guys behind the scenes trying to work out the best way to go about a race like this, and they are succeeding time after time after time. Drago, though, of course, they are not. Let's not pretend this is like a rags or a Cinderella story for Drago Racing. They are another big team that we know a lot about in the sim racing world, but they just haven't been able to, particularly in the last couple of years, necessarily match the consistency, I think, of Coanda and Redline. They've always had this pace. They've always had this lurking and the ability to do this. But it's just not been there every single time. So this is a fantastic race for them, not just in that GTB hypercar class, but also in the GTD class, where they are still in range to try and claim a GTD win, at the very least a GTD podium. And even with the drivers and the cars that have fallen by the wayside with the incidents that they've had to suffer, we are still seeing some really dominant stuff from them as we see them come into pit lane finally, and we'll get to see what the gap is with them, Coanda and Redline, when they come out of pit lane.
I wouldn't call it Cinderella rags to riches, but would you argue it's maybe Cinderella upper middle class to the riches?
Yeah, you've married above your class. You've gone from I don't know, Richmond upon Thames to Mayfair. Put it that way. I think that's the best way to describe it. For those of you in the UK, I realise. If you're living in the US or maybe Europe, you may not understand that, but you know what I mean, though, right, Jake? Please.
Yeah, basically, right. You've not gone from the old Kent Road. You've gone from about Strand.
Yeah, exactly.
Dries van Langendonk then will get behind the wheel of the number 2 for Drago Racing. And this, you would feel at this stage, Dara, is let's bring it home with you.
Exactly. And he was doing really well beforehand. Got out of that car a little while ago. And, yeah, I think he's a good choice to put into that car for this final stint. He will come out in P2, right between that Coanda and the Redline car, but it's a decent margin that Coanda are going to have then. Once we see Dries come out of pit lane, it's going to be some 10 seconds once those tyres are up to temperature. So this is looking pretty good for Coanda. Julian Serna doing an incredible job in that 08.
It's great. They've got 10 seconds, but again, it all depends on the final stops. If you're talking about, 2:12 left, and you're doing, 45-minute pit stops from here? So 45, hour 30, 2:15. They've saved a stop.
They have saved a stop, and that's going to be crucial by the end of the race. It's going to save them, 30 seconds, you could think, or up to 30 seconds, maybe a little bit less than that if there's a splash and dash that needs to be required for one of the other teams, and there's very little time that they'll spend actually stopped in the box. But that time that you take, as we've said, going at 50 miles an hour down that pit lane, it's going to be enough to really cost them a lot of time, and Drago are feeling good, right? Yeah,
I think they feel very comfortable with where they are, as they now say, look, we're in a position where, yeah, we can drop some time. We can't drop all of it. We can't just, down tools for an hour, so to speak. But they'll feel quite happy if they keep working away at this sort of pace that the race is going to go in their hands. They just have to avoid the traffic out there. They just have to play the game to the way that they need to. And they know that, the result will come to them rather than the other way around. And so I would feel very happy if I was out there and I was running for Drago Racing. I'd say, look, it's in our hands right now just to make sure that we stay within 19 seconds of Drago from this point onwards. Watching again as that gap here just ticks under now to 8.5 to the back of Beckham Jasir here. So Alex Dunn really trying to motor. Took another 2/10 out of that last lap, but the two Williams Americans here have just slowly opened up in terms of pace. They've woken up very early in the morning, about 5:30 Eastern it is at the moment. They've been given the responsibility, bring this car home, both cars home, and for the moment, they're looking at that Irishman trying to chase down, and the F2 driver is going to be on a hunt to try and get there, but by no means would I argue is this at the same rate as what we saw earlier on in the race. They are not catching as quickly.
They're not, but it hasn't been long that they found themselves back together again. We did see, of course, that 69 behind the 68, and it's dropped another full lap back over time to give Alex Dunn that tow again. So there were a few laps in which it wasn't helping them too much, but I think now again we could see that pace pick up once more, and they can start to eke into that gap. Already early into this overlapping stint, they're only 10 seconds behind, and that's not what we saw before. This could really plough towards that 5-second mark if they play this well, and there's nothing to say that they won't play this well. Quite frankly, they've done an incredible job in the last 4 hours up to this point that we've been on the call, Jake. So yeah, interesting to see how Drago go about this, and if you want anybody in that car right now, it is Alex Dunn to try and get this one done. No pun intended, of course. But he needs to try and get himself that 9 seconds in front to Williams. I still wonder how Williams play this and how Drago play this. They haven't had to race anybody for hours upon hours. If it comes down to a final 20-minute showdown and all of a sudden it's a sprint race to the end, how are they going to cope? They've just been in rhythm for half of this race now.
Well, you try and give yourself hope at the moment, and they will be worried in the fact right now with Drago that they're getting so close to the end of this race. They've got to try and overhaul the margin as well on fuel, because they're behind on that game as well, that unless they're going to catch them by the end of their next pit stop, I think they've got a bit of a Dell starting to play in their ears, because they're just chasing pavements at this point.
Yep, they are, and you get into these situations, don't you, in about 2 hours to go, where you've got some teams that are chasing the victory, you've got some teams that are chasing a podium, and there's some teams that are chasing the finish, right? They're begging for that white flag, that checkered flag to come out from the flag stand. So, yeah, it's interesting when you get here to see where different teams are, where their ambitions lie with so little time to go in the race. But, hey, we've clearly got battles for the win. GTP Hypercar, GTD particularly, and even LMP2, that gap is 20 seconds. It's not big. One moment from grid and go, and that race is blown wide open. So, as 24-hour races go, this is probably one of the best we've seen in a very long time.
Certainly agree on that front. It's still not decided by any steps. Look at that plane. Get yourself a Boeing to land then for you there in the rear view, as we see the likes there of that grid and go-kart making progress. The 003 out there on circuit. We've just got another one of the hypercars then leaving pits. That's the Porsche Coanda 091 with Joshua Rogers currently behind the wheel of that. And there goes Vicente Aparicio just in front of him. Now, on the opening laps here with these hypercars, you have to absolutely tiptoe for what will feel like half a lap before you can finally feel like you can put some heat into the tyre.
Yeah, exactly. And you've got to give it a little bit of time to be able to really push. We've seen down into that Western Horseshoe too many times, haven't we, that drivers have been a little bit too keen on the throttle and on the brake even, to that rear end sliding around. It's not going to settle the car and warm the tyres up too well. I mean, I guess if you're sliding around and you give a half spin, it's going to warm the tyres. Well, it's going to leave you a lot of time, right? And that's what you're going to be actively trying to avoid. And it's just that patience and being able to be patient, despite the fact you know that you have to push on. There's not really an option. That can be difficult for teams and drivers to have to grapple with at this stage of the race, when you know exactly what you need to be doing and you clearly have a defined goal. But being patient is part of it, isn't it?
Very much is. A battle of two Belgians, Sunen versus Von Longendonk, then out there at the moment. And two Belgians that I can only assume out there by the French-sounding name of Sunen and the Dutch-sounding name of Van Longendonk, because Belgium was created as a treaty of three countries in order to be a buffer zone out there overall in terms of the geopoliticalness of the European sort of station. Sunen's from the French-speaking part, which is the south, and Van Longendonk's from the Dutch-speaking part, which is the north. Indeed.
You've got, it's kind of like the south, east and northwest, isn't it, really? You've got the Wallonia region. Where Spa is, of course, Spa-Francorchamps. It is very French-sounding because that is the native tongue. Down near Liège and the towns of Spa and Stavelot and Malmedy and everything that goes with that. Not a million miles away from the German border either, but firmly French-speaking. I mean, in northwest Belgium, you get, villages on the French border, very firmly Dutch-speaking, or Flemish, of course, in that part of the world. So, I think actually I'm going to nerd out here, but I think Belgium's quite an interesting country linguistically. Anyway, you're right, because it kind of is a combination of the two parts of the country. I mean, there's different broadcasters in Belgium, one French-speaking, one Dutch-speaking. So it's really interesting how, A, that country works, but B, then you can chuck them into a battle like this, and all of a sudden, they're not as friendly as they once would be. I mean, they're probably supporting the same team at the World Cup, but they're not going to be supporting each other in this race, and there's going to be a lot of, I think, heated chatter on team radios and team chats right now to make sure that they can put themselves into the right position towards the end.
13 seconds, margin at the front, and there is the BMW M Team Redline car that's only 6 seconds back off of Drago now. So Luke McEwen trying to desperately keep Redline in the conversation here, but the issue has been that ever since Coanda made that pass and took the lead, they've put 10 seconds on Redline.
Yeah, they have, and it just goes to show. I don't think what we saw earlier was necessarily, well, now in hindsight, was necessarily an improvement from Redline. I think it was more of a regression from Coanda and particularly Drago. Coanda now have that advantage. Drago is still regressing towards Redline. He's gone. Disappeared. That is a...
Oh, no. No, he's all right. He's all right. But again, another little blip of a worry from Porsche Coanda. You don't want to see it too often, but that would have been a concern for them.
It would have been. And they want to avoid things like that. But in the sim racing world, some of the biggest killers can be connected.
Oh, Blue Mercure. Sorry, Sesha are in with a penalty at the moment. I think they've got that for speeding. But Blue Mercure, the number 9, I believe, is coming down in for a drive-through penalty here for a black flag incident point limit being hit.
Yeah, and we're going to see a few teams reach that in the final 2 hours, right? That's just part of the fact that we raced in 22 hours. And so we may see a couple of incident limits hit, and that could be important for some of the leading gaps because they are within drive-through range.
Yeah, and you've got to remember here that as far as you go, 100 incident points for 24 hours. You've got 100 incident points to play with. It sounds huge out there as in comes Nicholas Bowe for the stop for the Drago number 5. 100 incident points sounds huge. You start bringing it back, it's a 24-hour race. What have you got? 4.1 incident points an hour?
Which is nothing, really, isn't it? Around a track like this. And you pick up multiple for little bits of contact, don't you? So, yeah, no wonder, really, that we're seeing a few teams pick up some of those drive-through penalties and those black flags. Just part of the game. As Alexander Spetz will get into that number 5 Drago car now, but again, that's the car that's been, quite frankly, hit out of the race a few hours ago coming out of the pit lane. So that's not going to be relatively too significant by the time we get to the closing stages here. I'm interested to see now in the next 30 minutes, 40 minutes, as we get through this next stint, how far Coanda can pull this gap to Drago. Because that gap's 13 seconds. It was 7 or so at the end, at the start of this stint. They are pulling that gap out, and it's an incredible job done by Julian Cernan right now. If they can pull that gap further, do they have enough to offset the strategy? They very well might at this pace.
Yeah, they're going to be looking around at this, thinking, what can they do as they look to try and pivot into the final stages of it. If you are brand new, of course, to iRacing, you want to get yourself involved with iRacing, there is 25% off of all brand new membership. Normally when you're going around here, so make sure you watch out for any deals that will be coming on with iRacing, of course, as you want to get your first start in and gain the ability to sim race out there overall. Alexander Spetz, the sort of driver where his time will come. He is too good not to not win.
Yeah, but again, very well could have won this race, right? I mean, they were this number 5 were winning the race quite comfortably, and they were looking like they were in a strong position to go on and take the victory at Daytona today. But things happen, right? These moments happen over the course of a race, and we saw it with the 42 coming across. Couldn't have been expected. It's not Spector's fault, not anybody in the number 5's fault, and yet they're out of contention for a race win. And you're right, he is the caliber of driver who should be winning races like this. And he could have done, and that's the entire point. It's the ability to finish off a race, get to the end, and get through without incident, which is part luck, part skill, part putting yourself in the right place at the right time. Will. Yeah, exactly, right? There's so many elements of that which isn't necessarily down to the driver's skill, and that's why this race is so big to win.
It's a huge race, and right now you're seeing the Spa 24 2025 strategy played out perfectly right now by Williams F1 Team Gaming here. They have completely nerfed the effort of Drago, and these two American drivers have done just about enough to hold off the Drago charge. Just under 2 hours to go. Let's run through category. Let's go GTD up to GTP with 2 hours to go. Williams are with their 2-car leading, with their 1 car in second. They are pushing each other for a chance to win the 24 Hours of Daytona. Drago Racing and Alex Dunn are doing everything they can. They've pulled every trick in the book to get themselves close, but close isn't quite cutting it right now for that number 68. This is just torturous right now. They are dangling close, but not close enough. Blue Mercure on debut with Vasilios Beletsiotis is in 4th position right now and having a wonderful drive, knowing that they are going to challenge this year and for years to come if the team continues to stay with the strong core that it's got. And the top 5 currently rounded out by Cody Deeth and the Falcon Sim Racing Teal team. Right now, they're having a very nice run of things. There are some very good teams that are scattered in and around that we'll give some love to a little bit later on. But Dara, why don't you run us through what's been going on in LMP2?
Well, if we're being realistic, there's not a lot that's happened in the last hour or so after the incident for the 909 car, but it is that 003 that leads the way and has done for a little while now, and we'll see if they can get to the end. We're going to go kind of putting their chips into this basket now, because this is their best chance at any race victory, or class victory, I should say, in this race. The Delatraz car at the 21, 20 seconds behind. It's flirting with gaining some time. Not doing it just yet, staying where it is for the time being. And it's Darius Andre at the moment who's looking to try and close up that gap as it overtakes that 33 car. Oh, that's close through there. That's another one of the Blue Mercury Sport cars. Next up, P3. It's the MapPerformance.com car. The 129 very quietly going about its business over the course of the race so far. We've not talked about it too much, apart from maybe a couple of little moments, but those moments haven't been enough to allow the 42 Betmaster TC car to come through. Of course, this is the car that was involved with the number 5 a few hours ago with the incident coming out of pit lane. Abel Torres hoping to get them a top, maybe even a podium actually, with only 7 seconds between them and the Performance.com car. Running out the top 5, the first of the Blue Mercure LMP2s. And it's Augustin Bernier at the moment trying to hold on to that top 5. Solpec are the only other team on the lead lap, and then you've got Blue Mercure 33 and 004 grid and go a lap down, and then everybody else a long way away, all out of the race at this stage. But you feel LMP2 is grid and goes to lose, Jake.
It absolutely is, and so we'll keep an eye on it. We've just hit pit stops in your overall lead race, GTP Hypercar, because Coanda Esports have just hit the lane and they have put Elvis Rankin into the car, and a superstar he is will now try and bring the hopes of Coanda Esports over to victory here at Daytona. It will now give Drago Racing the advantage, but we believe that they are a pit stop ahead here. Are Drago in comparison to the rest of their rivals. So with Rankin in third, it is Drago Racing who have the control now of the field through Dries van Longendonk at this point in time. But they are being harried at this stage by BMW M Team Redline number 3 and Luke McEwen currently behind the wheel. And so Luke will be looking around at this saying, at the very least, we can put some pressure on Drago, and they might make a mistake, and it might be that we can get second rather than third. About a lap back from this is Porsche Coanda 091. Josh Rogers is currently piloting for them at this stage. He's a brilliant sim racer in all regards. As he's gone through, he has driven so well in many series, part of that wonderful core of Australian sim racing drivers who had made the jump over. The likes, of course, of Cooper Webster comes to mind, and he had some wonderful teammates. He used to be part of a team called TTL Esports with the likes of Richard Hampstead and Jake Maloney. He was incredible. He was the stalwart of that team, racing the likes of Madison Down and Jared Filsell there. And then BMW M Team Burusud Plus Competition. They find themselves in a little bit of a lonelier fit with Will Murdoch at the moment. That 89 is trying to give some chase, but at the moment, I think they're just behind the 8 ball, and that's going to put themselves into P number 5. So at least for the time being, there is still racing on the horizon. This is by no means a done deal in all 3 categories out there, and that's what you want to see when the iRacing special events roll in. And this iRacing Daytona 24, which is powered by VCO. And really critical for this, the winners of GTP Hypercar and GTD are going to automatically book their place into the IMSA Esports Global Challenge.
Which is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, event that these teams are racing in over the course of the year. And so to be able to make sure you've qualified for that, make sure you know you're in with a shout, is oh so crucial, isn't it? And it gives you that extra little bit of comfort going into the next few weeks and months without having to necessarily worry too much about getting into the event, because you're at the party, you've got the invite, and you've RSVP'd your spot. So Drago Racing are racing for that. Team Redline are racing for that. Williams especially racing for that. I mean, you would think, theoretically, these teams would get in anyway to a potential series such as the IMSA Esports Global Championship. However, there's no guarantee, is there? You have to be on to form somewhere to book your spot. And so here's the best place to do it. Early on in the year, 18th of January is the date. We're barely into 2026. And if you can book your name into that championship, all the better, right?
Absolutely, all the better and then some. Now, it's worth talking about the fact that we have lost about 45% of the grid along the way here in this one. We're down to about 33 runners here. We've had some big names go out there. We've lost one of the red line cars. Our first retiree was actually Team PGZ. That happened on like the third or fourth lap of the race when they threw it into the wall as they went through. It's got a lovely bit of side-by-side then, as that is 4 position. Blue Mercure down the inside, get the move done on Betmaster TC Esports. So that a nice pass then that has just been conducted, and Blue Mercure up to 6th with their number 33 effort. We lost the Bursa plus Turner car in a big crash with Fisley Forward Pink and at Live Sim Racing Arnage. We lost all 4 of the WSI Esports cars. They've had a horrible Daytona if all 4 of their cars are out. And then, of course, the big names like Team Redline went, the 001 of Grid and Go, 002, the 005 of Grid and Go. Drago still trying to help and get themselves back up the order. Manatee, and then, of course, in the stint that we've had here, Dara, Effect Simulations from the lead.
Yep, and they're not the only drivers that have, or the only team that have had problems from the lead over the course of this race today. I think sadly for WSR is standing for we're sadly retired today, isn't it? Because they are all out of. I said sadly. Well, no. I said I'm upset about it because it's not a nice thing to see, but they are definitely a team to be right up towards the top end of the orders, and it is a real shame that they have been eliminated early on from this race, because they really can contend at the front in some of these fields, particularly in LMP2, and we see it time and time again. And so it would have been fantastic to have seen them up the order, but that starting hour or two was so attritional, wasn't it?
It was. We saw a number of small incidents. We didn't see, quote-unquote, the big one happen out there, but we saw a number of little incidents here, number of little incidents there, and, you know, they did give it a really good go, and we were seeing what their data was pulling, actually, with Cosworth and the wonderful work that is being done with the Pi Toolbox that is out there at the moment. So that certainly played a good factor into how hard they were pushing, and ultimately it's not come up for them, and they will come back. They will find a way to go and make it happen for them, and that's a little bit slow. There is a difference between a hypercar, a GTP hypercar, and an LMP2. People think, oh, there's not much of a difference. Well, as you watch Martial Hubert there get overtaken by Jere Leitonen, I think there's a big enough difference to say, well, look, it's gone.
Yeah, it really has. And we're getting to that stage, aren't we, with 109 minutes to go in this race, where if you aren't gaining time on the cars in front of you, it's going to feel like a very long way to try and pick yourself up and put yourself into a good position here. Giuseppe Lafaro from Ivano Rossi, there are a few laps down, aren't they? Quite a few in that GTP hypercar class, but they're still lapping, still looking to get that top 10 finish here at Daytona, which, as we've said, is a really big achievement if and when they cross that checkered flag, finish line with the checkered flag, of course. 1 hour 50 to go, only 3 stints to go for this Movano Rosso car to get themselves to the end. That should be enough. we shouldn't be looking at another one for them. I think for Coanda, we might be looking at a splash and dash. Drago and Redline easily home on 3 more stops.
Yeah, they'll be quite comfortable with the way that this is going, and they have been finding a wonderful run. Chat, for those of you who are watching, all 1,400 of you here on YouTube, here with us, the question that is going to be asked to you, because we are in the early mornings here, or heading over towards midday here in the United Kingdom, where both of us are from, what's been your food choice for your 24 hours? You can't go through a 24-hour race without food. Dara, what was your breakfast?
I had some puffed oats. Very quickly scoffed down. I've never eaten cereal faster, if I'm completely honest with you. I inhaled that. There's the 909 going off, by the way. That was from the lead of the race. That's why they are out of contention. That was a couple of hours ago now. But yeah, I inhaled some cereal. And I quickly made some coffee, which I've enjoyed over the last hour and a half. Well, I say over the last... I finished it a while ago, because otherwise it'd be freezing by now. But yeah, I had to have some coffee, because that 5:45 alarm was not something I looked forward to this morning, if I'm honest with you.
I beat my alarm this morning at 5:30.
Oh,
I'm impressed that I beat my 5:30 alarm. Immediately went and made myself some strawberry jam and toast. And it was very, very nice that I had just before starting, and I haven't had any food since, and I would quite like some in about 2 hours' time for a spot of lunch. But at least for the moment, this is a race that is starting to hold itself in. Let us know what food you've been in with at the moment. There's some breakfast burritos we're hearing, tub of yogurt, chicken curry, kettle chips have been there, gas food station food. Love it. Absolutely love it here. We're getting the full mixture out there. Chicken curry and a monster. That's a meal.
Oh, hello. That's breakfast. That is breakfast to me. That's a breakfast for champions. Chicken curry and a monster. Was it one of the... That's one of the... Was it an instant chicken curry? Like, was it one of those ones that you just, like, put it in the microwave?
What flavour of monster was it? Other energy drinks are available, but what flavour of monster was it?
Someone said the Lando Norris Monster. Yeah, that's an option, actually. I don't even know what flavour that is, to be honest with you. It's something. I'll be honest, I don't drink energy drinks, so I don't actually know what any of them mean. But yeah, that is the breakfast of the king, though. I'm sorry.
Yeah, melon and yuzu flavour.
Bless you. I do not know what that means at all. That... It must be nice, because people buy it, right? Is it nice? Have you had it before?
I assume it's very, very good, but very much yuzu is a type of lemon by my understanding of it. So basically it's melon and lemon, which is a nicer way of saying it, as they've all gone through, as that all sets itself out. Jake Sperry and Dara Thacker bringing you all the action as we get LMP2 pit stops, Grid and Go and Dullatra in at the same time. Darius Andre, the Romanian, still in at Dullatra. Off goes Aleix Nahui, the race leader overall in category. And looking at this in terms of, can we get this race in the back pocket? If you're still stationary and you've got another 10 seconds to go, Darius, you're going to have to do it on track. There's no other way around it here. Grid and Go are going to need to have a bit of misfortune, but knock on wood, they're going to be all right.
Yeah, it looks like that 003 is Grid and gone at the front, quite frankly, with 21 seconds in hand, because with, what, an hour and 45 to go, 2 stints in the LMP2 class. It's just... There needs to be an error from the 003 for the 21 to have a chance here. That's just how it's going to go. There isn't enough that we've seen so far on pure pace for that 21 to gain up to the back. They get a couple of seconds in that pit stop cycle. That's it. That's literally all the positives that I can name right now, because that gap has just stayed the same the entire time. Solpek with Garrett Berry are in the pit lane. They are off the track. Will be out of the pit lane relatively soon, but it's just how it's going at the moment in the LMP2 class. It feels like those battles are just kind of dangling over our heads, but they're just not going to materialise at the moment. GTD just feels like it's not enough to really to expect there to be a change in the lead, because Williams and Drago, that gap isn't closing. And in the hypercar, we have to wait till the end to see if Coanda can offset the pit stop with Drago. That's what we're waiting for. Give it an hour, we might have some answers.
It looks more and more likely that this is going to be a battle of 2 Williams drivers trying to get it sorted, unless they have a bad bump. And there has been one bad bump over the course of this race already, and it was the two Drago teammates in the opening 2 hours of the race, which sent the 69 Drago racing car sailing on at turn 1. Alex Dunn in the 68 and co looked around at it and went, that wasn't quite what we were looking for out there in the run. But they get the clearance now, and they'll be on their way as they look to push forward. But Eduardo Leo is now going to get in to finish the run out then for the likes of BMW M Team Redline 3 as they make their stop, having pressured the number 2 Drago Racing GTP hypercar, which is up there at the front of the order. So we take a look at Eduardo Leo, who is there in the pits, pulling off and away. And the reason why they're down as much as they are is because Eduardo Leo's steering wheel decided it didn't want to work. And this is the difference basically between them biting Porsche Coanda for second or not.
Yeah, technological difficulties are exactly what the risks are in sim racing, as is coming out of the pit lane apparently. We saw it earlier, we're seeing it again now. Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, right? You've got difficult... I mean, you can set the sim rig up exactly how you want to at home. This isn't like a LAN event where, you know, you've gone to an event, they've got their own sim rigs, and you've just kind of got to adapt to how they're set up. Here at home, you can sit in your sim rig, you can set up whatever you want. You could be in a light room, in a dark room, you could have 3 screens, you could have 1 screen, you could have VR, you could just have your 2 eyes. You know, there's so many different ways that you can manage this. The thing you can't manage is how the technology is going to work, right? Your internet connection, you can Ethernet enable it. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to stick. You can, you know, you can't guarantee that pedal is going to, the pedals and the steering wheel are going to connect the entire time, and you can never guarantee when they're going to disconnect. And they are issues that you're not going to have in real life racing. That is really the key difference between sim racing and real world racing. Is you can have disconnects, you can have wheel failures. That just doesn't happen in the real world, but you can never really expect them, and you never know when they're coming, and that's why it's so dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always incredibly dangerous, and you're starting to see just how tough of a circuit this is, and it's one that is such a known quantity in racing. And look, this is Daytona month out there as far as I'm concerned. You get to about mid-January, and between mid-January and mid-February, every series out there in the world somehow manages to come to Daytona, and I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, and they just show year after year, don't they? Why they are at the top, and it's so difficult to do, but they manage it, and that's what makes them a cut above the rest, really. And it's just great to see year on year how they're able to manage this, and the management that's happened in this race has been nothing short of incredible and completely respectable. I'll be honest, it must be boring to be sitting right behind your teammate for hour after hour just watching the rear end of that car. But if it's going to get you a race win at the Daytona 24-hour, you're going to want to do it, aren't you? I mean, it's that give and take, and they're working together beautifully. I'm sure there's lovely conversations ongoing between those two cars right now, and they're having a whale of a time because it feels like they're staving off that risk from Drago at the moment.
If I was in this cockpit right now, I would be counting the number of lines of carbon fiber that I see on my dashboard, on my steering wheel. I look around and maybe try and spot something out of the window of somewhere if I maybe need to. I'm tired of reading Duracell and Komatsu underneath out there. We got a battle for 6th here in GTD. This is the Winward Esports by Sensit Haptics team, who have a very nice real-world program, actually, in IMSA, and it's nice to see them doing some GT work out there. As Williams F1 Team Gaming, the 3rd car, believe it or not, that they've got, is trying to chase Kai Dalziel, then the Canadian, trying to get by Tom Ryer, then in the German driver then to get by as they head into the Le Mans chicane, and they won't have any chance of making a move here, but watch on the exit because here comes Maxime Briant from Blue Mercure 32.
Yep, and he's just in behind as well, and that 32 car is just kind of lurking. A lot of cars lurking at the moment. We're waiting to see if they can really make a push in these final, well, now under 100 minutes of this race to go. We started with, what, 3,600s, didn't we? And, no, that's a complete lie. That's a complete lie. More than that, 1,440, there you go. We're now down to the final 100, and there are some teams that are just kind of there or thereabouts. This Williams 17 ready to make a move to get to the top 6. If they do get to the top 6, indeed, half that top 6 will be Williams cars. And it just goes to show how strong they have been in this particular class. And Dalziel wanting to join his fellow teammates inside that top 6.
Norby Kish, this isn't going to look good. He's very shallow. Oh, he had to abandon. That's a failure. That's a failure there. The car has just completely gone. It's as if he's just had a failure, and then it rewrites itself, and the car just damaged. Oh, dear. That's a big shunt up there for Norby Kish.
Yep, and that's not how that car's meant to look. Anybody new who may not know nothing about sim racing?
Tried to get out of it and ran out of time.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way through there, is there? You've got to take the corners pretty sharply, and well, he didn't. He did more than kish that wall, didn't he?
He did a lot more than that. He absolutely thumped those tyre barriers out there, and they don't budge here in iRacing, those tyre bundles. If you run into them there, you're going to bounce.
Yep, you really are going to bounce, and luckily enough, we weren't close enough to the racetrack to, push us back onto the circuit and put us back into some maybe difficult positions with cars coming through that really fast part of the lap. But as it is, just Norby Kish that's had the issue and is in the pit lane now and is repairing that damage. Here comes Kai Dalziel, though. Inside, outside, behind. Let's see what he does into turn 1.
Slant ways. He'll do it slant ways. He'll do it like the Great Glass Elevator. But at the moment, can't quite get that pass done at the moment on the 48. So he's trying to find the right place to go and get that move here. Heading to the International Horseshoe with a headwind. So tougher to get that pass down into turn number 3. You've much better of a chance now into the West Horseshoe to get it done because of that northerly wind that is sweeping down here today around this circuit, flicking through the left, having to leave room as well down the inside from Alexander Spets. And if he was a little more switched on to that one there, Kai Dalziel, he could have got straight to the inside, forced that side-by-side. Now Will Murdoch is going to go through here, the BMW M-Team Burosud Plus competition car. And now behind them, Jere Leitonen and Garrett Berry are going to be the ones who want to go through next.
Yep, and it is, again, busy part of the circuit. Not too many cars left on the track from what we started with some 22.5 hours ago now, but still enough that we get these little pockets of frantic racing action. No move that's going to happen down into the Le Mans chicane. From Kai, he knows better than that. He knows better than chucking it up the inside of the fastest corner of the racetrack, and will continue on his merry way. Just a few turns back. It's not the best exit he would have wanted, though. He's losing a bit of time as they get the power down. I can't imagine he's going to be close enough to make a meaningful overtake at turn 1, but that slipstream is powerful.
It is very powerful, and you're seeing that there. And we often talk about this, even though the GT3s have higher profiles, we get this wonderful slow-mo look through the chicane here, and how much that Sensei Haptics Winward car is battering the curbs through each and every section. You can see there just bouncing over that rear right tyre through the left, not a problem going through that section. But you do get the sense that those GTP hypercars and LMP2s, they sit with such a low profile out there that what we normally say is quicker car gives better tow. Because these cars are a lot higher up, do they maybe get buffeted about a little bit more at the top end with where the rake is compared to everything else, so that there isn't as much of an advantage by following the quicker car?
Yeah, and you do get that boost, certainly, in terms of that the ability to save a little bit of fuel. We've talked about that. We've talked about how sitting behind can also just help you settle into the rhythm, can't it? Because you're just following the car in front's line. You're not really saying or doing too much different, and you're just benefiting, really. Unless you really feel like you have that extra pace to gain out of that slipstream, then there's no risk in staying behind exactly where you are. And we've seen time and time again drivers can get through, but they can't pull that gap to get out of the slipstream, because this is such a slipstream dominated circuit, and you've only got about 4 meaningful corners to be able to do that in. So no surprise that we're seeing Kai sit behind for the time being. I wonder if he will decide when the right time to jump is, but we'll have to wait and see.
Certainly will. 1 hour, 34 minutes and 40 seconds then are on the clock here from this Daytona International Speedway as we go over and look at Drago Racing and Dries van Langendonk who is out there at the moment, your leader overall in this, as he comes up to the likes of the Drago Racing 6. Is that the Drago 69 there that he's going by at this moment in time? Just trying to get some clearance sorted and focus it out. And in fact, just looking at it, yes, it is. That's Daniel Pajtor. And so Alex Dunn has basically gone, look, there's no point playing this game because it's not worth it anymore. I can't catch them. I can't battle them. And I think this, right now, with an hour and a half to go, Dara, is the admission that I'm just a bit short with Drago.
Yeah, and I think that's where they're going to settle in now. It's been a really valiant effort, hasn't it? Particularly from Alex Dunn. It just feels like they're going to come up slightly short. You know, P3 is a good spot to be in, and they have been really pushing to gain on the two Williams cars, but you feel like Williams have that advantage in the strategy. They have the advantage in the track position. They have two cars racing first and second to help each other out. It is just going their way at this point in time. But the 68 Drago car has done a fantastic job, of course, helped by the 69. I think on its own would have been struggling a little bit more than it already has been. But yeah, really valiant effort. But Drago, you feel like their focus on in terms of a class win is now going to be firmly on that GTP Hypercar class.
Yeah, but it will give them a huge statement to say that they are podiuming in two different categories. We watch Vasilios Belletsiotis leaving for Bleu Mercure and looking to try and hold any last-ditch hope for a podium then in the Porsche, as spinning the wheels there in the exit is Parker White. Now, that is interesting out there because you will be burning fuel by doing that. It's unsafe when you do it in the pits, and you often get a fine and a penalty if you spin your wheels up because it puts mechanics at risk when you do it. But Parker White trying to burn a little bit of fuel up on the jacks and trying to do that so that there is just enough that you're playing with a slightly lighter tank than you would do otherwise, still within the range of the marks that you're hitting.
Yeah, and they're going to look at that, get out of the pit lane at pretty much exactly the same time. Wouldn't you believe it? I can't believe it. They've got out of the pit lane at the same time. It's almost like they've done that before, isn't it? Beckham Brassear, Parker White, they'll be running around together. Drago are arriving on the scene. Just not quick enough, is it, realistically, for them to have much of a shout. They'll have one more pit stop in the number 1 and the number 6, and they will be home and host. I think for Williams now, you can just start to settle that little bit more, can't you? After like 3 or 4 hours of Drago aggression, you've kind of staved that off now. Yeah, the gap when you've come out of the pit is now down to 14 seconds. It is coming down, but Alex Dun's on his own now. Well, and if he's not on his own, actually he's not on his own. You can see in the background, they've found each other again on the circuit. He's got help once more, but 14 seconds. They've gained, what, 8 seconds in the last 2 hours? You need to gain 14 and then make the moves in the last 90 minutes. It's looking tricky.
It is. It needs help. And for the moment, these two are very happy with the way that they are going about. As we continue on, here's Aleix Nahuay leading out then in LMP2 with a margin of 22.5 seconds. And they look like they're about to wander over towards a really strong result out there overall here in LMP2. This is going to be one that they'll be championing and saying, look, we are still going to threaten. We are still going to be a factor. We are making the moves that go on through. Let's listen in, though, for the final time around with all of the great sounds and sights here at Daytona as we take you iRacing full throttle. as they continue on their push. But through turn 1, not really too much of a go at it, but through this section here, this little short shoot run of turns 2 and 3, the international horseshoe that then follows here at turn 4. And for what is a normally innocuous hairpin, it does catch even the best drivers out.
It does, because it's not a hairpin, but it's a hairpin. But it still isn't really a hair. Like, you know what I mean? It's fast enough in which you can get around that corner with a little bit of power on your foot. You don't have to completely kill the car to get it stopped and turned. But at the same time, depending on who you meet in that corner, it can really change how you're going to be able to race that. If you're meeting some GTD traffic coming into the corner, you have to back off earlier. Focus on the exit. Take a little bit of a wider line if you're a hypercar. Goodness me, that was the GTD not being very predictable there. That Grid and Go car having a big sigh of relief getting through that without too much harm. But if you're meeting an Olympic 2 through there, you can attack it a little bit more. And if you're on your own, of course, you can really attack that corner and try and use your accelerator on the exit. There's a little bit of runoff there, a little bit of wiggle room that you can really use as well. So it's an interesting corner. One of the most intriguing, I think, really, particularly at this track, but also in endurance racing, because it is so many things and yet it's not, right?
It's a paradox within a mystery, within, a paradigm, keep going on with it. It's a corner that mystifies even the greats out there. It goes up there with Sunset Bend as a corner that often catches out a driver that doesn't truly know what the fastest line through it is, and I don't think anyone ever does as that goes. But it is wonderful racing out there as they tick over for the final 80 minutes worth of racing action. And this is where you start talking about this race and its impact and its legacy on its teams and how the performances have all gone. Who goes up in estimation, who goes down in estimation. I think one thing's for certain, as it stands for 2026, the big teams aren't going anywhere out there. Coander's not going anywhere. Redline's not going anywhere. Williams isn't going anywhere. But it's also one of those days where Grid and Go have made a progress, where Drago have made progress. And you sit down and look at it on paper and go, almost every team out there has a positive to take away from today.
They do. And that's part of endurance racing, right? I mean, you can't always win the race. You can't always get the podiums. There are absolutely things you have to take as positives. You have 24 hours worth of racing. It's not going to be bad from minute 1 to minute 1,440, right? It's not going to happen. Unless, of course, you've retired from the race minute 1, in which you don't get the rest of the race, right? I guess. But the point is that you will have good moments, you'll have bad moments. That's just part of it. It's the teams that can put together enough of those good moments and eradicate enough of those bad moments that are going to end up winning the race. And with 79 minutes to go, if you can avoid something bad happening from here, it is going to be a very big positive wherever you are in the field. If you can close a race like this and keep it calm and keep the pace high, it doesn't matter what happened in the 22 hours previously. If you can do good now, that's going to give you a big confidence boost going into the future.
It absolutely will. Tom Ryer then comes into the pits from Winwood Esport by Sentit Haptics. So they'll make their stop and will look for their position to really charge on in the final stages of running here in this race. They will be owing one more pit stop after this because they're running about 57 minutes, longest stint time in the GTDs. But GTD, I think, is always a really exciting category, and I think it's exciting in the sense of how much creativity comes from it. You've given a large license by all the manufacturers to go and build a GT3/GTD car, and when you look around and see that this is a rule set that basically has spanned a normal stint of GT3, an Evo set, and even some going to an Evo 2 spec with everything that they're doing, I think it might be one of the most successful categories in racing history.
Yeah, and that's a very difficult accolade to be able to award because of how many we've seen, right? Categories we've seen over the course of time, but just the consistency, I think, of the class really has gone into, very valid claims on that regard. It's been so good to see for so long now. It's the 5, sorry. The 5 gets the black flag. It's been so nice to see over time how the category has evolved, but also stayed the same. And we've seen so many drivers that have been able to specialise over the course of the last few years and really become a master at that particular car. When it's so similar, when everything's the same, you can be, right?
Yeah, and I think that as we look at a category that is successful, there is more intent on it to go and race it. And it's not just the fact that you see GT3 style racing here in IMSA spec. It's not the fact that you see that style of racing out there in the World Endurance Championship, that you see it in ELMS. It's the fact that you see it on a national scene in the UK. It's the fact that DTM changed their regs to be GT3 out there, and that's a huge shift that happened there in that regard. It's the fact that every single time we look at endurance racing, there used to be a time where this style of racing wasn't necessarily the most popular, that it was just something that happened and then you got results. There was a time where you only had one team of a hypercar that was going to challenge up at the top levels when you went to the premier events. You now turn around and look at the state of endurance racing in the world of motorsport. It's a golden age.
It is, and we're in a really good spot, I think, in the world of motorsport in terms of what we've got on track, what we've got in sim, and it's fantastic, really, that we have so many options and so many different possibilities, particularly in the sim racing world where you could put anything on anywhere, couldn't you? I mean, you could put you could put a GTP around a circuit which you can't race a GTP at, right? It's great that we have the opportunity to do so many different things, and with the cars that we have and with the qualities that they show and how good they can be to drive, we really are lucky. And in races like this, it really highlights that. And to have three really quite different categories, but are all exceptional in their own way, is really positive and good looking forwards for the world of motorsport, I think.
Watching the gap then at the front of GTP Hypercar at the moment, as all three classes in. Abel Torres in, Marcus Hamilton in, Kai Dalziel in to the pits. Dries van Langendonk. Now, if I was a team boss over at Drago Racing, if I was Nikodem Wisniewski, if I was there watching this, if I was Nico Varsbicki, I'd look at this, I'd go, Dries, whatever you do not risk an overtake on Eduardo Leo.
Well, exactly. It's just not really what you want to be having to deal with. I mean, Eduardo Leo almost defensive line through there, maybe just a bit of a racing line that he was taking, but Dries van Langendonk is just lurking, just sitting there, just waiting. He knows that red line car will eventually come into pit lane, of course. It's had 18 laps in its stint, which means there's probably only another 2 or 3, knowing what they shortened on the pit stop last time by. So it wouldn't be long to sit and wait regardless. Maybe they'll even come in this time by. Are they? No, they won't. I thought for a second that Leo was going to come down below the apron and come into pit lane. But as it is, that was Isaac Phelps popping into the pit lane in the 002 Grid & Go car. And Van Langendonk is just going to have to wait. That's just how it is. It's not going to lose him too much time, and he can save a bit of fuel behind the car in front. It's a positive for him right now, I think.
Isaac Phelps is only 425 laps down overall at the moment, so just the 425. But this is what Grid & Go are trying to do. They know they've got a car that's on course to win the race out there in Aleix Nahué and the 003, so they want to have cars available probably for the form finish photo.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. And Grid & Go, well, they've already had one, haven't they? Grid & Go have had a photo up on that banking at what would be turn 2. But as it is, they'd love one on the finish line. They'd love one with the checkered flag flying. Slap that on the social media. Slap that as a lovely little profile picture for the team. That'll do well. But yeah, when you have so many cars in the top split like this, you can do that. And when you're able to attract so many good drivers and have the caliber of driver that allows you to have that much iRacing just sitting on your roster, then why the hell not, right?
Exactly. So if you got those drivers available, if the cars are fixed and the virtual crews, they don't just haul them up and take them home. They still try and do the work on them, even if you're in the car or not. Then you've got a chance, basically, of saying, look, we might as well get all the cars out there. We might as well take that picture when we get to the line, so long as we don't interrupt anyone else. In comes Eduardo Leo to make his stop. And now, what will be for the second to last time. So BMW M Team Redline are probably giving away about 20 minutes in terms of what they need on their stop. So they're about... it's tough for them. They're roughly about a third of a pit stop is what they're going to save at their final stop. But they will be looking at trying to cut down that margin to Coanda at rates of 7 seconds. So they are just trying to manage this to the end. And I look at Coanda, I think they're pretty safe right now. Elvis Rankin here is making his way through the tri-oval right now with 18 degrees of banking to help get the rotation through as you head into turn number 1. They're already clear. I think Redline are, unless something happens, resigned to third.
Yeah, Elvis Rankin only pitted a couple of laps ago as well, 3 laps in fact, so he will be getting to the end on that one more stop in this race. It may be a longer stop than it is for Redline. In fact, last time, I mean, those 2 stops most recently for Redline for Coanda, Redline were quicker by 3.7 seconds. So it may be quicker for Redline, but then they've got to find, well, I mean, they're 12 seconds behind, so you can do the math. They'd still have to find 9 seconds over the course of the next 2 stints on track to then try and challenge Coanda. The question really is going to be, what happens to Drago here? The issue for everybody else is, Drago are 9 laps into their stint. Actually, Drago, are they going to be able to get this done in 2 with 1 more stop? They've done 10 laps now on their stint.
It'll be close.
They're likely to get another 15 laps. If you're lapping at about 1 minute 33, 15 laps is going to equate to about 22 minutes. They'll end up coming to the pit lane with about 48 minutes to go. That's really touch and go. If the maximum is, 27 laps or so, that's a 40-minute stint. So they could be right on the edge here, whether they'll have to get a splash and dash themselves. But the difference is they have 42 seconds in hand to do that splash and dash.
They have 42 seconds right now to do a splash and dash. That's exactly what you got to remember. Coanda are going to be pushing because they know they've got the numbers all right. Elvis is going to continue on. He just did a 33.7 on that last lap. Drago a 33.6. So they were slightly quicker with Drago on that last go around. But I look at Dries van Langendonk here. If they've got to do a splash and dash, it's 24 seconds down the lane. It's the time it takes to stop and start again and put however much fuel they need back in that car. I think Coanda need 12 seconds.
Yeah, I think it is quite close in that regard. It really is on the limit, isn't it, really? I mean, when you think Drago have got 1 more pit stop and potentially a splash and dash to go. Coanda and Redline have got 1 more stop to go. It's really going to be a case of how long is that splash and dash. And you're right, if it's about 30 seconds, Coanda need those 12 seconds to carry them through. You'd feel like that's too much, wouldn't you? 68 minutes to go and 12 seconds on the track. It's going to be very tricky indeed, but there's still a possibility. It just takes 1 mistake from Drago, and all of a sudden this is a race for the win right at the end.
It's big. It's a really big attempt for them, and this is a Drago team that has knocked its teammate out of the race, that has looked around and seen that it's had to take the responsibility of the number 5 Drago car. Dries van Langendonk, Nicholas Matteo, and Michael Romanidis. I mean, there's so much experience there from Michael Romanidis. He's been a guiding hand through this one. And the other thing we've got to remember as well, we were expecting about 800 to 900 laps. We're already on lap 861 of this race.
We are, and with, 68 minutes to go when you're lapping at about 90. Yeah. What's happened to them in that number 20? Nikolai Pedersen, 3-2, 3-3. Ooh, just gets off. Ooh.
That's a failure.
Yeah, that's a failure of some kind. Very clearly.
Let's get an onboard of that if we can, because I'd love to see the steering inputs of what happened there, whether the steering wheel just locked hard left coming through that section. So here we go, driver's eyes perspective here. If that steering wheel locks hard left, that's a wheel disconnect, and there's not much you can do about that. So you can see fighting through the opening corner, then moving through turn 2, turn 3, goes on there, and
it just
lisked over.
It did. I'm not too sure whether he was getting out. I'm not too sure what happened there.
I think that's the sort of thing we'll have to ask Nikolai Poulsen himself.
Well, yeah. Because it's not clear from the onboard. It's not a typical disconnect. Again, if you're new, if that was a wheel disconnect, it would just turn left or right in a speed and in a manner that would break someone's wrists, right? It's not possible that a human would have done that. That looked like human intervention, right? We'll have to ask him after the race what happened there. But in the end, he's lost a couple of seconds. He's not affected anybody else. I guess he's all right then.
Yeah, it looks like the sort of thing where, you know, you're just trying to stay out of the way. Something's happened, a distraction. I need to make something happen here with my setup before I can get back going again. You try and stay safe, and that was very risky what happened. Andrea Barellaro will get back in for Movano Rosso. Took the start of the race, did Andrea, and will take the car away from Giuseppe Lafaro. You also had Samuele Villa in there as well. A lot of three driver teams out there basically have been making their efforts, as Will Murdoch and Elation Away in for the penultimate stop of LMP2 as well. A lot of drivers have gone, and teams have gone for the 3-driver team. Now, you can have as little as 2, as many as 16. Why is 3 suddenly the magic number?
I'm not too sure. I guess it depends on iRating and who teams have got at their disposal, right? If you've got like, for example, if you're Redline and you've got a couple of cars, or if you're Grid and Go and you've got a plethora of cars, you want to split that out over the, balance it out over the course of certain people. And also, if you add a 4th driver in and that brings the iRating down, you may not then qualify for top split, right? So I think it depends on the caliber of driver that you've got, how you want to use them, and kind of how many you can fit in to the top split without overworking them. Right, and I think that's the point. 3 just seems like a good number to me. You end up doing about 8 hours each. You can have a nice rest in the middle of the race if you're not racing, or whenever you're not racing, because there will be 2 drivers to take over. That's at least 4 hours of racing that you won't have to worry about. And I guess as well, when you have 3, it's enough to balance out, but also enough that you get loads of time in the car and you get into a rhythm and you feel like you have the pace. So, yeah, I think a lot of teams will feel like that's the sweet spot for the amount of drivers they can have.
1 hour and 4 minutes to go, and we still await the GTD pit stops here of Parker White and of Beckham Josiah, who hold themselves steady in both of their regards at the moment. 13 seconds over Alex Dunn, the F2 driver at Drago Racing, and this is where I think this becomes critical. Drago know they will have to pit first. They will lose time, because you look around, Williams F1 Gaming Team, they don't need to pit with as much fuel. They are going to be happy, and that margin is going to extend out a little bit more as Marcus Suholm then in the 6th place car that's going to be over in LMP2, there for sole pit precision will be back out and going again. Let's say back in the pits there for Alta. You look at this, there's not much you can do now. The bed is made. You have to line it on the strategy, and give credit to Drago for what they've tried. They have gone to every sim racer's trick in the book to go and get this result to happen for them, and it's just not played off.
It's not, and it looks like they're going to be consigned to 3rd, and I think for Williams now, it's really going to be a case of wondering when they decide what they're going to do with their cars. Do they let them race? Do they decide that they're going to go home in formation, and whoever wins, like you try and cross the line at the same time, and whoever wins, they'll take it as a team victory, blah, blah, blah. There's so many different options that they could take it. And I'm interested to see when they will kind of show their hand. How comfortable do they have to be for them to maybe let them race, to maybe just pull up in formation? There's just over an hour to go. And yeah, the one stop that they have to worry about till they get home, and Drago, they're just falling back that little bit more. It just doesn't feel like it's going to happen for them. But then Williams have to be careful. They can't be lulled into that false sense of security. So it's really that fine line of deciding what to do when, and I think it'll be pretty clear when they do decide what they're going to do.
Well, they absolutely want a result. and this will still be a great result for them, that only Williams were able to hold themselves out. A GTD field that, while still incredibly strong out there, you look at what the big main teams were trying to get out of today, like Redline, like Coanda. Their focus was simple. We only want to do a GTP hypercar here at Daytona. We don't want to dilute the pool and do a GTD effort, which is fair play out them, priorities being what priorities are. But when you sit down and think about it, no Scuderia Ferrari, for example, today. You look around and think, is this the changing of the guard race in terms of what we're looking at in this championship, that more new teams and more new drivers are going to come in? Or is this the sort of race where you're sitting down looking at it in the endurance season for 2026 and go, is it not the case that the drivers have changed, but more the goals have changed of certain teams?
Yeah, and I think that's it, really. I think you've hit the nail on the head. The goals of certain teams coming into this race will have adapted, knowing that, I mean, A, start list. Like you said, no Ferrari. We had them last year. They were highly competitive. We've not really seen Williams up in that GTP hypercar class, have we? So they're not really in contention, and they were up there last year as well. It just kind of changes the ambitions of the race. A, when you know who's racing. B, when you get through the first hour, because again, we saw it was so attritional that teams fell away. We've had different names come up towards the front. There's been more drivers that have got themselves involved towards the front of the field, and more of a cycle of teams towards the front. Their ambitions are going to change, minute by minute in the first couple of hours. And then that goal adjusts the later on you get in the race. Drago, Coanda, Redline, up to about half an hour ago, all three of them are thinking they can win this race. Redline may be falling a little bit behind now. Drago and Coanda firmly in a battle, right, for this race win. Coanda may need, a single-digit number of seconds to try and gain on Drago to maybe win this race in the last hour. LMP2, Grid and Go, for example, in the middle of the night, they're fighting to try and get to the lead of the race. Then they're in the lead of the race. Then they're fighting with Effect Simulation. Effect Simulation crash. They're out of contention. And now their goal is to try and manage the race. I mean, it adjusts minute by minute, hour by hour. And what we're seeing, I think, particularly in these final stages, and as we tick into the final and 24th hour of this race, lots of drivers and teams either settling for where they are or pushing on a little bit more aggressively. And you can tell by how we're seeing drivers lap, by how we're seeing them race one another in their own class, and it's really intriguing to see how it's going to play out as we get towards that final set of pit stops.
So now with that look in mind, we are now officially 23 hours down here at the Daytona International Speedway. You just got to go once more around the minute hand and make sure that you can get yourself home and hosed in 1 hour's time. All the blood, sweat and tears and toil that you have put into all of this effort now culminates with this result in the final hour. And we've gone through the sleepy hours in the early morning where sometimes you make a mistake and you haven't realized that you were going to make one. We've gone through all of this. This is where, if you're not awake, you get awake. If you are not focused, you find focus, because this final hour, it's so easy for something out of the ordinary to happen and go wrong. You are just hoping that you hit your marks for what will be at least 30 more times in the GTP hypercar category. This is the end game, and this is what you raced for.
Yeah, this is what you prepared. Well, this is what you set the first 23 hours up for, isn't it? It all comes down to this final sprint to the end, and there are really, I think, some stressful times up at Drago, some hopeful times over at Coanda. But the strategy battle has really been the key factor here. Over the course of this race so far, all three of the front cars have pitted 20 times. However, Drago pitted that little bit earlier. It almost feels like that pit stop cycle, which felt like it was going in favour of Drago, is going against Drago now. They are almost, well, if anyone's going to have to pit for a 22nd time at the end of this race, once they all make their notional final pit stops in the next few minutes, Drago would be the only team in that top three to have made that 22nd pit stop. They have been able to manage the strategy a little bit better up to this point, being that little bit quicker each and every single stint. I mean, if you think about it that way, they've gained 2 seconds a stint on Coanda. And that could be enough that if they have to do that extra splash dash, they have that gap to fall back into. So they've out-strategized Coanda and Redline up to this point, and in a way they've outraced them a touch as well. But we are talking very, very fine margins. I cannot see the top 3 in this race finishing any more than 30 seconds apart from each other after 24 hours, no interruptions. That's incredibly close. It may not feel close for those of you who may be used to a half an hour race, 45-minute race, 1 hour race, but over 24 hours, 30 seconds is really a nothing gap, particularly when you've done 900 laps.
Yeah, it's not much of a gap at all. You're talking, and what they've had to do, had to deal with, had to go and get to in terms of level. And as I've said over the course of this race, I think this has been one of the most magical Daytona 24s that we've seen on iRacing for a number of reasons, and we still don't know which Williams car could come out on top or whether Drago's going to get a lucky break at some point here and get it sorted. We thought that this race with 6 hours to go was a foregone conclusion for the number 5 Drago car. It wasn't, and they found themselves way down the order. This is why I love sim racing. It's the unpredictability, but at exactly the same time here, Dara, these drivers, in the attempt to try and win this race and having the same tools to go out there and battle against each other as everyone else, creates a stronger racing dynamic than what you see in the real world.
Yeah, it really does. And I think as well, almost the mystery of sim racing, just generally, is that everybody in this race is at home. Or I get sometimes, they're at Team HQ, as we've seen from Coanda and the ART in past as well. These drivers aren't with each other physically, but they are talking to each other all the time. They know each other really well. They're friends that side of the sim rig. Those that are lucky enough to go to LAN events, that are good enough to go to LAN events, they'll meet up with them. They'll know each other very well. I'm thinking particularly of Porsche Coanda in this, or Coanda Esports in this particular race, where they have that real unity, and they have Team HQ, they have loads of events that they go to together, and you really build up a sense of community in sim racing, even if you haven't met certain people. I mean, for example, even us as commentators, Jake, we work with so many people, and we've never met quite a few of them, me and you included, right? And yet we've spoken for how many hours together, and it's just that notion of everybody being separate but yet being together. We all know what's going on the circuit, everyone's a part of it, but we're kind of not together, and it just brings us together in a way that we can from our own homes, and it can be a hobby, but at the same time can be competitive, can be important. We see drivers here that will go into real world events off the back of sim racing because of how successful they've been, and it's a really, I think, special little, almost like a micro world of all of us that take part and are part of it, where we're together but we're not together, and yet it can still really feel like a really important thing.
And that's why we see so many important events that go along over the course of the year. You got Sim Racing Expo over in Germany, Sim Gaming Expo, which was huge last year, over in Schaumburg near Chicago. This is a scene that I think you are starting to see now. The big LAN event is becoming a little bit more popular. Drivers want to make that push. There's Alex Dunn, now made his final stop of the race with 53 minutes to go. But again, a full pit stop there. That's not going to be a full pit stop. 40.4 that we're going to see from Williams F1 Team Gaming. They are in a really sticky position and know that they are going to be third only. But I think the only thing that's really missing here from what the big events are is that those big teams, those big event organisers, the likes of the IMSAs, the likes of, let's say, what's going on with IndyCar, the likes of NASCAR, does it with their final round. But the only thing that's missing is a true dedicated LAN experience of what the top level of sim racing should be. And I think it's not there because the money's not there, but we're comparing ourselves here. This is where it gets very awkward, actually, as a platform. We compare ourselves with real racing, and we're also comparing ourselves with the likes of the LCKs and the big world tournaments with the likes of League of Legends and co.
Yeah, no, I think those comparisons are fair. We've seen in the last few years the growth of sim racing being put on the same platform as those events as well. So, it really has grown into a really important event and part of the esports world, I think. And of course, the difference between this and things like your League of Legends, your Overwatch, Call of Duty, whatever you want to pick, is that this is a directly comparative event to something that happens in the real world. You do get people that win championships, with esports championships, in sim racing, that will go on to, obviously not in sim racing, but will go on to do great things in real world racing as well, and will get opportunities from real world racing. You don't really get that, do you, in other esports, purely because they're not quite, they're a game, right? They're a complete game, they're a creation, and that's nothing against them, of course, but this is a replication of what we see in the real world. And yeah, it just means that it's that much, a little bit more important for people who are taking part, because there are really real world ramifications beyond just prize money and trophies.
There is, and it's not about how much you win. It's not about how you win it sometimes. It's not even about how many people are on your team, or even that element. I think the first thing that we look at in terms of sim racing, and what every sim racer has done when they've jumped in, and every racer has done as they jumped in, the first question you have is, are you having fun?
Well, exactly, and that's the point. And you need to be having fun to be able to be successful, right? I mean, loads of you guys watching along on the iRacing Esports Network, I'm sure loads of you take part in either iRacing or other events such as this. Even this Daytona 24-hour, if you were involved early, or maybe in an earlier split that's already finished. You guys know that it's great to get on, do a 20-minute race every now and again in like a Super Formula Light that we have here on iRacing, maybe a Formula 4, maybe just a GT4 event. You can really get your way in to any kind of racing on iRacing very easily indeed, and it's all about enjoying it and improving that iRacing and finding a purpose in building that up over time. And you really can find your way climbing the ranks over time by having fun, picking the right events to do, enjoying those events, being successful in those events, and really making sure that you can progress as a driver. And it really is impressive how over the years iRacing has grown into what it is today. And with how many splits was it, Jake, that you said what you had this year?
It's over 100. I can tell
over
that
100.
much.
There you go. Last year, I think it was something like 80, and that was the most at the time as well. We are growing year on year on year. More people getting involved, and that shows more people are enjoying it, and that's what we want people to be doing. Because wherever you are in the world, this is a great pastime to have. Everybody who watches motorsport of any kind, they want to have a go. You don't watch motorsport and think, I'd never want to have a go at that, right? And this gives you the opportunity to do so.
And also, it's worth noting as well that at some point here, in akin with the likes of the F1 movie, for example, we will get fireworks here at about hour 10 of the race, surely.
Yeah, exactly, right? So, yeah, it's just that, I think it is all about that enjoyment, making sure you find a way to make this fun, make it, give yourself goals. I think that's the point you're trying to make. You give yourself short-term goals, you give yourself chances to move forward, and this is the kind of race that you can really make a step forward in.
Short-term goals lead to long-term ambitions, and the long-term ambitions of most of the teams. Can I be a Coanda? Can I be a Redline? Can I be a Drago, a Grid and Go, a Williams out there and say I can be the best team out there? 48 minutes, 33 seconds to go. Elvis Rankin flashing on the lights and not getting the luck that he wants going down in through the Le Mans chicane, and will not be too pleased there with Kai Dalziel at the moment. And I do love with these cars that you look and you see the weather vanes out there on the front. It looks like someone's left an Allen key in.
Yeah, it does a little bit, doesn't it? But a pretty big one. You wouldn't want that. You wouldn't be using that on your SIM card, would you? That's for sure. But yeah, it goes to show another little bit moment about the graphics on iRacing. Really, really are something to behold. And particularly in the last few years with the addition of rain, what was that? I think 2 years ago now that we got the addition of rain. Gosh, that was not 2 years ago, but there you are. The graphics really have impressed over time, and it just is such an incredible simulation of what you get in real life. Yeah, it's fantastic to see that we have this kind of level of racing on this kind of level of circuit, and the platform that iRacing give us is just fantastic.
Yeah, you got brilliant racing out here, and you see it as time and time again. In come the 22 Aero Team Aero, Aero Esports. They'll put Nicholas Longway in the car to finish the stint out. They've had the likes of Thomas Ronhar in, likes of Fabrizio Donoso who's been in that team trying to make it happen. So they've made their stop. So too in comes Jürgen Frank, one of the earliest pit box of them all at Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC. So they've got a lot of work that they are looking at doing late, but we're in that final stage where everyone's probably just looking around and going, yeah, it's about final pit stop time. So if we need to make that stop, if we need to make that call, we need to do it. Coanda dragging that time back. They've got it to 40 seconds, 41 seconds here. So they need a little bit more, you'd feel, to get home safely to try and get the win. But even if they come out 2 laps to go and they're within about 3 seconds of Drago, they've got a chance, because Drago, for whatever time they've run slow, those tyres will cool.
Yeah, exactly. I think the thing for Drago here now as well is, if their current stint would be 26 laps. If that's replicated again, that's a 39-minute stint. We have 46 minutes left. They need to extend this by another couple of laps if they want to get to the end without a splash and dash. But that gap to Coanda hasn't come down in the last 10 minutes. It was 40 seconds when we crossed into the final hour of the race. So they are not gaining in the way that they need to be doing so to be able to win this race, even with Drago potentially having that extra pit stop. The only other suggestion would be that if Drago have to go for that full pit stop at the start, they'll lose time in that pit window anyway, maybe 4 or 5 seconds there. That'll be an extra time gain for Coanda. It's going to come down to the final few laps. There's no doubt about that. But that exact time gap is only going to be clear when they come out of the pit lane.
It will. Speaking of final few laps, Beckham Jasir and Parker White, one of them's going to have to win this race. One of their teams is going to have to spark their names in glory. So now you're looking around. Is it going to be Parker White, Matthias Orjuela, Nikodem Wisniewski and Matteo Kunza? Or is it going to be the number 1 car of Beckham Jasir, Alessandro Bico, Benedette Vida and Moreno Sirica? This is the question now that you start asking here at Williams. Are they going to be allowed to race it out for the result here? And if they do, how hard do you race? And at what point do you get a gap, start playing those games of, oh no, I won't take the race lead, oh, I will just sit behind?
Yeah, exactly. And it's all about making sure you're on the same page and you're not going to trip over each other. There's nothing worse than teammates colliding in the final hour of an endurance race when you're 1 and 2, quite frankly. You look at things that have happened in the past in the real world. Think of Toyota a long time ago now, of course, pulling up in the final couple of laps at Le Mans.
That's 8 years ago now.
I know.
8 or 10.
Something like that is sickeningly long ago. But clearly not their fault and nothing that they could do, right? If you have 2 teammates in the lead and they trip over each other and they lose the race, it's all the more painful because you had it in the palm of your hand and you've given it away yourself. You've not even lucked out of it. You've just given it away. So they've got to be oh so careful with how they go about this. Note on Drago as well on that 2 car. They are running this stint as long as they possibly can. They're going to make this at least a 28-lap stint.
I think they've made it.
That again, yeah. If they're to replicate that again, they will make it to the end. Just, and we're talking just. They're going to be running out of fuel on that last lap. So they've got to be careful with this. But they are in a position that they won't even need to splash at all.
Well, that's going to be huge news for them, and they've done a brilliant job of trying to make this stint hit and work. And Dries van Langendonk whispering to the fuel tank, come on, we only need this much fuel to get ourselves home and hosed, come on. And he'll get the response he wants out of his Ferrari 499P, and doing a brilliant job. Federico Godoy in the Argentine-based team in the stop, Emanuele Olivieri there as well. This is gridandgo.com Esports 003, who lead the LMP2 category. They've got 18 seconds on Darius Andrei and the Dullatra Automotive car. And there is Emanuele Olivieri, who is down on the lane for Bleu Mercure for that final stop of the race.
Yep, and that will be their final stop. There's no doubt about that. And Godoy will be Coming out of the pit lane for that 577, that Argentinian SDR Sim Racing squad, and they're looking to try and secure a top 10 finish if they can. It's close on the exit of pit lane, but that is where their ambition lies in the final 42 minutes of this race, and we really are now ticking towards the final stages of what has been an incredible 24 hours of Daytona.
It has been, and it's been incredible on so many different levels as Van Langendonk now makes that final stop. Whatever you do, do not speed on pit exit as you try and leave, and do not throw yourself in the wall. Coanda then will inherit that race lead once again when they go by, because this will be a very long stop off the jacks. That's 20 seconds to get the tyres done. Josh Rogers also in for a final stop then here in this race, but now Coanda will see what sort of margin they have to play with and chase on that final run of the race, and they will know that no matter what they try from this point as they go to the International Horseshoe, unless there's some divine intervention here, it will not be enough for Elvis Rankin.
No, it won't. It will not at this stage of the race. I mean, Drago Racing there, their stint 28 laps in length. Now, 28 laps running at just over 1 minute 30 pulls them 42 and a little bit minutes. Let's call it 42 and a half minutes. Actually, no, let's call it 43 because they're running about 133s at the minute. So over the course of a 28 lap stint, that would be enough to gain you the extra minute. So let's call it 43 minutes. When they came into the pit lane, or when they come out of the pit lane, the clock reads 41 minutes. It looks like they've done just about enough, even with the fact that we could get the extra lap depending on when the leader crosses the line, right? So this looks like it's in Drago's hands completely now. And, well, I think they're going to be feeling pretty good about themselves. That's an incredible stint to get them that far from Langendonk. And that's probably why they put him into the car towards the end of the race, because they knew he could make that kind of fuel save.
It's an important fuel save that is needed, but they've hit their mark so beautifully here. Drago, even when they haven't had it all their own way, they've still got control of GTP Hypercar, as they have done pretty much the entirety of the race. So they are very good and buoyed with what they've got. BMW M Team Redline a full 17.5 seconds behind Coanda at the moment, and you get this in sort of waves that a team is good and a team is not good, and you see the difference that comes into play. A red line bad is third place, and most teams will look around third in top split. Yeah, absolutely, brilliant job. Red line, I think they'll go, yeah, we'll go to Sebring.
Yeah, they've had enough success to, I think warrant that kind of attitude. They have been so good for so long. They've won, they've won every race, haven't they, at least once?
Except the Indy 500.
There you go. Okay, except the Indy 500. Oh, just the one, right? Exactly. Yeah. You've got so many. You've got so much success that you come into a special event like this expecting to win, expecting to be at the front of the field, pulling away. There was a period. I think back in 2023, 2024, they won everything. They won absolutely everything, and by a margin, right? They don't expect themselves to be having to even really fight for fight for the win, let alone fight for P3. So I think there will be a little bit of disappointment around Redline. I think there'll be a lot of disappointment around the fact that the 4 was taken out from contention early. If there had been 2 cars fighting up there, could that have been different? Just don't really know, do you? It's far too difficult to say. But yeah, to have all 3, Coanda, Redline, and Drago, being the top 3 and each have a car, just goes to show the competitiveness of sim racing at the moment, and it can only be a positive thing.
Absolutely. So that positivity is going to be huge. Loic Rabier in the pits, and so too Vasilios Belitsiotis for Bleu Mercure then, as they make their last stop of the race with 38 minutes to go. And I'm looking at the GTD gap, and it's already ballooning out. It's a minute 21. Now the gap to Drago Racing, number 68. So as far as it goes here, I think this one's written in the stars, and there they are trying to work through. They've just had 2 hypercars go through, and there's the pass there that pretty much indicates I've done what I can, you've done what you can, there's no point trying this anymore. We are there, we are clear. It's third.
Yeah, I think that's where they're settling now. And you can see Alex are not even being pulled anymore towards the end of this race. And so yeah, I think Drago settling for P3. I think the P3 in GTD is a little bit, more acceptable for Drago as an organisation, considering that they look like they're going to win GTP, right? I mean, if they were P3 in both of them, there would probably be a little bit of frustration, a little bit of grumbling, especially if they were this close to winning both races. But because Drago as an outfit look like they're going to be taking home a class win anyway, I think there's a little bit more pressure taken off of this GTD outfit, because the hopes aren't resting on these guys. And they've done such a good job and tried their best to pick it up and catch after Williams, but they just haven't been able to do it.
Elvis Rankin in for the final stop with 36 minutes left on the clock. So that's not even going to be close to getting that one in as far as it's needed. So Elvis Rankin knows he's going to drop back, but how much? Because BMW M Team Redline, they're going to need, 17 seconds on the stop? They're not going to find that. But they do know that as far as their stop goes, they do have that one final run to get them over the line. And they've built a really lovely platform here today with the 08. You could argue in terms of the talent and the drivers that they have put into this effort here in this 08 team, that you got Elvis Rankin, Mitchell de Jong, Julian Sunan, that is on paper not as strong as the 091, who's got Josh Rogers and Alejandro Sanchez and Dane Warren. I'd call that the A team on paper. But the way they have worked with that Ferrari 499, that's what's given them the result and the opportunity.
Yeah, and again, it just goes to show the depth of Coanda, doesn't it? And it's been like that for years, right? They stick around for quite some time because they're really good at what they do. And there's some drivers who aren't even racing in this one, who are more than good enough as Oxford, more than good enough to fit into some of these teams that are part of that Coanda stable. So, yeah, no wonder that they're at the front once again. And you're right, to even, in your mind, the A team being the one behind just goes to show that there is a pretty level playing field, and either team realistically could win. Just needs to have a little bit of luck go their way.
Yeah,
over the course of the 24-hour race.
Williams have just finished their stops, and look at the gap. They are 35 seconds clear of Drago Racing. There is now no doubt in GTD. It will be one of the Williams F1 Team Gaming cars. But which one will it be?
Yeah, I think that'll have to be done, decided by the team. I wonder if they're going to race on this final stint. They're allowed to race. It's a big gap. I don't think they're going to be overly worried by this. 33 seconds. Unless you crash, you're not going to lose this even by fighting. Do they race? Do they bunch up? We'll wait and see. Well, the only place you can find out is by staying here with us on iRacing. There is a lot of amazing racing that's coming up on the horizon, because we'll be at Eldora for racing action with the World of Outlaws Dirt Championship. That will be absolutely fantastic to see them all trying to run as much as they can to get into championship formation. And as well, on Thursday, we will have the likes of the IndyCar Pro Series, which will be heading to 16th Street and Georgetown Road at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That is going to be massive to keep an eye out on. And then the final thing to keep in mind as well, the return of eNASCAR qualifying, which will be bringing itself ready for that 2026 season. And who can challenge Stephen Wilson for the title, of course, here in this brilliant eNASCAR season coming up. Yeah, and so much to look forward to on the iRacing network. So much. Pass for lead. It was pass for lead, but again, it looks like that was coordinated between the two cars, so not too big of a surprise. GTP coming through as well, and they will sort it out. But yeah, Williams swap over. So much coming up in terms of the iRacing, not just the special events, but the series as well. We talked about the IMSA Esports Global Championship as well. That's on the horizon too. It's not officially down as a special event, but the teams will view it as a special event themselves. Really big events that happen year on year, and they only get bigger and better. Big scare there for De La Trotte Automotive by Major's Garage. They were in the grass coming out of the King, because there was no love given by Parker White and Beckham just here. They said, no, wait, and De La Trotte said, no, we'll go around the outside. And Darius Andre very nearly went round the outside into the grass and spun the car around almost there. So had to be very controlled on the steering to make sure that car continued to point straight. Yeah, and that's the difficulty. He was very careful with how he went about that, but you've got to be oh so careful at this stage of the race. 32 minutes to go. You cannot afford a mistake. Sun high in the sky, checkered flag, getting prepared in the hand at this stage. You cannot, do anything to jeopardise your potential finish in this race. Final pit stop for the 003 Grid and Go team are race winners elect, you could say, at this stage. Of course, if Delatrails go through, they still have to come into the pit lane at some stage, as do the 129. And this will be just a short-ish stop for the 003 to make sure they get home and dry. There is the 21 into the pit lane. So that means that Aleix should hold the lead to the flag, barring some kind of mistake.
Taking the fuel, taking the tyres, needing to make sure this final stop works. Off of the jacks then, is onto the jacks behind, almost exactly 20 seconds. The difference there between Grid and Go and Dulatra there, and that's a very big marker. And they'll be looking at this going, well, we only need 75% of a tank to go and bring us home, and they will take as much fuel as they can. 38.2 in the stop there for Aleix Nahué, and off and away he goes now, knowing that Darius Andre has to go and chase this one on track. But there is a little spanner in the works here, and it is the form of Aaron Vasquez and Matt Performance, who are ahead, but will need to make their final stop. So if this is a case of they get too far or they get too close, there might be a battle just before the 129 comes to the pits, but we doubt that will happen because cold tyres are a big factor.
Yeah, we would doubt that, of course. And I think the 129 will come in this time by. In fact, we've not seen LMP2s be able to go much more than the 20 laps that Vasquez has already done in that car, so I wouldn't be surprised if they come down this time by, and that just solves the problem for Grid and Go anyway. 30 minutes is all we've got now. Time really evaporating away from us, but the battle's still on. Not for the lead of the race in the GTP though. Eduardo Leo comes down pit lane, and that gives Drago Racing the lead, which they should, I emphasise should, halt at the end of the race.
Eduardo Leo then making that stop. You just wonder whether it would have been second rather than third were it not for the issues with his steering wheel over in hour 7 of this race. BMW M Team Redline, not much they can do about it. They have thrown what they can at the wall. They've hoped that it was going to stick. And ultimately today, they have come up a little bit short, and it's not often that we get to hear that from a team of their caliber. Coanda Esports making their way then over the tri-oval. This should be an overtake for position then that comes through. It just about manages it. Off and away goes BMW M Team Redline to number 3, and they will realise that it's third, and it's quite comfortably third place for them, as Eduardo Leo will now have to just make sure that they bring the car home.
Yeah, that's the key. Don't make too many mistakes. Make sure that the car is going to get home in one beautiful piece and solidify that P3. I mean, we've talked a lot about this top 3 in GTP. We've not really talked much about P4, but they are some 84 seconds behind. That's enough of a gap to make a mistake and come into the pit lane, but you don't really want to be having to make those decisions towards the end of the race. That is a real banana peel factor for them. If they were going to do that, I think just running home in P3 is the safest, if not the most boring option for them here. But I guess number 3 in P3. Drago, we're hoping to avoid the number 2 being in P2 as well.
They would be, but they do know that the number 1 could be in P1 and GTD out there overall with Williams F1 gaming team. They've got a little latch on the back actually at the moment, which is quite interesting. Emanuele Olivieri has decided, I feel like I'm a Williams car, therefore I am a Williams car, and I will also play this game.
Yeah, and why not, right? You might as well join in. I think it's been there for quite some time now as well. And there's one behind the 2 Dragos as well. So they've got a few friends. It's not just Williams joining the party. Williams are bringing along a few friends. Maybe they're hoping to celebrate as well when they cross the line. Who knows? Who knows? But either way, Williams looking like they're in control of this one. Will they keep... Well, I say keep fighting. Will they start fighting? That's the question I'd like to know. 28 minutes to go. They haven't started just yet.
Not yet, but Parker White has the control. Beckham Jassia just behind, and so At what point did the gloves come off? We knew that the gloves came off on the last lap at Spa with Team Redline last year when they did exactly the same thing to give themselves the ability to get up to the very pointy end. So it's just a case of will they and how aggressive will it be between them, because they know as well that in terms of how you set up a last lap, it's a tale as old as time in almost every series out there. If you've got two cars together, whoever is second coming out of that final chicane traditionally has about an 85% chance of winning.
Yeah, and that's what you kind of come into this race with, right? And we find ourselves in that position. 80% is never 100% though until we see that checkered flag, and that's the entire point of an endurance race like this. There's things to slip up everywhere. There's issues that you could run into pretty much any point in a race like this, and got to be careful. Drago know that all too well, and this is going to be a stressful 27 minutes for them because they have it again. They have it in the palm of their hand, as do the 003 once the 129 comes into the pit lane. It's on them to lose it rather than anybody else to win it at this point.
This is where the result now means so much, and you start looking around here. Jake Sperry and Dara Thacker bringing you all of the coverage here of this final hour here on iRacing's eSport Network, and of course with us on RaceSpotTV. And this is where you're settling down, trying to find that final stage of the race. It's going to open it up for you. This is where all the hard work has come out to, and you look around at it here at the moment. Map performance have gone a lot longer than we thought they would.
Exactly, and they are going as far as they possibly can. It's just not going to change the fact that they have to come into the pit lane, though. It's not going to change the fact Grid and Go are going to go in front, and that Blue Mercure are excelling as well, I guess. But Delatrave should get into P2.
Yeah, Maxime Brion then, I believe, would be there. This was what happened right at the start of coverage here. This was a 45-second lead. Bang! There goes the hit from the Betmaster TC Esports team. And that's what took the number 5 Drago racing car out of contention from what looked like a surefire victory, which now looks like it's in the hands of the number 2.
Yeah, and that moment was the big one that really decided and really changed the face of this race, didn't it? As we worked our way towards the latter stages of this one. And it's really interesting, I think, to see how they've kept in the race, but also it's allowed that Drago car to towards the front of the field, that Kawanda and Redline team, that they all had the chance to win the race from that moment. They all were in range, and we had a lot of time over the course of this race as the 129 comes in our stint towards the last few hours, where there were a lot of those GTP hypercars that were in contention for the race win. It ended up being so that Drago have nailed the strategy and have come out 35 seconds in front, kind of out of nowhere.
Delatrar then will be looking to take second back, or effectively second now, because in also comes Maxime Brion from Blue Mercure Esports. So there is the change. Vasquez, 15 seconds. This is agonizing. There goes Darius Andrei, and that is second then gone and in the books, because they still got to try and transfer over through this lane. And so this is as surefire as a third as we could possibly see it here. Maxime Brion, 4th for Bleu Mercure. That's how far away from the podium they are. That's not bad on a first go.
Not at all. And it's been a great race for Bleu Mercure all the way through, and great livery as well, by the way. I know we haven't mentioned that yet, but I really do like that livery that they have brought to the party. So yeah, not just looking good, racing good, and it seems as though they're going to be a name we have to talk about in the future as well, going into future special events, going into future endurance races that we will be seeing on the iRacing Esports Network over the course of this year and in future years as well. And yeah, there's just so much to look forward to. This race every single year, at the start of the year, mid-January, gives us reason to be hopeful for the year ahead in sim racing, and we've seen so much today to give us that much hope.
We absolutely have, and this is a bright spark on what is a 2026 coming up, where some of the best teams in the world are making themselves known at just the right times to say we are challengers everywhere. Not just here, not just right now in Daytona. Every circuit, every car combination, every track, we are going to be challengers. And you just watch us. That's the way that it's starting to stack out as far as this race goes. Dullatra, give them credit. They have brought the gap to 15 seconds to grid and go. The issue that you run into with Dullatra right now, they need a lot more time to bring that back. Darius Andre's done a good bit of work, but right now, Aleix Nahuay has just managed the final stage of this race.
Yeah, and managing is what they have to be doing. We talked about it kind of when we got on with 6 hours to go, that you could start to manage at that point, but it's still 6 hours. It's a huge chunk of the race that is still left to run. Realistically, you only want to be starting to manage towards the end of the race. You want to be moving forward before that. But now, you really have to manage. You have to get to the end of the race. There's no other way about it. If you are not gaining on the cars around you, a little bit wide there from one of our GTDs, you just have to make sure you get to the end. Make sure you finish the race. Get yourself that finishing position and walk into your next races with a little bit of confidence and a little bit of a boost that you have indeed finished the Daytona 24. Like 22 minutes to go. Drago, get to the end. Coanda, get to the end. Redline, they just got to get to the end. They are pretty much set in their positions without major incident, which we, well, would hope not to see towards the end, or at least Drago will hope not to see and hope not to be a part of it.
That was James Boomy running a bit wide there in the Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal car there just in front. And as we look through, look at that, hefty jumps over the curbs. And, you know, they're not small curbs out there. And, you know, everyone seems to think that curbs mean you can just run over it and use it to the nth degree out there. The way that some of iRacing's curbs are actually implemented here in iRacing, I am scared to touch a curb now when I drive.
And I think that's one of the reasons why they've been updated to be the way they are. I mean, certain times, certain tracks in the past, you've been able to just use those curbs as if they're not, as if it's tarmac, right? As if it's just part of the circuit. They've been updated, they've been changed to encourage you to go through a proper racing line, not be able to take so much liberty with some of these corners, and it is working, clearly.
It is, and so you have to be a lot more patient and a lot more precise at certain areas out there on this track. As we watch Parker White and Beckham Jasir again, 20 minutes on the clock. Now where are you going to start showing your hand? You're not going to be doing it when you've got traffic trying to find its way through. You're going to be very cautious in a gaggle of cars, which are here, there, and everywhere as you try and find the result that's needed. Speaking of which, Dries van Langendonk had a massive crew of cars to try and deal with just exiting the oval, and he was not very happy to see everybody pretty much trying to lunge back down the inside of him, as both himself and Loic Rabier behind him in the Movano Rossa Acura there, just trying to give that space to say, look, we're hypercars. Let us attack off the exit, because in the low gears, hypercars and GTP hypercars and LMP2s, they're the same as GTDs. GTDs, their best strength is mechanical grip.
Yeah, they are. And you can see that in all of the slow speed corners. There is not a big differential between GTP and GTD in those low speed corners, because they just have that mechanical grip underneath them. And that's part of what makes you know, certain races, for example, races around Spa, that a little bit more difficult, particularly towards that middle sector, when there isn't a whole lot of advantage that the GTP has over the GTD. Here, because you've got such a long straight, it's kind of mitigated away. It's not really much of an issue, but in some of the slower speed corners, we see it time and time again. You know, some of these cars trip over each other because they almost forget that they are so similarly paced. And so, yeah, interesting to see how this is going to run out to the end of the race. But you're right, absolutely, in terms of the GTDs having that amount of grip to be able to get themselves home.
Winwood Esport by Sensor Haptics, they have got a penalty, and that is going to hit them hard because it is speeding on pit entry by the looks of it. So they're going to be in the box for at least another 40 seconds. They are, and not what you want as your final stop, is it, really? But at least you're not the 909, which are back in the pit lane for another 13 minutes. Here's the 33. What happened? Oh, well, that's Alex Dunn. Goes through. Now, is there going to be a second one that comes through? I think it's just a bit of Oh! Oh, he tried to let himself know with Alex Dunn there that he wasn't happy, and then he gets turned for his troubles. You never use your car as a weapon. What was Ethan thinking?
I'm not too sure. It did look like he came down a little bit there. I'm not entirely sure why Alex Dunn chucked it up the inside at turn 6 in the first place, but that being said, that doesn't really make a difference to what happened on the banking there. Ethan just deciding to come down a little bit, and I mean, in the end, he's come off worse, so he's not going to be happy. Alex Dunn's certainly not going to be happy. And I mean, if Drago were gaining, that would have been a huge moment, but as it is, it's just going to settle them in P3, isn't it, by the end of this race?
I don't know. Look, and Falcon Sim Racing Blue having a spin as well. That's not going to be helpful as well in 44. Someone's just got to tell these drivers towards the end, look, you got 15 minutes. Let's not spoil what has been a truly magical 24.
Yeah, and I think people maybe just, you get towards the last hour, you get a little bit cranky, don't you? You get a little bit more tired. You start to see red mist a bit more as those eyes start to droop. But either way, we just want to get to the end of the race without people wanting to shout at each other. That's never fun, is it? But it sometimes happens, and I'm sure there'll be words said after that from that moment that we just saw between Ethan and Alex. Elvis Rankin nearly into the marbles there, and nearly went very wide.
Yeah, I just had a second look what happened there going over the curve. My goodness, how close do you want to get to those tyre bundles is the question there. 16.5. I do know that Winwood have actually just towed it back to pits, so they're going to lose out a top 10 by the looks of it here to the likes of SDR Sim Racing and Jürgen Frank here of Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC. So a top 10 for the 577. That's huge for Argentine esports.
Yeah, it's great to see. And Argentine esports really growing as well. I think it's also great to see, we've had Agustin Canapino in this race and other sim races as well, of course, former IndyCar driver, most notably, of course, that's taken part and really helped to grow that side of Argentinian esports and sim racing. And it's great to see that growth and that we've got that team in this race towards the end, still running with only 15 minutes left to go. And yeah, exactly, the Bet Models for TC. The 42, who won't be the number 5 GTP's favourite team in the world, but they've done a great job to be in P5 at this point in this race.
Well, it's not going to be Feliz Navidad for them when they don't get a Christmas card from Drago, and they'll go, well, do you remember Daytona? That's the reason why you're off my list. But they have driven a very nice race. They've survived all of the dramas of what can happen in the various classes. And actually give credit to this LMP2 class right now, which still has 6 cars basically within a lap of the leading grid and go team. So that, I think, is a huge achievement for just how close the racing has been in LMP2.
Yeah, and the LMP2 categories, it's not one that we've talked about too much in the last few hours because we haven't had that close battle for the lead. But it's just been there. It's just been kind of dangling like a carrot in front of our face, really, to see if that 21 could catch to the 003. But it just looks like Grid and Go are going to have enough here in the final 15 minutes. We're talking about less than 10 laps to go. Single-digit laps remaining in this race for Drago, for Kawanda, for Redline, for everybody else in this field. And still, a couple of questions to be answered. I think we've got them in the GTP Hypercar class. You'd like to think we've got them in the LMP2 class. GTD, it just comes down to what teammates decide to do.
It does. It also decides who wants to lunge up the inside of them right now, because Darius Andre was very ambitious down the inside of Parker White there at the International Horseshoe, just making life tough in terms of what do you want to do in the final stages of this run. So Drago will sit and go, we're out of this. It's up to you two now to decide what you want. 13.5 minutes they'll be looking at soon and going, where do I want to be? Who am I going to be the one to stand up ahead of everyone else? This is where you now start thinking, well, I don't have to make the move. Maybe this is you're free to battle, and Beckham just here goes, no, I quite like it right now. I'm just going to sit here. I'm not going to let you do anything. I'm not going to let you lift off and take the position. In fact, we had something on RaceSpot on Friday night where this exact situation happened in the Radical E Cup between Alfredo Mallow and Heinz Braun. And it was very much a case of Braun lifted off going into the final chicane, and then stole it back going into the final corners.
Yeah, and that toing and throwing could very well be featured here. I mean, there's three cars
push.
Yeah, suctioned together down that main straight. I mean, you could throw a blanket over all three of those and warm a couple of those cars up if they're not heated enough already. Into turn one, they'll split up a little bit of a back off from the cars behind. You don't want to hit the car in front, and they've been running like this for hour after hour for so long. Really incredible precision for this long, and to keep focus as well. It's incredible.
And some people will think, why is the Blue Mercure car of Emanuele Olivieri pushing the two Williams cars? And actually, what you've got to remember is, this is a big community. Drivers will remember what drivers did at certain points in time. And this will be the sort of, I want you two guys or one of you two teams to go out there and win. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to help you out a bit in the hope that somewhere down the road, this is an IOU.
I think that's what the number 9 is going to be hoping for. I'm not sure that's how Williams are going to view it, right? I mean, they're already winning the race. They feel pretty comfortable. They'll see this as the number 9 just wanting to hop along, really. Of course, you're absolutely right. They'll probably want a favour return at some point. But, yeah, I think Williams are kind of just focusing in on themselves and won't really care what's going on behind them. You know, that car's 7 laps down for Blue Mercure. But I guess as well, if you're gonna try and make friends as a new team in some of these special events, you want to make them some of the class winners.
Absolutely you do, and you want to do it with two absolutely stellar drivers out there in Parker White and Beckham Jasiru again. There's the bump on the back of the Porsche, and there's the little bit of slipstream then from the Blue Mercure eSports car, which if it reaches it will bump, if it doesn't it will not. At that point, and so it doesn't quite have enough to go and reach, so it will not, heading in towards this next section with 11 minutes to go. And so now you're starting to wonder, not only when are you going to make that move, but how much time are you going to have left at the end of this race to do it? Because it will be dependent here whether they go a lap longer or not on Dries van Langendonk and when that number 2 crosses the line, because when they cross the line, it's basically a case of everyone on that lap. If those are the last 2 cars on that lap, they got a chance. Little bit of overlap then as they run into the West Horseshoe, which was created there by Elvis Rankin's Coanda Esports 08 Ferrari, and ultimately not enough to go and get a move done at the moment. Beckham Jasiru resolute. They're in second place.
Yep, and they're staying where they are. 10 minutes to go. Drago Racing will cross the line with, well, we'll have to try and work out exactly how long left. But they should have 6 laps or so to go. I would suspect, because the time differential between a GTD and a GTP is about 11 seconds, give or take. And with Coanda just overtaking them, the GTDs are about 36 seconds behind Drago Racing, which means that they shouldn't be caught, or they very well might be caught on the final lap or two to be lapped once again by overall race leader. So they very well could be the final cars from that lead lap, or they could be some of the first. But either way, 43 seconds ahead of Drago Racing. Even if they have a bit of a spin, I think they're going to be okay. They just cannot risk it, can they? That's just the big issue. Even with 9 minutes 30 to go, you want to make sure that it's done and dusted, and then you can try and go for the race win with each other. But as long as Williams win this race, I don't think Williams care which car wins, quite frankly.
Well, they know they've got a 1-2. The trophies will look the same as they pilot their way to the West Horseshoe, and there's still not quite a lunge down there to make it happen. Jasiru could have been cheeky and just snuck a nose down the inside, forced Parker White to open out the steering. But Parker White's a driver. Oh, this is going to be dangerous, though, as they go through. Oh, hey, there goes Eduardo Leo. Red line, take no prisoners. And just like that, there was a little bit of a heart palpitation for the Williams drivers.
Yeah, and they had a little bit of a scare, but they've survived it, and they can continue to fight for another 8.5 minutes in this race. And through goes that red line car through. Goodbye. Won't see that car again for the rest of the race. And red line going for P3. Should solidify that P3. They're not going to catch Coanda, and they're going to make a big mistake in these final handful of laps. And let's see it again. Through on the 9, then inside at the dog leg on the number 1. Just about going to get that one done. Then go from the inside line to the outside line. Get through on the 6. Efficient work there.
Yeah, it's wonderfully done by what is sometimes known as the big sniffer there, that BMW hybrid. But Eduardo Leo, third position, still chasing, feeling like I've got something to race for. I am still 10 seconds behind. You never know. Coanda might conk out of fuel. They probably won't. 99.99 times out of 100 they don't. But on the chance they do, I'm still going to go at 100%, try and find any way to bring that time in. So Eduardo Leo on the push as far as it stands. Here's the awkward thing, though, for Beckham Josiah in these final 10 minutes. Any time that Emanuele Olivieri pushes, he can't actually move out and make a position. That's really frustrating for the number one.
Exactly. And, I mean...
Oh, trouble in front of them. Trouble in front of them. That's big. It's the Team 75 car of Jürgen Frank, who's gone off directly in front of them, and he's tangled with Sven Haase, which is the 004 grid and go.
Yep, and that 004 is going to be dropping down from where it was. I'm not too exactly sure it was, but it wasn't in contention either way, that's for sure. It's allowed the 6 and the 1 to just continue on their battle, or if you can call it a battle. They are still running together. It hasn't interrupted it whatsoever, as we have under 7 minutes to go. Clearly, little moments here. 5, 7, 7, 18. What happens here? There's the grid and go coming through. Oh, there was contact. Oh, that was aggressive from that grid and go car. The 18 spinning across, and in the end, not affecting the guys and not even hitting the barrier. Oh, very lightly tapping the barrier. Got away with that, quite frankly.
Yeah, well, Jürgen Frank frankly does. And so there's the look. No, gap's not there. You've got racing room at best, but Jürgen Frank's corner all day long and twice on Sunday morning, and just about kept it out of trouble. That's the experience that Jürgen Frank brings to the table here. With 6 minutes to go, it looks like 2 categories are finally decided, but what about this one here? And Olivieri again will just stymie any attempt from Beckham Josiah to go and make that move. And this is the thing, this feels like a NASCAR race. You're up against an NASCAR champion who knows how to drive like this at Daytona.
Yep, and has won across those that very start-finish line in that series as well. So Parker White, definitely the man you want to be bringing this one home. Will he be engaged in a battle towards the end with Beckham Josiah? The further we go, the more I'm thinking absolutely not. I'm kind of hoping we avoid it, because I'll be honest, Jake, I don't want to be part of the fallout if they come together and Drago are able to walk through on this one. You know, that would be... that wouldn't be a fun conversation to be a part of. But the number one is just sitting there. I think as well, the fact that the 9 is there, just keeping them honest, also makes them just not want to do anything different, because the 9 is sitting there with them. Why would you want to then risk maybe going side by side and then maybe getting hit by even the 9 car? It just doesn't feel worth it with 5 minutes to go.
It doesn't, but now you're starting to wonder what you need. And again, I will push a bit more, maybe lisking out half a car alongside, say, I'm going to get in your mirror a little bit. I'm gonna keep you honest at this stage, says Beckham Josiah to Parker White. And they will play this game of, do you want it? Do you not want it? Do you need that position? Do you not need that position? Again, they can't afford to play too many games, but they are probably looking around at about 3 laps of racing left. And Dries van Longendonk, for example, is making his way through the turn 1 and 2 banking. These drivers through the 3 and 4 banking. That's going to be very close, whether it's going to be these drivers having 1 lap or 2 to fight for it.
Yeah, indeed. And when Drago crossed the line, there should be another 3 to go, because we've passed that point of, 4 minutes 39, in which we'd have an extra lap, and we're not going to get down to 3 minutes 6 or so. So there will be 3 laps to go for Drago and everyone behind it when they cross the line. Not long to go then. We're already down to the final, couple of laps. We've done 901 over the course of the race. We have crossed that 900 lap threshold. And we're going to get to about 904, 905 by the end of the race. Incredible length.
It's 3 laps to go from here, so it'll be 904 completed laps of racing by the time the checkered flag is taken here from the Daytona International Speedway for Dries van Longendonk and Drago Racing, who have just set a new standard here in GTP with what they've needed to do here today. but it's all about the run that you've gone to get to this place, because this was not the team that was leading the entire way. This was the car that had to find a way to fight back and then convert its strategy to something successful. And in the final 6 hours, they held strong and have got the numbers correct against Coanda and Redline. Not often you get to say that.
No, and they've done this perfectly in the final few hours. They've played this absolutely to a T. They've not engaged themselves in battles they didn't need to be involved in. They've not allowed themselves to get lost in what the others are doing on strategy and maybe fall into their trap. They have gone on their own way and played it out perfectly. So you could say the same for the Williams F1 team gaming cars as well. They have not allowed Drago to get in their heads. They've just pulled away from the rest, and they have showed people like Zach Sweeney exactly why they're not a community team. They are the real deal, and two of the cars right at the front of the field and a third in P6 as well. They've had a great day in that GTD class. They absolutely have, and with 2 laps to go, they know that they just got to breathe, hit their marks. Every corner is going to feel like an eternity. This is the water torture hours, if you want to try and put it like that, because you are thinking about what victory will feel like. Every measure is going to be on an absolute tenterhook, and the team will be getting ready in their various places around the world to say, we've done it. We've got the big result that we've been clamoring for. We watch on the bottom of your screen, the Battle of Williams is out there of White, Jasir, and Olivieri in body quotations. As we look around at this group right now, they've got another car in front of them actually as well. That's going to make life interesting. That's Federico Godoy for SDR, who are running 10. Actually now running 9. Yep, and they were running on the fringes of the top 10 as well. It would have been would still be a great result to get into the top 10, but just little moments in these last couple of laps can be ever so costly. 1:23 to go. These 2 cars are not yet overtaken by Drago at the moment. Will they be overtaken as we get through the white flag lap? I'm not too sure, of course. Yeah, it looks likely. It looks likely, yeah. So it looks like they're about to get head on to their final. Yeah, it's right there, just in the background. Yeah, so they're going to be heading on to their final lap here. These 2 Williams cars. Are they going to fight? Are they going to? We've talked about it for about 5 hours now, Jake. Is it going to happen? Well, they're only going to have 1 lap to fight for. Oh, I'm going to pull out a little bit here. Try and see if I can get a run. And here it comes. Then from Beckham just here. He wants a push. Oh, and he's going to push Van Longendonk up high as we start the final lap of this race. They're going to lead on each other here into turn 1. They know how important this is. Now they've been given license to attack. And in towards turn 1, it is going to be Parker White who holds, lunges down the inside. Oh, gets a tag there from Godoy. There of SDR. And it now sets up the opportunity here for them. International Horseshoe. No look from Beckham Jasir. Not surprised to see no look here, because you've still got all that oval banking to go and make it happen. Williams, no, it's one of these 2, but don't do anything silly. They have put risk in the factor. They've got the lights behind them. Maxime Briant trying to get through. They've got Isaac Phelps in the 002 trying to make some progress through as well. They'll want them to wait to the banking, and they're just about to hit it. Officially 24 hours hit on the clock. We've gone twice round it, and now on this final attempt, who is going to stave off the charge of what they've got? This is brilliant between them. Jasir sitting and waiting here with Parker White. Do you go now or do you go later? Because I think he's going to try and just see this push around into the Le Mans chicane. Will go Dries Van Longendonk, because he knows that with his number 2, the day is going to be written in folklore for this team that started off as the little team that could. It was one of those teams that just needed the perfect spark to get there. Now they stand on the giants of Coanda and Redline. Drago get the win in GTP Hypercar. It's on for LMP and GTD as well, but GTD now comes to a drag race form finish. It's Parker White who's going to get it. A try in the grass does not work for Beckham Jasir. Brilliantly done, and now we wait for Aleix Nahuay to come over towards the line, because the 003 has walked through on a treacherous tightrope here today. Fought so hard with effect simulations in the final 6 hours of this race, and what's fitting is that effect simulations car they are going to pass on the top there and stay behind. Sasha Lehman says,
we were that close, but it is Elation Away and Grid and Go who finally get the result that their team numbers deserve. A win in LMP2. Dara, a truly legendary Daytona 24.
Yeah, 3 races that went all the way towards the end. We had, lead changes in the final 6 hours in all 3 classes. We had leaders taken out of contention towards the end of the race. We've had new drivers win. We've had old drivers win as well. We've not just had great battles all the way throughout the race. We've also had a really interesting storyline in each one of these classes. GTD with Williams at the front of the field. How were they going to play it? They fought at the end. In the end, it didn't really make much of a difference. The 6 still coming out on top. Drago nailing the strategy, and Grid and Go staving off any kind of fight from anybody who would still challenge them after a couple of drivers fell by the wayside. But what a way to end this 24 hours.
And the donuts begin for Drago, who now start this 2026 season as the favourites, and with the likes of Drago and Williams. Both the Williams F1 Team Gaming 2 car and the number 2 Drago Racing car have booked their place in the IMSA Esports Global Championship for 2026. Let's get confirmation of result then up on your screen here, ladies and gentlemen, here on iRacing. And of course, here with the work we've done with RaceSpot, Dries van Longendonk will take it for Drago Racing here in the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona, powered by VCO. They will take the win by 34 seconds over Elvis Rankin and the Coanda Esports 08, with BMW M Team Redline finishing off in 3rd. Porsche Coanda 091 would be 4th, the first of those a lap down, with the BMW M Team Burosud Plus competition team 5th at 2 laps adrift. Loic Rabier from Ivana Rossa would be 6th, ahead of that Drago Racing number 5, which had every chance today to win that race, and unfortunately with 5 hours to go, it all unraveled. Andrea Barilaro and Ivana Rossa will be 8th, with the last finisher in your GTP hypercar field, Kevin Hayes, in 9th, as it will be Grid and Go Esports 426 laps down, Isaac Phelps there to 002, finishing off in 10th. And then your retirees, Sam Keiter there for Team Redline's number 4. You then had the likes of the Grid and Go 001, Fiercely Forward Red running into troubles early on, and so too WSR Esports Blue, who had Adam State behind the wheel at the time. Dara Thacker running through your LMP2 results.
Yeah, and it was Grid and Go, the 003, who ended up winning the race by 15 seconds. It was a little bit touch and go for a while. You had another couple of challenges in there in the final few hours, but in the end, they staved off the challenge from Delagraz Automotive by Majors Garage for the 21. Darius Andre in there for the final few hours. Not able to do enough to try and overcome the advantage that Grid and Go had built up. It was MapPerformance.com, the only other driver officially on the lead lap. Aaron Vasquez it was in the 129. Podium finish for them ahead of the debutants Blue Mercure Esport with the 32 car finishing inside the top 4. A few cars that were just a little bit off the pace, but still very much in contention all the way through. Top 5 rounded up by Betmaster TC Esports, because they were involved in that collision with the number 5 about 5 hours ago. But they still finished inside the top 5. Solpec Precision Racing finished in 6th, ahead of the second of the Grid and Go cars, the 004 and P7, and then in came the second of the Blue Mercury Sport cars, the 33 finished in P8. Effect Simulations, of course, they were winning the race until they crashed, quite frankly, in the Western Horseshoe, 113 laps down, and it was the third Blue Mercury car that finished inside the top 10, also a long way down. We saw the Chez Resport and the 2 WSR Esport cars leave the race very early indeed, and they didn't see much of the second half of the race, if any at all.
Well, a shame for Sesha because they were in control of the early stages of the race, but what a day for Williams F1 Team Gaming. 1 and 2, 0.06 of a second. The difference over the line. Beckham Jasiah will end up with that second place after trying to go in the grass to win the race out there, but didn't quite manage it. Drago Racing gave it a good old go, but Alex Dunn a little bit short at 45 seconds behind. Vasilios Belesiosis and Blue Mercure on their debut get a 4th place in GTD. brilliant job for them, and Falcon Sim Racing Teal will end up in 5th. It was then Dirt Esports by SX and Williams F1 Team Gaming's 3rd team car there in 7th, with the Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue, SDR Racing, and Team 75 Bernard by SimRC still a top 10 despite a spin in the final 5 minutes of the race. Just on the outside of the top 10 would be Aero Esports and Nicholas Longway, and the likes of Stint One and Blue Mercure's car in the number 9, 12th and 13th, Olivieri masquerading as a Williams Esports driver. You then had Team Alta and Winward, who would be the first retirees of the race in GTD to make note of. We saw the dramatic end for Norby Kish and Sesha, with Drago then many laps down but still finishing. Grid and Go finding no result, neither would SDR and Marlon. Really, it was the GTDs that found themselves littered across the side of the circuit in the opening half of this race, as we go over the page and see the likes of ME Sports and Matt Caruana, Manatee Racing, Simba there. All the WSR cars couldn't find a finish today. Neither could both of the Impulse Racing cars, which is a bit of a shock, as you had the likes of DB Bengatan Racing. Nice to see the Brazilian-based team out there. Live Sim Racing Arnage and Burusud plus Turner retirees, and then the final 2 being Fiercely Forward Pink and Team PGZ would be officially classified as a retiree as well from racing action here today and yesterday over at the Daytona International Speedway. Well, we are going to get the chance then to talk to some of our class winners out there overall. And I think first and foremost, when we look around, I believe that Dara Thacker has wandered down the paddock, and I don't actually have the permissions to move in, but let's get the Grid and Go 3 team in of Aleix Nahue, Balazs Remenik, Jesse Telkala, and Petr Zuba into broadcast for us, because if we can manage that, then we'll have a great chance to chat. But Dara, what an incredible race we have had.
Yep, 24 hours of real intense racing action up and down the field. You know, we had all 3 classes up for grabs a lot of the time, and you know, it only really became apparent in the last hour or so when we were able to see who could pull that little bit further in front and secure themselves at the front of the fields. And you know, it was such a prestigious win to have the Daytona 24-hour under your belt, and for all of these guys, really big step in their sim racing careers. And you know, some more well-known names that of course won this race, some that are winning it for the first time as well. It's been a really good event.
It absolutely has. We'll get you to interviews as soon as that becomes available for us. But in terms of how we're setting up on a day like today, or on a race like today, I think you're looking at what has made each team happy and successful for it. It's that Williams needed that win to prove that they were still on top. Grid and Go needed it to justify how much number they put into each of these events. And Drago needed it to ascend to the next level.
Yeah, they really did. And Drago have absolutely nailed this over the course of the race. You know, that they staved off a real fight back from the likes of Redline, from the likes of Kawanda, some of the most established teams, and have been the most established teams for such a long time here in the world of sim racing. Drago, of course, you know, not a nobody by any means at all, but of course being able to outrace those 2 establishments really is going to be a good bow in their cap going into 2026. And of course, with it comes that free pass to the IMSA Esports Global Championship.
Yeah, it's a wonderful pass to go through, and the racing action that's going to go on by. There'll be a lot more news as and when that comes along, because I know there's a lot of big talks that are going on about what they want to do with it over the course of this next season and how that is going to go about. But as it starts on a season race like this one here, Dara, the big question will be, what next for all of these drivers? Because they'll be looking over at Sebring, they'll be looking at Bathurst, they'll be looking at Nürburgring and going, that's where the next rounds of special events are going to be, and the next big bragging right endurance races.
Yeah, and of course it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop there. Of course, we've got the iRacing special events calendar to look forward to, and so many events on that we can, point out as really exciting prospects. Sebring coming up. Of course, we've got Spa and the Nürburgring in terms of those long endurance races coming later in the year, but so much to look forward to, not just in well, the sports car racing, but dirt racing in terms of single-seater racing as well. It really has been a great year in the last 12 months, and it looks like it's going to get better over the next 12. And the Daytona 24 every single year sets us up perfectly, which will hopefully be a fantastic year's worth of racing.
It certainly should do. We are just having a couple of issues on our iron, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to get over to interviews as quickly as can. If it means that we might have to jump into their channel to go and have a chat with it, it might just have to be that. But Dara, as it goes, Daytona again proves why it is the first big race of the year. And the reason why is it brings all of the best drivers together. It brings an opportunity to test, and it tests the cars in a various way. It tests the high speed, it tests the handling, and pretty much it forms the first big endurance test of the year.
Yeah, it does. And there's so many to look forward to, as we've talked about. Sebring, Spa, the Nürburgring as well. And every single year, Bathurst's another one. Every single year, teams and the top end sim racing teams really do put a circle around those these endurance events as the big ones they are targeting to win. They are the biggest sim races of the year. They are the most competitive races of the year. The best drivers are in them. The best teams are in them. To be able to come away with a victory really is another feather in the cap. Some of these teams have enough, but they want more. Of course you want more. You want to win every single race that you take part in. And so it's great that every single year we have these many options of different races that we are able to do, and that there's so many drivers that will take part. And of course in this race as well, we've had over 100 splits of drivers getting involved, not necessarily on top split, but that doesn't really matter. We've had so many drivers take part with a iRating of 11k or 200 people have been able to participate, and that's exactly what these events are really about.
Yeah, so if we can find that sort of level that's growing year on year, time and time again, you start realizing that sim racing is more and more becoming that global tour de force, and we're seeing more of these big events that are going on, and that the next level is going to be, well, when's there going to be even more to fight for in terms of these championships that continue on, because we're seeing that transition from sim to reality, but the legitimacy of sim and the level of having a sim racing career has never been brighter.
Yeah, it's not, and I think it's been a really good start to the year, and we've got so many different opportunities upcoming. And yeah, again, as we said with the iRacing special events calendar that we've got to look forward to, so much in January, February, all the way through the year until December, and it refreshes, and we always look forward to that calendar coming out from iRacing themselves. Daytona kicks off the year with a bang, and we work our way all the way into December. You know, we've got the Martinsville MX500 that we had a couple of years ago, and we continue to have. We've got 4-hour races at new tracks every single year, races at Road America, and again, oval events, road events, dirt events, anything you can think of that you can get on the iRacing network, we can do in the sim. And yeah, it's fantastic to see everyone getting involved.
Okie dokie then. So we see how important it has been for all of these drivers to go and get those results. But what about that final lap there? They started throwing everything at it for the Williams drivers. And honestly, you just waited for that one moment, that powder keg to go through. And there could have been 3 separate moments heading onto and through the opening corners where one car would have been off and the other car would have won.
Yeah, and that's kind of the dilemma that we faced in that final lap. You know, Williams particularly at the end there. Either car could have won. In the end, it was the number 6, and I think they'll be pleased to bring home that 1-2. Thankfully, nothing bad happened between them, because this is it would have been a horrendous way to lose the race, quite frankly, after fighting for so long to be there and be at the front of the field and get themselves involved at the front. It really has been a long day for them, and it would have been devastating for them to have lost it in that manner. And thankfully for them, they did not. Really, the same. You could say the same for Drago and for Grid and Go, because the winning margins weren't that big. No one had that kind of lap's worth of an advantage where they could cruise home to the end.
No, and that's what has made this so brilliant. We talk about, if you got a lap, you're safe. If you don't have a lap, you're not. And so ultimately today, on a day where there wasn't any rain in this split to go and work with, but there was rain everywhere else to sort of have that little bit of worry about, this was a pure endurance race, and often you look at races like these, and rain is a gimmick sometimes, and this was just a pure all-out slugfest for it. We'll take a little look as they were heading to the line. This was how close it was, right down in. Look, Jeff Beckham just here went to the grass trying to get that move and just didn't have enough top end to do it.
No, didn't at all. And yeah, I mean, really dramatic moments towards the end of that race. And to go into the 24th hour, to go into the final 10 minutes with a race on the line, really goes to show how close it has been over the course of the day. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if we get some more of the same over the course of the year. Hopefully it's going to be as good as this next year, right?
Yeah, hopefully so. And this is going to be as critical as it possibly can to go and say, look, the next races are big, but you're not moving too far. It's only a couple of hours away over to Sebring and the next racing that is going to be going on. So when you've got that Sebring International Raceway and what is set up, what is brilliant about it, I would sit down, get that opportunity and say, look, Daytona's your benchmark, but Sebring is a completely different challenge because you've got that transfer over from asphalt to concrete.
Yeah, and it's not going to be a huge difference. Of course, Sebring, as you said, not a long way away. And the characteristics of the circuit, of the infield here and of Sebring, are the same. And, it's going to be a really interesting race to see how it's going to work out in just a couple of weeks' time. And it's not going to be long until we get to that stage. And yeah, I wonder, yes, yeah, there we go. I was hoping we'd get this. The iRacing special events calendar. You've got that Bathurst 12, you've got that Sebring 12, Red America 500, lots of those sim races, they're all sim races, obviously. Lots of those endurance races packed into the early part of the year. And then you look to September, October, that Suzuka 1,000 kilometre, that Britcar 24, the Bathurst 1,000, the Petit Le Mans, so many great races to look forward to all the way through the year.
Unfortunately, we're going to be unable to bring you interviews here today, but what a wonderful race we have done, and we got some brilliant action. The first open wheel battles will be those two Indy 500s in May, and then you've got the likes of more to come. The Crandon Championships over in August with Knoxville Nationals. That is a very busy August of dirt racing to get yourself sorted, and then that FF 1600 Festival ending with the Production Car Challenge, which will be setting itself up then with action that they've had. What a wonderful chance it has been to jump in with iRacing and with RaceSpot and all of the action. A massive thanks to the entire crew who has been along for the ride here today, from Drew Adamson, Cisco Scaramuzza and Sean Ambrose, who have been technically directing some racing action here that has been absolutely sensational, from Paul Smith, Justin Prince, Lorenzo Bonda, Jay Kennedy, Justin Malillo, who has been involved in this one, Joe Peak, Taylor Burris, and of course from the likes of Jeremy Scott, Ramiro, Augustine Cisneros, Brad Dalton, and then Darragh Thacker alongside me. My name's Jake Sperry. What a day we have sat ourselves in with the most incredible racing action that Daytona had to offer. It came right down to the very wire in GTD, and Williams will be happy. Parker White getting the job done for the team and saying that's our win. But Grid and Go finally realise their potential and say we are challengers and we can win. But what about that little team that could? It is Drago who now join the pantheon, in my opinion, of Coanda. They join the pantheon of Redline, and they say they are the third big team. They are the next challengers, and they have come to upset the apple cart. A win for Drago at Daytona, and they will look to capitalise on that when we see you in February over with racing action at Mount Panorama Bathurst.